The tension is building here with just 3 races to go in the 2022 IndyCar season. We are all set for what is going to be a classic race. We're at the Worldwide Technology Raceway for the Bommarito Automotive Group 500. There is inclement weather as well that could play a factor, and an exciting qualifying that took place yesterday. Let's take a look back at qualifying, and the other side will be into our race build-up. It's time to get ready for qualifying here for the Bommarito Automotive Group 500. The St. Louis 500 here again, and we are all set for what is going to be a fantastic day of action. The green light is on, so qualifying is underway, but it's the usual oval format. There's the smack wall as well, coming out of turn number 3. So, the track is officially under caution. We're under the yellows. Qualifying begins now as we'll head out onto the circuit. Temperature, 88 Fahrenheit. Wind speed in miles per hour. That's only 3 miles per hour blowing in from the south. 45% humidity. Track temperature, 120 degrees Fahrenheit as well. So, it's nice and toasty out there as we get ready for today. Now, the 33 car, Conor Daly, that's all getting ready. That's the 33 cars you were now looking at in the main road as well. The 20 Conor Daly getting ready on the further back there. Now we're looking at the 33 in the mid pack of Ed Carpenter. Here's your qualifying rules. Order set by the 2022 entrant points. Each car is permitted 2 warm-up laps. An attempt consists of 2 consistently timed lap times. Each car is only permitted 1 departure from the pit lane. So it's 1 qualifying only. And first car on the track, again, coming out, apparently it's Graham Rahal, but it's not Graham Rahal. It's the 33 of Ed Carpenter that is heading out, and will open up now the battle camera with the full miles per hour as he starts his warm-up lap. Let's see what the averages is then for qualifying times today. Ed Carpenter coming out of the last corner then. He's the first one to set a qualifying lap time. His first lap was 173 miles an hour across the line to take the checkered flag. His second lap is at 217. That's about, 173.933 mile an hour. Average speed at 173.667. So he's the first speed on the board as we go under yellow. Dalton Kellett next up then. First lap time was 173 mile an hour as well. Let's see what it's going to be as he crosses the line then. Takes the checkered flag. And it's a 173.727. So average lap time there for a 173.902 mile an hour for Dalton Kellett. 174 mile an hour he's crossed the line. So Kellett replaces Carpenter on the top of the board. First lap time then for Carl Kirkwood was 177.717 miles an hour. Takes across the line. Does he go faster than Kellett across it? Yes, he does. Carl Kirkwood goes top with an average speed of 178.079 mile an hour. And he is considerably quicker than Kellett and Carpenter as well. Devlin DeFrancesco's massive here. It's a 179.855 mile an hour. He takes the checkered flag. Devlin DeFrancesco's going to go to the top with an outstanding 179.531 mile an hour. He goes straight to the top of the average speed. So forerunners, it's Devlin DeFrancesco who tops them all so far. Jimmy Johnson then was on 176.155 miles an hour on his first lap time. That's going to put him around about third fastest ahead of Dalton Kellett as he takes the checkered flag. Johnson goes third, 176.368, goes third fastest, splits the runners so far. So Callum Ilott next up. His first one was 175.990 miles an hour, takes the control line and slots into 4th position with a 176.379 mile an hour lap time as well. Now, yep, just confirmed that 176.184 now is the average time across the board as it comes through. So it's Devlin DeFrancesco, Kirkwood, Johnson, Ilott, Kellett, Carpenter, the 5 runners so far. As now, who's coming out on the track? Well, we've got 6 runners on the board. Can't work out who's the missing link at the moment. Ilott's 4th, Kellett 5th, Carpenter is now 6th position. Yeah, okay, there we go then. So the timing screens finally updated themselves. Next up onto the track is Jack Harvey. Jack Harvey, the computer predicting him to go second fastest. His first lap time was a 178.837. Takes the checkered flag. Harvey does go to P2. 178.775 miles per hour is the average speed. Getting through it quite quick here in qualifying. 7 down. Takuma Sato seems to be doing something right though. First lap time 180.476. Out of the last corner, Sato takes the checkered flag and goes to provisional pole position with a 180.048 as his average speed. The game is on. Helio Castroneves then into the last corner. What's his time looking like on the board? Is any quick or not? First lap time was 178 mile an hour. Crossed the line, and Ed Carpenter jumps to fourth on a 178.356 mile an hour lap as we go back to yellow flag conditions. Not bad lap time there from Castroneves. He goes P4. Malukas into the last corner then, 178.823 mile an hour is his first lap time then, comes across the control line. Is Malukas faster? Where does this slot him into the timings? Across the line. Oh, he jumped straight up to third, 179.159 mile an hour. So the first 10 drivers have been out there. They've all set great lap times, and now the game is on to see who's going to go next as we have our timings restored. Conor Daly coming through. First lap time 178.873 mile an hour. Coming towards then the line. The TV picture slightly delayed to TV on the graphics. Cross the line comes Conor Daly and jumps up to fifth. 178.674 mile per hour is the average speed across the 2 lap times. Not bad. Cross the line then comes Christian Lundgaard to take the checkered flag. 177.714 was the first lap. Second lap takes him at 178.618. That puts Lundgaard into 7th position with a 178.165. So he goes in between Castroneves and Kyle Kirkwood. Next up, the 28 of Romain Grosjean. Romain Grosjean on the first lap time was 180.020 across the line to put him second in the moment. Will he stay second across the line? Grosjean takes the checkered flag and the computer puts him second. 179.925 miles an hour is the average speed. It's Sato and Grosjean on the front row of the grid here so far at St. Louis. Graham Rahal's first lap time was a 178.435 mile an hour. Comes out last couple of corners. What's this one going to be then for Rahal as he crosses the line? And it puts him 7th fastest. 178.657 is the average speed across the 2 laps. So he goes just behind Conor Daly and just ahead of Helio Castroneves. Next up, Simon Pagenaud out there as well in the 60. Simon Pagenaud on that first run was on 178.853 mile an hour. What's this lap time going to be? He's okay through 3 and 4, down towards the line. Computer predicting him to go inside the top 6 of the grid. Is he going to go ahead as he takes the checkered flag? And it's 5th position for Simon Pagenaud, an average of a 178.778, so 3 mile per hour quicker than what Harvey was as well across the board. Pagenaud goes 5th. Lap time coming then. VK's first lap was a 175.879 towards the checkered flag. Takes it. Venus VK goes 14th. 176.005 mile per hour. He is 3rd from bottom. That is insanely bad time from the 21 of Venus VK there. So he's got a lot of work to do tomorrow in the race. Next up though, it's the biggie. It's going to be Colton Herta heading out onto the track. Colton Herta looking good. First lap time 179.751. If Herta can find the pace, he's going to be really quicker than Sato. Sato's looking a little bit worried as well as he comes up towards the line. And does he go pole position? Colton Herta only manages 4th. A 179.347 across the board. It's only 4th, but that's still 2nd row.
You know, we're going to have to get that high line in. Hinchcliffe talked about that.
And Rosenquist spins! Rosenquist on his run! He spun it coming out of turn 2! He's got a flat tyre at the back, 2 flat tyres and hits the wall! Red flag is out! Session is stopped! And that is a double deflation from Felix Rosenquist. I just saw him stop on the timing tower when we were in an interview on NBC as well, and Rosenquist losing it, coming out of turn 2, goes backwards. Now the yellow's around it. We'll go red. Let's take a look. So he's already got... Yeah, the tyres have already gone. Coming through turn 2 and 3. The tyres have already gone in the back. Like they're just deflated. And it just goes away from him. He's definitely had a puncture. Let's listen. Watch the hands. Through turn 2. Gets a little wiggle. Tyre looks like it's already gone. Spins round and it just drops him away. So Rosenquist will start this race in last position. And he's damaged the tyres as well. Just a little bit of a knock. So that car should be okay for practice too. But crucially here in qualifying, he's thrown it away. I can't believe it. What a bad accident there. Look, he didn't go in the wall. That would have been bigger damage. Just a harmless spin and a touch of the rear axle on the wall. But still, that's not great news to see. Rossi's first lap time was good. It was a 1:79.209 across the line. He comes this time. Does he go front row? The grid takes it. He only goes fourth. 1:79.420 for Rossi on his lap time. He only goes front of the second row of the grid as we head back to green flag running. Next up, Pato O'Ward as we get to the tail end and the faster runners out here today. Pato O'Ward's first lap time was a 1:79.958. What's he going to do this time around in the second McLaren? Can he go front row of the grid? Can he even take pole position here across the line for the St. Louis 500? It's provisional pole position by 0.3 miles per hour. It's a 1:83.03. It smashes Sato's 1:80.048. And it's Pato O'Ward who takes provisional pole position here at St. Louis. Scott McLaughlin's first lap time was 181.230 mile an hour, and he's fighting the car for control through turns 2 and 3. O'Ward's now worried he's lost out. Is McLaughlin about to knock it out of the park? Scotty does know how to do it. It's a 181.406. McLaughlin takes provisional pole position by a full mile per hour, 1.1 mile per hour quicker. That is unbelievable from O'Ward. To lose out to the might of Scotty Mack. Brilliant from McLaughlin. First lap time for Alexander Palou, a 181.217. That is a fraction of a second slower than McLaughlin's 181.230. So it's right there once again. Across the line comes Alex Palou to do a 181.289 as an average time. So we are now moving into the 181s as Sato gets knocked off the front row. O'Ward's just holding on. With more to come, it's time to see what the big guns have got in the championship fight this year. Next up, it's Joseph Newgarden. Here we go then for Joseph Newgarden. First lap was a 1:87.46. Second lap looks quicker. And Newgarden's done it! 181.629. He was 2 miles an hour faster on that last lap, and everybody is shocked in the pit lane. His first lap time was a 180.747. His second lap time was 182.520. He gained an extra 2 mile an hour on that second lap, and with it takes provisional pole position. It's a Penske 1-2 with Newgarden leading McLaughlin. It's Texas all over again. I can't believe it. 0.2 miles an hour separate them all. Brilliant. First lap then for Marcus Ericsson. And that was a 181.901. Marcus Ericsson, who's nearly touching the wall coming out of turn 2, is absolutely flying in that Chip Ganassi Racing that's had a little bit of a redesign this weekend as well, with more red covering the car than white. Cross the line to take the checkered flag. Marcus Ericsson goes to provisional pole position with a 182 mile an hour lap time. 182.070. Marcus Ericsson brings himself right back into the title fight. And next up, the last drivers to qualify, we're going to go through with Will Power as well. What on earth is going to happen here today? You can't write the racing here at Bommarito. Brilliant. Here we go then, Scott Dixon with only a few drivers left in the field. Let's see what Dixon's time's going to be as he crosses the line. Takes the white flag, first lap time, 180.955. So it's not good from the six-time champion. Going for a seventh championship here, nearly in the wall. Coming out of turn two, he's pushing it with all his might. Scott Dixon, the computer predicting him to go P5 at the moment. Just ahead of Pato O'Ward and Takuma Sato. Out of the last corner, Scott Dixon takes the checkered flag. And where does the computer put him? It is P5 with a 189.54 time average. Next up, the last driver to qualify, and it's going to go to Will Power. Green flag goes out for Will Power, then the last runner here at the St. Louis 500 for qualifying. Can he take pole position? He's the championship leader. Right now, Scott Dixon, who's second in the championship, is down in fifth position. But Marcus Ericsson, who's third in the championship, runs in the pole position at the moment with a staggering lap of a 182.070. First lap time for Will Power as he takes the white flag. It's a 182.366 miles an hour lap time. Will Power in that Penske is pushing beyond belief as he comes to try and take pole position. Can he do it though? Into turn 3 and 4, the last two corners on the track. Will Power will take the checkered flag here at the Worldwide Technology Raceway to start on pole position for the Bommarito 500 here in St. Louis. A 182.727 mile per hour lap. He is 0.7 of a mile an hour quicker than Ericsson. An astonishing speed and an astonishing qualifying puts Will Power on pole. Will Power draws level with Mario Andretti on 67 career pole positions in IndyCar by some margin. What an absolute fantastic qualifying session we've just had. Here's the starting grid then for the Bommarito Automotive Group 500. Will Power has pole position with Marcus Ericsson alongside him on the front row. Joseph Newgarden and Scott McLaughlin third and fourth. Alex Palou fifth. Scott Dixon is sixth. Pato O'Ward seventh. Takuma Sato eighth. Romain Grosjean ninth. Devlin DiFrancesco rounding out the top 10. Alexander Rossi is 11th with Colton Herta 12th. David Malukas finishes 13th. Simon Pagenaud is 14th. Jack Harvey 15th. Conor Daly 16th. Graham Rahal 17th. Helio Castroneves goes 18th. Christian Lundgaard is 19th. Kyle Kirkwood rounds out the 20 drivers. Jamie Johnson is 21st, along with Callum Ilott 22nd, Vince VK 23rd, Dalton Kellett 24th, Ed Carpenter 25th, and spinning on his fast lap, Felix Rosenquist qualifies last in 26th position. Hello everybody and welcome. We're going to go straight down because we've got something that NBC don't. We've got the national anthem and the call as well.
Hello and welcome to the Worldwide
That's Tom
Technology Raceway, formerly known as the Gateway International Raceway, a 1.25 mile oval just east of St. Louis, Missouri. And
well, I'm going to mute Tom Gaymore because joining me in the commentary box as we wait for the national anthem is Matthew Owens and Josh Plays as we get ready. Matthew, we are all set to go in this one. Are you looking forward to tonight's action? We are set for hopefully a dry race.
Can't wait. The weather looks like it's going to cooperate with us. This is a fantastic track. IndyCar races on ovals are so unpredictable. We hardly do them anymore, especially these bullring ovals. Almost like we had at Iowa just a few weeks ago, but it's not exactly like Iowa, so there are differences, there are different challenges, and it's going to be a really fun race, especially with so much on the line as it pertains to the championship.
Audio has been restored at the track. It's time for the American national anthem. Well, as NBC continue to fiddle with their broadcast, we've actually lost the American national anthem. It's back. And they fly past and fireworks begin around here at the Bommarito Automotive Group 500 as well. Let's hear from Josh Plays then. Afternoon, Josh. All set for today. We are in for some interesting racing. There's rain in the air as well. I asked the same as I did to you and Matthew. Are you nervous for this one? I'm feeling very excited for this one.
Well, the implication...
Yeah.
That's Tom Gatemore. Now you go, Josh. What is going on today?
Firstly, can I go to sleep yet? I've been up since 6 a.m. and I've got back into the studio 10 minutes before we went live.
Remarkable effort, I must say. Remarkable.
But I'm here and we'll be in an interesting race. 500 miles, but if IndyCar could race 500 more, I think we would watch it.
Absolutely. Matthew as well, coming in today, we've been talking in the pre-show on USON as well about all the field and everyone looking forward to it. We haven't yet asked you, my friend, who are you watching in this race, as we're going to have a traditional 3-wide start like at the Indy 500. So who are you looking forward to today?
Like you said earlier, Jimmy Johnson is obviously the name everyone throws out when we come to ovals. He was so good at Texas. He was so good at Iowa, even led a lap at the Indianapolis 500. So obviously you're going to want to watch for Jimmy Johnson, see what kind of progressions he can make. Is he going to be in contention to win the race? I would say probably not, but don't count him out. But I would certainly look at Pato O'Ward. He was a winner at Iowa just a few weeks ago. He was almost gifted that win a little bit when Joseph Newgarden crashed while leading. But this guy can really go on ovals. He has a Texas win to his name as well. That was from last year. And he needs big results if he's going to get into this championship fight. He's not mathematically out of it. Realistically, he could still be in it. But he needs big results. He needs wins and a little bit of help from the rest of the competition having a few issues.
Absolutely, and you mentioned Joseph Newgarden there as well, who had that crash back in Iowa the last time we were on an oval as well. The last time we were here at Gateway Motor Speedway, or the Worldwide Technology Speedway, or the Bommarito Automotive Group 500, whatever name you want to call it as well. The last time we were at this track, Joseph Newgarden took victory, but anybody like to guess his starting position that year? He started... Go on, Josh.
Third?
Correct. He started third on the grid and took victory. And where does he start from today? Third on the grid. And he looks like he could take victory. This is just poetry in motion.
It really is. And what I've just looked at is Will Power started first last year and finished third last year.
Even last year. So it's just poetry. It's honestly, they're going to swap positions again. Just let you know, Josh, we are ready for a driver tracker. You've got that already. So we're going to get that sorted out for you as well. As there it is, the driver tracker in motion. And while I just take a little bit of a sort, I think Josh might do it as well, let's go over to you, Matthew, as the drivers get ready for the command. We're going to have 260 laps. They call it the 500, but it isn't 500 miles, is it? It's about 300 odd miles. Why do we call it the Group 500?
Yeah, 500 kilometers, just north of the 300-mile mark. But yes, 500 kilometers for this race. Yeah, thankfully we're not going 500 miles. That we would be going all night long, going 500 miles around this bull ring.
Chances of rain, though, are increasing throughout the afternoon. Are we going to race to a half-distance sort of thing, or are we going to mainly go and try and get the whole race in?
Well, we could. We could be racing to halfway in the U.S. evening and never predict the weather. So, yeah, we could be racing to halfway. Never know.
It's looking good, but it looks like there's been problems on the messaging system because it's on the IndyCar it says unable to process the last message. So that's looking remarkably good as well. There's just a quick look at the starting grid as I've already got a little bit of a cough going on. Thank God I got Matthew here today to help out as well as we do a co-stream across the two networks. He's on Grid he's on USRN. We are on the YouTube channel, and then those guys as well on Grid Network have even sent us over a pre-show report just in case we go into a procedure where we have to sit around doing nothing for a couple of hours as well. So thanks guys for that. In fact, I was even on the show this morning, so it's all looking mighty exciting as we're getting ready for the command to be given. We're just getting ready, and hopefully as well in a second you are going to see the driver tracker on the new battle screen. And we say new battle screen because finally the timing data, timing 71, has enabled us to move around the columns. So no more names disappearing and reappearing. We can edit the columns, and it means we have a better strategy of things going on. So fingers crossed for a good performance. And they are waiting, I'm being told, for the command until NBC get on in 3 minutes' time. So that's why they haven't even headed out the track, because I don't think in 60 seconds you can get on, introduce the show, and then let the cars go round. And this formation lap usually takes, Matthew, around about 5 minutes to complete.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be the first time that NBC has change things around because you've got another race bleeding into another. I can tell you the Xfinity Series race at Watkins Glen has just ended. Kyle Larson has won after a wild finish, so they are wrapping up the Xfinity Series race on NBC, so hopefully we won't be waiting much longer because time is precious tonight with the weather.
It really is. We've moved the start procedure forward, what was it, about an hour off what it originally was, to try and get some running in. We were originally supposed to come on air at 11 o'clock and the green flag would be at 1/2 the hour. But now everything's changed with the weather, so it's currently green flag at 6:01 local time as well. That here in the UK at British Summer Time is 11:01, so not as quite as late as what we've been used to, but this is the latest IndyCar race of the season as well in terms of start time. So this could be quite fun, and fingers crossed it is going to be a good one as we just wait for the cars to come through. And I think Tom Gaymore deserves a medal for the filling he's doing on Sky Sports right now. I can hear in my ear. He's on his own talking non-stop. So well done, Tom. I've got guests alongside as well, so that helps as well. We are live both on the YouTube channel and, of course, on USRN. And we'll be having non-stop on YouTube. I don't know, are we going non-stop on USRN or are we having breaks if there's like a red flag?
Well, if there's a red flag, we'll have a break. But as long as the race carries on full throttle on the rev limiter the whole night long.
Fab. This is going to be fun. This is going to be really fun. I've been looking forward to this one more than the MotoGP as well, especially with MotoGP announcing sprint races next year and really putting a hammer blow in our broadcast schedules for the next year. So let's hope we're okay. Helicopter going through there, through St. Louis on the archway. That's a beautiful image, that, isn't it? Reminds me a bit of that. Go on, Matthew.
Did the helicopter go through the arch, or was that just the...
Do you remember that scene in Family Guy as well?
Oh, gee.
Yeah, when they put the plane through it. That's what I was just thinking. Anyway, NBC have joined the party. It's time then to head trackside to get the command. After 14 races this season, though, Will Power leads the way, 451 points. Scott Dixon, 7 points back. Marcus Ericsson is 13. Joseph Newgarden is in there as well. But it's time, finally, to get the command to start these engines and to get us out on this racetrack. Start time moved forward. NBC have had all their evening changed. We are flexible. We've had a pre-show. So that's something, I suppose. Christian on the YouTube chat says hi to everyone. Adam says this is going to be an awesome race at Gateway. Will Power is the driver to beat. Anything happening at... Hang on, 2 seconds. Here's the command.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to give the command for the Bommarito Automotive Group 500. Please welcome the president of Bommarito Automotive Group, John Bommarito. On behalf of the Bommarito Automotive Group and our now 1,000 team members, I want to personally welcome you, race fans, to the fabulous Worldwide Technology Raceway and the millions more watching from home. Buckle up, race fans. You're about to see the greatest show on four wheels. And remember, make sure you log on to Bommarito.com, where you can buy, sell, or trade your next vehicle. Drivers, start your engines!
Engines are fired up, and Matthew, I think we're around about a minute late now, thanks to that guy, with all the sponsorship ads he's doing.
It's just typical. Any command anymore, it has to be led off with a commercial. They might as well roll a commercial spot out before the command, for heaven's sakes.
We'll have side by side. Anyway, we've gone through the grid once before on both the YouTube and on USON, but here is the starting grid once again, just in case you missed it. It's Will Power, who's starting on pole position for the 67th time. Alongside him on row 1 is Marcus Ericsson. Do you want to take row 2, Matthew?
Joseph Newgarden in row 2 with a teammate beside him, Scott McLaughlin. That could be an interesting row.
Row 3 sees Alex Palou alongside Scott Dixon as well. Matthew?
Ottawa Ward in row 4, and Takuma Sato, he's won here before. He's in row 4 as well.
Row 5 sees Devin DiFrancesco, the high-placed rookie, alongside Alexander Rossi, a former Oval winner.
And then Colton Herta in row 6 alongside Chicago's David Malukas.
Row 7 sees Simon Pagenaud alongside Jack Harvey.
Conor Daly from Indiana, Graham Rahal from Ohio, and all Big Ten 8th row.
Row 9 sees Helio Cash-Neves alongside Roman Grosjean as well. Looking good for them.
Christian Lundgaard has had some good runs lately. He's in row 10 alongside another rookie in Kyle Kirkwood of Jupiter, Florida.
Bad qualifying for Jimmy Johnson. He starts on row 11. Alongside him is Callum Ilott.
And Renus VK is in row 12 alongside Dalton Kellett.
And the 13th and final row sees Ed Carpenter 25th and Felix Rosenquist after a spinning qualifying starting 26th as well. I think we got that through quite well, actually, because I think that was spur of the moment as the cars come round as well. Josh is down in the pit lane for us as well, and as always up in the comms box. He's going to be throwing us everywhere where we need to be. 3 wide as well. I think they're going to start it 3 wide, which makes the row 1 and 2 a bit weird. 2 pace laps.
I don't think they're going to do that. At least I hope they don't.
I
Could
know.
be total disaster.
Yeah, turn 1 here is not exactly the widest. I hope it's just for a shot, because they like to do it every now and then, go 3 wide on the ovals, don't they? But I hope it's single, it's 2 file down. Josh down in the pits and for us as well. You're going to be on weather forecast quite a lot tonight as well. The clouds are already starting to draw in. Without looking at anything, prediction, how long is this race going to last?
Without looking at anything, I have not looked at any radars at all. I would say halfway, 75%. But not looking at it, I would like to say 100%. But
yeah, hope that's good. Hope that's the same thing. Might need to turn your mic up a bit, actually. Just a touch.
and it does look like we're going 3 wide.
Oh, no. Everyone, cover your ears, keep your fingers crossed, and hide your jewellery. Let's just hope we get through it okay. The radio is active as well. We're going to be listening as well to the pole sitter, Will Power. Will change out throughout the race as well. So Will Power's radio is activated, unless Megan's changed something up here in the comms box. All looks good to me. And let's take a look at the track then. The high line, Matthew, they were practicing a lot late last night, practice 2, because in previous years, there hasn't been much grip up there. They ran 30 minutes with only 9 cars to try and grip it in. Are you expecting to see a lot of moves at the high line here?
Not early. Maybe as the race goes on, but you're going to have to be really brave to do that early because the track is still hot. It's still slick. I wouldn't expect anyone to be up there this early. And again, this is an egg-shaped oval track. Turns 1 and 2 is very narrow as we get the big fire on the back straightaway. Turns 1 and 2 is extremely narrow, and it's only banked at 11 degrees. So if you're going to go to the top, you're going to have to be very, very cautious. And I underline, bold, and italicize very cautious.
I said in the USON pre-show that I really hope we came on here in time to see the fires at the back straight away. That happened as the field get led around as well. It's around about a 25-second lap time under green flag. I think we're 1 lap away Third time.
Truck on the backstretch, just checking for debris.
Oh, okay, we're not going to go green. The third time by, they're going to...
Pace car's going to start picking it up here a little bit.
Yeah, Will Power's been told they're just going to check for debris out on the circuit. So that's why we're having a bit of a longer run here as well. Let's get down pit road. Dylan Welch.
In the NTT IndyCar Series right now, on the strength of 2 wins and no finish worse than 8th in the last 5 races. He comes into St. Louis tonight trailing Will Power by just 6 points. So the mentality for the 9 team hasn't changed since the start of this year. The goal is just to treat each race as an individual event. The results are going to take care of themselves. So in 14 races this year, he's had top 10s in all of them but 1. So that consistency and undeterred motivation to win another championship has Dixon right where he wants Will Power ahead of the last 3 races of the year, Kevin Lee.
Dylan, Will Power moved very quickly past that emotional record-tying pole yesterday, which has been on his mind for a few years, but he's thinking championship now. And that pole gave him now a 7-point advantage in the championship. And I'm not sure many people thought this was still possible for the 41-year-old. He hasn't really contended for the last couple of years, but he said he always knew it was a possibility. The pace was there, and he's in the best mental state of his career. He is thinking about getting a win tonight, taking another step towards championship 2.
Could he actually take championship number 2? That's the question, and I'll throw first to Matthew. He's been a bit all over the place in the past couple of seasons as Will Power, but right now he looks like he could actually go for it. He's looking in the form of his life.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people thought that this race would be the weak point in this championship run. The last 3 races, we know how great of a street and road course racer he is. The ovals have been, for the most part, his weak point, but here he is on the pole. He ran very well at Iowa in both races a few weeks back, so if he can stay up front tonight, I think it is his championship to lose on the 2 road courses, as it looks like we're getting set for the start.
They're already pulling side by side. Will Power is going to take the low line. On the high line will be Marcus Ericsson as well. We're getting ready then. 3 races to go in the season. 3 very different tracks ahead of us. We're going to race from dusk till the night. It's time to get ready. The Bommarito Automotive Group 500 exits turn 4 under starters orders. The green flag is in the air. When it drops, green flag, race on, and already it's Venus VK who nearly goes into the wall, but we're under green flag. Will Power leads the way towards turn number 1. Joseph Newgarden is going to lose 3rd position to Scott McLaughlin as well, who went round the high line. Pato O'Ward looks down the inside. Colton Herter is under pressure as well. Devlin DiFrancesco trying to have a go at Pato O'Ward. It's a clean start, but I think Matthew, it all came back from Venus VK nearly going in the wall.
It was a very slow start by Power, but he's to the line first to lead lap 1. Pato O'Ward just made a pass around the outside, so I kind of expected he would be among the first people to venture up to the top side of the banking. He did there. He made a pass in turn 4.
And Rossi trying to pass Malukas coming out of turn 2 as well. Now Devlin DiFrancesco is going side by side with Alex Palou on the high line. Palou's got the low line. Here we are side by side. Devlin DiFrancesco does get through at the high line coming out of turn 4. What a start, Josh, as well. And Dixon's dropping down the order. It's all changed already.
Yeah, and look at Felix Rosenquist up to 13th already.
Oh, you can't write it. That's amazing. He started 26th. He's jumped up to 13th. Half the field done already. Side by side goes the 14 of Carl Kirkwood with the 28 of Romain Grosjean. Grosjean using the outside line, trying to take as well the 15 of Ray Hall. Kirkwood gets the cutback coming out of 4. And a lovely switch back down towards turn 1. Grosjean racing with the Napa livery here this weekend. And already we're seeing the side by side, Matthew, that we fear in IndyCar, because usually that means we're going to get pack racing.
Yeah, but again, this track, it's so narrow, especially at the start. I love how they're going up, especially in turns 3 and 4 early. That's promising for the rest of this race. And a second groove is forming in turns 3 and 4. Here's Grosjean in turn 1 trying to make a move, and it looks like he's done it on the bottom.
Nice move from Romain Grosjean as well. Moves him up the field as well, in just ahead of Graham Rahal as the timing screens try desperately to update themselves. There we are. He's into 18th position. Rahal down to 19th. This is on board with Felix Rosenquist now in 13th, chasing down Colton Herter, and the car looking a little bit wiggly in that air as well. Everyone on the primary tyre as is per normal, but Rosenquist had a problem, Matthew, in qualifying. He just dropped it under acceleration with the 2 punctures at the back. Is it going to be in the back of his mind he could have it again?
It could be, but he's off to just a flying start. As you mentioned, he's picked off already half the field, so he's feeling very confident. Might have gotten a little lucky on a couple of those spots, but he's put the hammer down, and he is feeling confident early, already up to 13th. Like you said, now trying to run down Colton Herta. My goodness, he passed a half dozen or so on the front stretch alone off the start.
I think, Josh, he was nowhere, wasn't he? Just opening up the waves as well and just slipping through. What a restart. Great spot there as well. Can he do more of that then, do you think, Josh, if we have a caution and another restart?
I think he can, and it looked like Felix Rosenquist was like, bye, have a great time.
We were talking about animations, weren't we, beforehand? As here he is, the number 7 McLaren as well. A man who's very much racing for his IndyCar career at McLaren, with so many drivers linked to that seat for next season. We've got Pato O'Ward, Colton Herta, Danny Ricciardo as well. Felix Rosenquist himself thrown in the mix as well. It's just such a mess. Rosenquist looks like he could be going to Formula E, though, and I think that would be a shame, Matthew, if he does so, because he's shown himself, especially since Toronto, what a great driver he is.
Yeah, he really is. He has a win in this series at Road America from a year or so back. He had great runs in that Ganassi car. Actually got quite a bit unlucky in some of those races in the Ganassi car. He could have won even more than he did. It would be a shame to see him leave, but up front, Will Power has nearly a second now on Marcus Ericsson, 2 seconds back to Scott McLaughlin, so a clean start for everyone, aside from kind of a jumbled up start at the front, but a clean start for all the championship contenders, and Power away with the lead. Now can he stretch it out? Can Ericsson run him down?
And annoyingly as well, there's dark clouds coming in from turn number 4 as well. It's not even the night rolling in, that is dark clouds. Interesting enough though, Matthew, look, the lights have come on around here. I know we're going to a night race, but they've already switched the lights on before the green flag. Usually they do that if a caution comes out later on in the evening. So, bizarre there.
Yeah, they put the lights on and, well, sorry.
So I think there was a bit of lag there, mate. Over to you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, they put the lights on. I guess just planning ahead, so they don't have to do it later. But yeah, planning ahead, good on them. And watching Rosenquist here, I don't know why the NBC cameras are still on him, but I like watching his line. He is staying at the bottom. He's a bottom feeder, not venturing up. Like I said earlier, I had a feeling the first guy that would test the top somewhere would have been Pato O'Ward, and he was right up there on lap 1. I would imagine he would be the guy we see get up there more than anyone here in the first 50, 75 laps or so. He made up a few places. He's up to 5th. Now O'Ward falls in line. Now everybody just logging some laps here. It's a long race. Like we said, 260 laps.
Will Power leads this race. Marcus Ericsson 2nd, Scott McLaughlin 3rd, Joseph Newgarden 4th, Pato O'Ward goes into 5th position as well. And there's still an awful long way to go in this race. We've been running for 6 minutes now. We've done 14 laps, coming up on 15 now. So Megan is already going to be starting her calculations as she's watching this race outside the commentary box, because it's too late for her to be in the com box with MotoGP tomorrow. I don't have a choice. So I'm sure she'll send me a text message to how long this race will run for. But right now, we have got Will Power leading by 0.7 of a second to Marcus Ericsson. Now 0.8 of a second, 0.853. The computer predicting as well. McLaughlin running in 3rd, just getting a bit casual out there. And staying in 3rd gear a lot. Having to brake into turn 1 is such a weird thing to see on an oval as well. I really don't like it. It's not the spirit of an oval race as well, is it, Matthew? Do we brake at any other ovals? I'm asking the Oracle, in case you know.
I don't know if they get on the brakes at Iowa. They definitely have to lift out of the throttle a little bit at Iowa, but I don't think they hit the brakes. But again, this is kind of an egg-shaped oval, and the narrower end of the egg is turns 1 and 2. So you will see them apply quite a bit of brakes on the entry to turn 1. You shouldn't see it. If a car is handling right, You shouldn't see anyone on the brakes in turns 3 and 4. Actually, we're watching on our screen here on our monitor. Alex Palou, are they going to show us when he gets into 3? Nah, I didn't see any brake, but I'm not sure if they stayed with it on telemetry. But you should be able to go through 3 and 4 without any brake, but not in 1 and 2. You're going to have to apply the brake, especially early with the sun still up. The track is hot. The track is also green. We had a big rain shower, what was it, about 3 hours ago now. So the track is not only hot, but it's also green. So everyone just being a little careful right now. And again, the last couple of races here last year, and I guess you have to go back to 2019, not the doubleheader in 2020, but the race here last year in the 2019 race was bonkers around here. So I think everyone wants to just settle in, log some laps, and not get too crazy here at the very start.
Yeah, that day Newgarden started first, finished in 7th position in that crazy race as well. I think I remember commentating on that one actually in 2019 as they head back along the field as well. The doubleheader in 2020 honestly was very long, and that was the same weekend as the Belgian Grand Prix, I think, or somewhere around there, and that was a very long weekend as well. As they come back through, Josh, how's the strategy looking then as well on this one? Are you thinking any pit stops anytime soon as well? They can go usually around about 12 minutes on ovals, can't they, before they drain the tanks? Tanks?
I don't think any pit stops in the next couple of laps. Just have a look at the very, very back of the field. Jimmy Johnson, all the way down in 26th and last. But as you said, it's his second time only running this track. First time in IndyCar. So every single lap is one more lap under experience. So let's see how he progresses throughout the race.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson dropping so far back already in this race as well. Started 21st, been passed by absolutely everybody out there. And I think the driver tracker is just loading in as I'm trying to work out where he is on the field. I'm looking, there's the 33, and that would be Ed Carpenter coming through. So I think, there's the 48. So Will Power is half a corner away from lapping Jimmy Johnson. And here he is now on board in the Carvana. Matthew, this is going to be really disappointing for him, isn't it? He came in here with such high hopes on an oval circuit, and he's now running last, about to be lapped.
Yeah, this would be disappointing, but you mentioned Powers closing in. This is what happens at places like Iowa and Gateway, and back when we used to run at Phoenix. The leader is going to get into the tail end of the field and start lapping cars very quickly. So how does Power pick his way through the tail end of the field will be important to see if Ericsson, McLaughlin, and Newgarden can make some ground on him. But yeah, this is very disappointing for Johnson. He's made a couple of starts here back in the old NASCAR Busch Series, but we're going way, way back, 2000 and 2001, his 2 starts here in that series.
There we go. I knew the Oracle knew that. So I always throw it to Matthew as well, who is the fountain of knowledge of motorsport as well. And we've covered many a long delay this season, like the 2 qualifying days for Indy as well, where we were on here for 5 hours and saw, what was it, an hour of track? It was a lot different. Let's hear from Newgarden down in pit road.
4-time winner at Iowa, including this year. So, one of the championship contenders, let's hear his radio communication, how the car is so far.
We're waiting on the right rear there. Just keep adjusting.
It feels that way. I'm not sure why. Real understeer to start on like this bar up front, but feels like it's going to go loose.
Feels like it's going to go loose, so keep an eye on that as we get just shy of halfway through this first stint. That was Tim Cindric, you see, communicating with Joseph Newgarden.
So that then, Matthew, is not great news if already they're saying that they're going a little bit loose. It's feeling a little bit too much out there as well. Do you reckon we could see stints shortened here today, just to try and keep up with the lack of grip out there since that rainstorm?
Would definitely think the first stint will be shorter than maybe we would have expected coming in. But again, that rain shower about 3 or 4 hours ago washed off all the rubber that's been set down. And again, it's still very hot. Even with the rain that moved through earlier, it's hot. So yeah, I would expect this stint to be pretty shorter than we may have expected at the start. That's not overly surprising. I mean, if it gets wrecking loose, that would be a big problem, but I don't know if I'm overly shocked about a lot of complaints here early, because this is basically a brand new racetrack now after that big rain shower, and it was what Ken Squire would call back in the day a frog washer of a rain shower. I mean, it washed everything off the track. It was pelting down.
And then, 10 minutes later, bright sunshine as well.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't write it here as well. It is, what did that tweet you sent me, it was typical weather for this area in St. Louis as well?
Yeah. Typical weather in the Midwest in the summer.
And it's a beautiful evening at the moment as well. It's cool at the moment, and that means that the weather is going to blow in, isn't it? Although America's always generally quite hot as well, and in the Midwest as well. I suppose their version of cool is my version of absolutely baking hot in the summer. So we'll take a look. Although, what was it? We had 41 degrees Celsius, which is like 90 Fahrenheit for you lot over there as well. So that's a long way off that as well as we come back through. We've lost the driver tracker at the moment, so we'll get that back operational soon. I've lost it as well, actually, so I think it must be an issue with the UK version of the app. I don't know if you've got it, Matthew. As we see Venus VK. And this, Matthew, was VK at the start of the race. What we mentioned, he got a little bit loose and nearly did he touch the back of Jimmy Johnson, I wonder? Let's take a look. No, he just had to get out of the way.
I think all of this started with power up front. He brought him down very slowly. Conor Daly, I think, had to jump out of the throttle a couple of rows ahead, and then everyone just had to react. Thankfully, we didn't. We've had a crash at the start here not too long ago. I believe it might have been one of those doubleheader races in 2020. So thankfully, everyone kept it straight. Hairy moment for VK, but he keeps on going, thankfully. By the way, for those here stateside listening on USRN, 87 degrees Fahrenheit as we speak, feels like 91. So yes, it is extremely hot. That's basically what it was at Iowa a few weeks ago.
And Iowa tested all the drivers to the limits inside the cockpit as well with the aero screen. We saw how much it was getting as they came back through. SHT says, hi mate, F1 will be back in the coming Friday. We're all looking forward to it, F1 being back, and we'll be on USON for that as well. Who's covering that race in Belgium? Is it you, Matthew, or is it me?
Good question. I think it might be you. It was supposed to be Matt and I at the start, but then Matt had a get-together planned with some family and friends in April that got called off because of COVID, now has been rescheduled for next weekend. So I think it might just be you guys.
Oh, okay. That'll be fun.
That was a very convoluted answer to your question, I know.
I presume then you'll take Zandvoort the week after, or Monza, one of those two, as they come through. I mean, you're welcome.
One of those, yeah.
You're welcome. You're welcome to them. You're welcome to them as well. As SHC also asks, how many laps have been completed so far in this race? We've done 34 laps. We're on lap 35 now, as Josh is coming back, and we'll get to tell him as well. Hello, Josh. Going to immediately send you to work. The driver tracker stopped working. So off you go to work. My tech friend behind the scenes as well, who very much is being Ted Kravitz today in the comms box. Now, we've got a graphic up on NBC just a second ago about this pit strategy as well. And that was saying that the first strategy would be pitting between lap 56 and 64, then laps 126 to 134, and between pit stops, of course, then lap 196 or lap 199 to come in to the finish. And a two strategy would be a 4-stop race. So we've got a 3-stopper or 4-stopper. So we'll keep that on as we go. Hopefully it's going to be an interesting one. I'll send that to Josh actually as well, so that he has that access when he gets back. As there is definitely Francesca and Matthew, who's actually had quite a decent start. Top rookie so far. Did so on the starting grid, now running in P8.
Yeah, this is a pretty solid run for him around this oval. Obviously, oval experience for him, not a lot of it. But running in the top 10 here, this is a very good start. I've been watching on timing here alongside. Will Power has been close to Jimmy Johnson for quite a while, but he has not made a pass, and Marcus Ericsson is closing in. So, again, as I said earlier, on these short ovals, how quickly do you catch traffic? How can you maneuver yourself around traffic? Well, right now, Will Power has not been able to get around any of these back markers, and he's in the wake of Johnson, and who is that ahead of him? I think it's Ed Carpenter.
Yeah.
He's in the wake of these guys. He can't get by him, and here comes Ericsson, here comes McLaughlin, here comes Newgarden. Just a second and a half separates the top four, and we might have a battle for sixth on our hands coming out of turn 2. That's Scott Dixon being chased by former Gateway winner Takuma Sato.
And this is getting very tasty now as well as they come down towards turn 3 and 4. Power, I think, must be thinking, let's just see how long I can stay behind Johnson without having to get into the lap traffic so he gets a cleaner pit stop. Side by side further back, that's Will Power. Whoa! Johnson's going to go on the high line and almost makes contact with Power, Matthew. That was a very late lunge from Power to make the choice.
Yeah, and again, he sees everybody in his rearview mirror getting closer, so he feels like he has to make that move. But again, it turns 1 and 2. It's the flatter corner, and it's the more narrower set of corners. It's very difficult to make a pass there, especially as late as he dove down. Very fortunate Power, the championship leader, to not get involved in an accident. Now McLaughlin's going to slide through past Johnson here in turn 1, much easier than Power did. Ericsson's really cut into that gap because of it. Now here is Newgarden on the back stretch trying to get around Johnson. He should be able to before turn 3, and he does.
Yeah, so Johnson's beginning to fall like a stone as well, and he's struggling with grip as well. This is what happens at an oval. You get past, and cars come down in front of you. They take off your wash and your aero speed as well, and you just lose time. It's literally like you've just been grabbed from behind, and everyone else is running past you, and you've got a hand holding onto you, and you're just desperately trying to go forward as this massive weight pulls you back. So he's going to start getting lapped quite quickly. Power is on the back already of Ed Carpenter. I think he's actually already lapped Ed Carpenter. I'm trying to check. No, he's still ahead. Look, 33 just ahead of the 12. But Marcus Ericsson is really close to Will Power now as well. Tensions begin to rise. Here's Jack Harvey in 15th position. He's chasing down Conor Daly as well. And I'll tell you one thing, Matthew, as well. I know we've complained about it before, but NBC showing us the weirdest camera angles during the race as well. Why are we not looking at 15s when the battle for the lead is so much more entertaining?
That's I wish we knew. I just wanted to add something else to what I was just speaking about with Power and some of these guys, Power running behind some of those lap cars. I know this is only a 1.25 mile track, and when NASCAR runs here, you would never hear anything like this. But in IndyCar at these speeds, you do. Even at this short track, you can get an effect of a draft behind cars, a tow behind cars on these straightaways. So maybe the plan there was for Power to stick behind these back markers as long as he can to conserve some fuel. Maybe that's Ericsson's plan as well. And Power's trying to go around the outside of Carpenter in turn 2. This is very gutsy.
That's very close as well, and he's done it. Great move on the inside line, on the outside line, so I should say. And now is Marcus Ericsson going to try and go with him? And nearly contact. Again, that's a replay I'm watching. Ha ha.
That's a replay there, Murray, as Martin would say.
I've done it again. I've done it again as I try and get that sorted. There we go. Done it again as I come back through. But Will Power starting to move up the order now as well, and Marcus Ericsson's driving with him. And now, can you tell the two cars apart? Because Marcus Ericsson, he's swapped colours. He's now more red than white, when usually he's more white than he is red.
Yeah, and he also has black in there, so that's perfect when going up against the red and black 12 of Will Power. But now Power's gotten through Johnson and Carpenter, and now I think he's got a good amount of space between himself and the next car that he would put a lap on. And just as I say that, he's starting to stretch his legs again a little bit on Ericsson. It had gotten down to 0.6 of a second. It's back up to nearly a full second. So Power rid of that traffic, rid of Johnson and Carpenter, and now he can set sail again. I believe we just had Jack Harvey come to pit road from 15th.
Is that you, Josh? You got news? Yeah.
Yeah, first pit stop of the day. The Hy-Vee of Jack Harvey. Here we are, lap 48 of 260.
What's happened here? That's a very slow stop. Fuel was done, and there was the tyre on the front was just like, okay, just take your time. That was very bad. 12.1 seconds. Oh, Paddock Radio.
Newgarden and these guys around here starting to partially lift. See what kind of fuel number you can get us without losing any time to these guys. Obviously, we want to keep their pace, but just experiment with your lift points.
There's O'Ward blistering through on the inside of Ed Carpenter, wasn't it, there, Matthew?
Golly, and the closing rate was incredible. I thought he was going to slam right into the back of Carpenter. Sorry. I had a moment there, but goodness gracious. The closing rate is extreme. I don't know what's wrong with Ed Carpenter, who is an oval specialist. He only runs the ovals because he's so good on them, and he nearly won here a couple of years ago. That car is extremely off the pace. By the way, I do have the comment section up on YouTube. Seth Eves is with us.
Hi, Seth.
He was beside himself excited when he heard that we were doing this race. He went back and watched the Nashville broadcast on YouTube, and I think he got a real kick out of Megan.
Oh, yes. Well, Megan would have been with us if it wasn't the fact it was 11 o'clock, and she's had a very long day, not doing any work, but we've had family round, and she had to get up at extremely early, so she's joining us for the MotoGP tomorrow. But yeah, Megan will be back in next time out, and that is Will Power getting past at Carpenter, Mark Sexton going through it as well, as we cut back to it. But who doesn't get a kick out of Megan? She's hilarious. In fact... For those of you on YouTube, I can show you, Megan and me always have a go at each other inside the house. There's a little water pistol. And if I want Megan to do something, I just aim the water pistol at her. But recently, I acquired myself a very large water pistol in the form of like one of those proper ones. So now, every time Megan's in the comm box, she's asked for this to be in so that she can pretend to shoot me with water. But it's actually full, so that could be interesting.
Oh, that could be interesting.
I get electrocuted on lap 12. As down to the pit lane comes Ed Carpenter, looking very, very slow. So maybe he has got an issue, as you said, Matthew. And Josh as well. First pit stops coming in as well throughout. Now, surely, we're going to start getting a bit more complicated strategies. And I know this is where you get the analysis tabs up and start doing your best work as well. Who do you reckon now is going to have the best shot at this race?
Too early to tell. Maybe easier to tell after the first pit stops. But yeah, it's first pit stop time. It's my time to shine.
Yeah. Calculations come out. Everything gets ready to go. Yeah, well, I know Seth's watching now as well, as you say, and that Nashville broadcast was absolutely fantastic. So hopefully we're giving another evening's entertainment.
10 times.
Yeah, 10 cautions and pitting 10 times. Where's that little thing? Is it still here? I'm just looking on the desk of mess up here in the comms box. Part of the back has broken off near exhaust. That's not it. What's this? When are you ready for tea? No. I'm trying to look for the post-it note that Megan had. And we've got so many post-it notes. It's somewhere. Here it is. Why do you stop pitting 10 times, she's put. So, yeah, she got very annoyed that day as they came through. We need to tidy up this comm box. There's post-it notes everywhere from when we talk to each other as they come through. Conor Daly into the pits. Graham Rahal pits. Venus VK in the pits as well, Matthew. This is a very interesting strategy call, but I don't think these guys are really in contention for the race. They're too far back and nearly a lap down.
They could be played into contention for the race with this strategy, because you mentioned when NBC threw up the graphic about the strategy earlier, 3-stop or 4-stop. If you're one of the leaders, especially the championship contenders, I think you would go for the 3-stop. The less time on pit road and less opportunity to have already made a pit stop, and then a caution comes out and you get caught up. But if you're these guys like Rahal, Daly, Rossi, VK, that's not really in the running for the win, go off strategy a bit, short pit a little bit, as we like to say in oval racing. Get off strategy a bit, see what happens, see if you could get played back into the race on strategy. Who is that on pit road? Is that Dixon? I thought it was. Yes, it is. So Dixon, the first of the championship contenders to hit pit road here on lap 58.
As he comes in as well, VK looks like he's having a problem as well. But what's going on down there, Josh, for Scott Dixon?
Yeah, quick stop on the front tyres and...
Breezes. Nice from Dixon.
Yeah, very nice stop, and that was a 6.9 and 25 to 1 a.m. So hopefully Simple isn't watching VK.
Whoa, Ilot nearly spun it in the pit lane. Got a big kick of oversteer. And
last moment.
What's happened to the back there? What is happening down the pit road? Everyone's getting confused. There's so many wheel spins coming through as that's Sato having a problem with his wheel spin as well. It's all getting a bit messy out there. They can't control it. But into the pit lane comes the race leader, Will Power. Changes over his 4 tyres. Again, a lot of fuel going in. New aero strip being taken off. And away. Smooth stop from Power. Comes out just behind. I think Lundgaard. Newgarden's in as well. 4 new tyres, a lot of fuel, and away. Just about misses the clip. And there is Marcus Ericsson. So green flag pit stops, Matthew, starting to start and get effective.
And a great stop for Ericsson and the Ganassi team, 6 9/10 seconds. Now, Ericsson pitted a lap later than Power and Newgarden, so let's see when they come back around, do a couple of out laps, where they blend in. Power had about a second, a little bit more than a second on Ericsson when the pit stop started. So let's see who's gotten the advantage here with Ericsson staying out a lap longer.
And there's Power going round the outside at turn number 1. So Will Power retains the lead of the Bommarito 500. And as you heard Josh talking about as well, Venus VK is in big trouble. The download cable's gone into the car, and he looks to be out of the race with a tech problem. Romain Grosjean is the net leader of this race right now, but he comes to the pit lane, which will put Power leading. McLaughlin second as finally Rosenquist pits. That's a long stop for fuel, Matthew. That was a longer stop, 7.5 seconds.
And up front, by the way, McLaughlin has jumped Ericsson, O'Ward has jumped Newgarden. So you're going to have McLaughlin second once Grosjean pits. And actually, McLaughlin is closing in on Will Power as well. So McLaughlin and the 3 team have had a great stop. So now Grosjean pits from the lead. So now it'll be Power, McLaughlin, then Ericsson, then O'Ward. So Ericsson and Newgarden, the losers on that pit stop cycle.
The gap was about 0.3 of a second as Marcus Ericsson's going to get past. Round the outside, Pato O'Ward is passing them like they're standing still, Matthew. Brilliant move.
Oh my gosh, Ericsson nearly lost it as O'Ward went to his outside, and O'Ward has passed him. He's passed the lap car of Dalton Kellett, and Pato O'Ward doing Pato O'Ward kind of things right there. What a great overtake on the outside at the top of turn 2. Ericsson's going to have to catch his breath.
And Josh, I think, looking at that as well, McLaughlin's lost time. I think he's got something. He's now 1.2 seconds down. So I think McLaughlin's lost that time at some point on the circuit. With the traffic he's got on the driver tracker, can McLaughlin catch back up to Power? Then they've got Carpenter in between them.
Anything's a possibility in IndyCar. Anything is a possibility. We could have the big one any single lap.
Oh,
and something could happen.
Saying that, is that water on Rossi's camera lens?
Possibly. I'm just getting all of the analysis up, and
and
here is Rahal and Rosenquist.
Yep. So that's 15th position changed, and this is Ilott coming out the pit lane. Oh, no, we've changed that. Okay, NBC clear, don't want to see it. There's the lockup for Ilott in the pit lane, and he touched the cable. So that's going to be a stop-go penalty. I'm sure Josh will keep an eye out, but that usually is slam dunk, isn't it, Matthew?
Yeah, normally is. I think you're banging on there, and that's such a shame for Callum Ilott. Yeah, he's in now.
Yeah, so there we go. Stop-go for Callum Ilott then. Day goes from bad to worse for the 77 in the squad right now. Will Power leads the way, but he's only 7/10 behind because Scotty Mack is coming for him now as well. Can the New Zealander do anything to come back through? Should have had victory in Texas. Got it taken away by Joseph Newgarden in one of the closest finishes in IndyCar history. So close. I think, what was it, less than a 10th of a second? That was something ridiculous, wasn't it? 0.8, I think. 0.08, I mean. It was a ridiculous time. As I'm being informed in my ears that VK is officially retired from the race. So get your marker of doom out, people. Because we've officially got one out. What a shame. What a shame.
Massive sigh of relief in the commentary box for me.
Have you finally got your chair sorted?
No. For weeks, well, for 1 week, I have been missing. I have lost my Apple Watch.
Oh, you found it?
It is right here, right on the floor. Am I blind or what?
Yes, I think you must be, considering that. Well done, you found it. At least you didn't run over it with your wheel. That would have been embarrassing.
I mean, it was my mum's old one, so I was quite sad, but it's here now.
You've got it. You found it. Maybe you should have thought about using the pinger thing. Find my watch app.
It was out of battery.
Oh, that's unfortunate, as it comes through. 71 laps down. 190 to go. Is that all? 32 minutes of racing. We've done 70 laps. Not so bad. And we've run caution-free, Matthew, as well, which is annoying me slightly because I wanted to give you a restart.
Gosh. Well, I don't think it's annoying for the drivers. I think there was a lot of apprehension about the start of this race. It has been wild, the start of this gateway race the past few years. They all wanted to get through the start cleanly. They have. And tell you what, Scott McLaughlin has really hit it now. He's closing in on Power off of this pit stop sequence. Power, by the way, the points as they run, Power would move up to 32 points clear of the pack. He started at, 8, I believe it was, and it would now be 32. So yes, Will Power, I think he's just fine with how things are going.
Yeah, he's happy. They've got to get it to lap 130, and then the race can be declared official, because if it goes any longer, the race, if it goes shorter than that and the race gets stopped and can't be restarted, we have to come back another day to finish it. And if it goes past 1:30, the race becomes official. I'm correct there, aren't I? That's halfway.
That is correct, yes.
I'm not going insane. That's great to hear. It's been a long weekend already covering MotoGP, and then tomorrow's going to be even worse covering the Moto 3, Moto 2, then the MotoGP Live, and then actually afterwards, I think I get to relax and actually watch NASCAR. In fact, what time is the NASCAR on? Well, I don't even know if it's here or not. Go on.
We will be hitting the airwaves on USRN at 2:30. The race will start a little after 3 at historic Watkins Glen. Always love going to Watkins Glen. All the new road courses that we've gotten on the NASCAR side with Circuit of the Americas, the Charlotte Roval, the road course at Indianapolis, Road America, which is sadly off the calendar for next year. All the new road courses that we've gotten, Watkins Glen is still my favorite. It's a historic piece of racetrack. I can't wait to go there and have the call with Matt White and Seth Eves tomorrow. It'll be super, super exciting.
You watch, I'll drop in. I'll just drop in at some point as well.
And by the way, I can tell you, because I'm not seeing it on our monitor, but I am seeing it on mine, Scott McLaughlin's pit crew had actually McLaughlin himself, his in-lap was a second faster than Marcus Ericsson's in-lap. Time in the box was 0.2 better for McLaughlin. Outlap was slightly faster for Ericsson, but overall in the pit sequence, Scott McLaughlin was 1 second faster than Marcus Ericsson. That's why he got around Ericsson. Of course, Ericsson has since slipped to fourth past O'Ward. So that's why McLaughlin gained so much time, mostly because of his in-lap being so much faster than that of Marcus's.
Fantastic as well to hear that. No, we didn't see that on there. I think Sky have got like the basic feed of NBC to keep it throughout, which annoys me sometimes because it means we never get to see the commentary box, and I love the commentary box. Oh, let's hear from Venus VK officially out.
is out of the car. What happened, Renus? Well, like really at the beginning of the race, did a few laps, and then the whole dash froze electronically, so I couldn't see the shifts, I couldn't hear the tones, so I was really doing it on feeling. Couldn't see the adjustments on the weight checker, so yeah, and the pit limiter did not work, so I came into pit lane and I had no clue how fast I was going, so we tried to do a power cycle to fix it, but the car wouldn't go into neutral either, so trying some stuff to hopefully finish the race and get some laps in, and hopefully get a few points, but no, this is a bummer. It's, you know, electronics, nobody can do anything about it, you know. This team has been reliable, like the reliability of this team has been amazing, so nothing they can do about it. Hopefully it's fixed soon.
Real quick, I'm going to show you the start of the race again. Tell us what you had to avoid. It looked like you slapped the inside wall.
Yeah, so I'm seeing it from the outside now, but I heard green, so I thought I want to pass guys in front of me because I had a bit of a run, but I had to like get out of there, and I got a big wheel spin. So luckily, well, I touched the wall, but nothing damaged. So tried to get a few positions there, but I had to get out of it. But you know, it doesn't matter at the end anyway.
Thanks, Renus.
Venus VK is out of the race then, officially. He's going to try and get back in, though, to get a couple of laps and a couple of points on the board. And Matthew, the problem with the IndyCar point system where you can literally be 26th and still get points?
I can see why some people, especially guys like yourself over in Europe, you don't finish, you don't get points. I can see why some would say that, but there's also something to be said about getting points for a last place finish, but it being just so much fewer than the top 5 finishers. I know the NASCAR point system used to be 180 points to win, 34 points to finish last. So that's why consistency meant so much in the NASCAR world, because you could go out and you could win 5, 6, 7 races a year, but if you finished in the bottom 5, bottom 10 the same amount of times, you wouldn't be in the running for the championship. That's why they went to the current system with the playoffs, which some people hate, some people love, because they don't want wins to just mean nothing if they're canceled out by bad finishes. But here in the IndyCar world, we still have consistency matters a little bit more than winning, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If you can, like, Will Power and Scott Dixon, top 2 in the championship to start this race. Those guys have only combined for 3 wins this year. Dixon's won twice, Powers won once, but they've been the most consistent, and here they are at the top. That's why Colton Herta has not been in the championship fight the last 2 years. He can go out and win everywhere, but for whatever reason, he just doesn't have the consistency about him, whether that's him, the car, the team, whatever. And I think now, and I hate to turn this into a show about an opinion show, but I think if you are an all-around motorsports fan, especially the big 3, if you will, if you're a NASCAR fan, you're an IndyCar fan, and you're a Formula One fan, I think this is the perfect time to enjoy 3 totally different championship systems. You have Formula One, where winning is incentivized, 25, possibly 26 points for a win, and if you finish outside the top 10, no points at all. You have IndyCar, where consistency is what you very much need, and then you have the NASCAR side, where points still are important, but the most important thing is winning. So I know we live in a world where everybody complains about everything on Twitter, but if you could be an all-around motorsports fan, especially of that big 3, I think you would really enjoy having 3 totally different ways of deciding the champion. I think it's quite unique and quite fun.
Perfectly said. That's why I always enjoy your company, Matthew. Always do. Such a great opinion and such a fair reasoning as well. Josh, I saw you did have your hand up as well. What do you have for us?
Yeah, well, I was just watching on the TV pictures. Scott McLaughlin's top camera on top of the row bar and aero screen got bird pooped live on TV. And does that mean that Megan is not in the commentary box? Scott McLaughlin's got bird poo, which means good luck. Does that mean Scott McLaughlin could get a win today?
I really hope so. And if he does win, then Megan is definitely a curse to commentators everywhere.
Megan is never commentating on an IndyCar race again.
Well, actually, I don't think so as well, as Matthew's going to step out of the box for just a second. I know that. So we'll see in a second, Matthew. And Josh is going to stay with us up here in the comms box. So as they come back through. Oh, look, 2 of Josh as he comes back through. So Matthew's going to come back in a second as they come through. But I think Megan is actually back later on in the season. I think the last race of the year. So let's hope Scotty Mac's not in a contention there. As Helio Cat, no, that's Marcus Ericsson getting passed by Joseph Newgarden for 4th position. High line through turn 1. That looked quite good there, Josh. Oh, and here goes Paolo Award on the inside for 2nd place against McLaughlin on the inside line. That's going to be tightened to 3. And I tell you what, he just shut it down there, didn't he? But Award's going to go high, and he's trying to oversteer, and he's nearly the wall, Josh. My goodness me. And he gets passed by Newgarden.
Yeah, and I was looking at the replays of the start. Venus VK did hit the inside wall just before the green flag dropped. But let's go back to lap 92 of 260, which we are currently on in this battle, and even Marcus Ericsson's coming in to join in. Battle for third.
This is getting exciting now as well. Matthew, come on, get back in as soon as you can, because this is going to get very entertaining as they come back down the back straight away as well, pulling on the power. Power leads. McLaughlin second, Newgarden third, Award is fourth, and Marcus Ericsson goes in fifth. Radio.
More, just FYI.
It's Penske 1, 2, 3, and it's a Chevrolet 1, 2, 3, 4. The lead Honda is Marcus Ericsson in fifth position as well, with Sato just behind him. So this race, once again, turning into a completely unpredictable show, and I can't wait. This is just turning into just perfection, absolute perfection, with coming up with 167 laps to go. Just quickly, SHT says, what are your predictions, bold predictions, for the remaining 9 races of the F1 season? My prediction is that Ferrari and Red Bull are not going to be as competitive as they were in the first half due to the floor change, and Mercedes will win a lot more races in the second half of the season. What's yours, Josh?
My very, very bold is Ferrari are not going to be looking like clowns and actually have a good strategy. Wink, wink.
That very much is a bold prediction, because I don't think it will happen. Billy, SHT also says Kimi's NASCAR Sprint debut. Yeah, that's tomorrow as well. Billy
Can't
T
wait.
says winning isn't everything, it's the only thing. Damn right. I'm very competitive. And Adam as well, hi Adam, says, I'm an all-round motorsports fan. Absolutely. I think we all try and be, don't we, as well here on the channel. But I'm mainly cover F1, but I try and cover everything else with just as much passion, because I love it. Go on.
Also, Josh, thoughts on MotoGP sprint races? That is the Cyrus XM or Simon Pagenaud coming into the pit lane.
Is it?
Yes.
6-0. It's Cash Neves. It's the other one.
Neves.
06, not 6-0. Yeah, it's Cash Neves. Damn flipped screens. NBC doing his all there. My thoughts on the sprint race of MotoGP while the race is just in a little bit of a lull. I hate the idea of the MotoGP sprint, because that means that next year on Saturdays I've got to do a live race of MotoGP at some point that might directly clash with an F1 qualifying. Probably will directly clash with F1 qualifying. So I hate it. I think it's a stupid idea, and I probably won't be able to do it live. So already I'm a bit angry. So I don't think it's a good idea. I really don't. But hey-ho, maybe they'll actually put it on at a decent time, just after or before F1 quali. Ideally, they've got a perfect gap to put it on straight after F1 quali, but before the F2 race. If they have a gentleman's agreement, they can get it all done. Still, are you ready? Because guess what? 99 problems, not wrong one for willpower, as we are about to start lap 100 coming up shortly as well in this race. And lap 100 on the board, 160 laps to go. Let's go through side by side first of all, because this was Pato O'Ward, as we saw Josh having a lot of moments in that setting sun and nearly putting it in the wall.
Yeah, that was very, very close as Ed Carpenter rolls down the pit lane, and Venus VK is moving on the driver's record, but
what's happening here?
That's Conor Daly.
Yeah, Daly's struggling out there. He's dropping massively as he had a moment coming out of turn 4. So we've stayed green. And is it Romain Grosjean? They've both got the same livery this weekend. It's hard to tell. No, I'm convinced that's Daly. Now we're looking at Grosjean, but I think Daly had the problem and Grosjean's in trouble with it as well. So we've cut to
Ed Carpenter coming out of the pit lane, and here is a replay. It does look like Romain Grosjean on the exit of turn 4, getting very, very high, millimeters, centimeters away from the outside wall, and that messes his front straight up.
And here comes Pato
O'Ward and Newgarden.
Breezes through for third position. O'Ward goes through, takes it up as well, and hopefully Matthew rejoins us shortly here for the rest of the broadcast. He says he's just going to step out for a moment to try and fix the connection. Go on.
Yeah, Jack Harvey into the pit road, lap 103. And 27 laps until we get to the halfway stay home. Should we go again, or should we not go again?
Well, something's happened here, because all of a sudden the field has bunched right back up together again. It must be to do with the fact that we've got lap traffic in the way, and it's getting really close now. Hello to SHT, who says, good to see your faces again. Please watch Kimmy tomorrow. Watkins Glen is a great track, and the race will be fantastic. Cheers. Oh, we will be watching. We're going to be... I know I'm watching it, and I know that USON have the commentary for it as Matthew returns. USON on the Mixler app has the... And Josh, put the link in, actually, as well, because, oh, right, Fossil, that's where you need to be to listen to Matthew, Seth, and Matt tomorrow evening as well, and hopefully I can drop in for a little bit. I would like to call something.
Not USRN2, right? Yeah.
Which one is it, Matthew?
Oh, yes, USRN, yes.
Main USRN, main
Or
USRN.
it would be.
Now, did you see, Matthew, the crazy Romain Grosjean almost in the wall, and the award versus Newgarden for third position?
Yes, I've tried to move myself around back to where I was for Nashville, because after I moved myself around in Nashville, the connection was pretty good. But yes, did have to step away to try to fix that, but wow. All you have to do is get out of the groove the tiniest bit here, and you could be in trouble. And I tell you what, the guy that I'm watching is Pato O'Ward.
Yeah.
This guy is amazing to watch anywhere, but on these ovals, he turns into a different kind of animal. And we got the top four separated by, what, a second and a half. This is going to get good. And oh, by the way, all four are championship contenders, so they have to pick their battles here very intelligently, very carefully.
Oh, this is just giving us the race of the season vibes, isn't it? We've still got a lot more can happen. We've been racing for 48 minutes. We're approaching half distance. It's sunshine at the moment, but we know we've got rain clouds just around the horizon. And we don't even have to worry about that. What we've got to worry about is lightning within 8 miles as well. If there's any lightning in that 8-mile area, we down tools, red flag comes out, and there is actually, just as we were talking about it, there's the 8-mile radius in the big yellow ring, and there is a little bit of water and lightning coming in that area. That's 60 miles away, I'm being told, at the moment, Midwest. So it's inside the red zone, if I'm right, is the 8-mile radius. I'm no good with geography. I did history. And Harvey passes Dalton Kellogg. Go on, Matthew.
Yeah, I was just going to say, again, halfway is 130. We're on, what, 109?
Yep.
So that's going to come pretty quickly. What, 21 laps away? These laps are clicking off at about 25 seconds a lap. So we're going to get to halfway pretty quickly. So I don't think we have to worry about that. But obviously, we do want to go full distance. You never want to have to cut a race short. But I think we're going to be good to get to halfway, at the very least.
I just can't wait until IndyCar decide to throw in sprint races, and we have the Indy 250 on the Saturday and then the Indy 500 on the Sunday as well. Just gets worse and worse.
I get a feeling, Josh. I don't know what makes me say this. I get a feeling you don't like sprints.
Well, no, I hate them. I hate them.
What about the?
They're too much. Go on.
What about the eBay sprint race for British Superbikes, where at Thruxton last weekend, 0.003 of a second separated first and second?
That was a good race, but I don't know. The idea, F1. Yeah, go on.
Sprint works in British Superbikes. It works. They have built around it, but Formula One has just thrown it in, and so has MotoGP. As that is Christian Lundgaard, one of the rookies coming into pit road.
And I think this is for I hope it's a scheduled stop. But on lap 112, he's going to change all 4 tyres anyway and put some more fuel in. So he knows something we don't. Maybe planning ahead. It's not time for pit stops just yet. Under green flag. We've done.
I just want to.
Go on, Matthew.
Sorry about that. I just want to ask you two, obviously living in Europe, and if it's any different, if you get a different kind of feeling, because over here stateside, particularly with NASCAR, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, if that, I feel like overall in racing, the love affair with qualifying and how we set the field. People don't like it anymore. Just a few years ago in NASCAR, everyone wanted to get rid of qualifying, have group qualifying. That was a disaster. So then they just wanted to do qualifying races, sprint races. And it's like, no, there is something about setting the field with a 1 or 2 lap qualifying run.
Yeah.
I don't know why we've fallen out of love of qualifying as a society.
Yeah.
I love qualifying. I love doing qualifying shows. Broadcasting qualifying is a different animal, a different beast. And it gives, when you do single car qualifying specifically, like they do in NASCAR and IndyCar on the ovals, it gives teams a chance to show off the sponsors, show off the cars. I just don't know why we've fallen out of love of qualifying and why we have to set fields anymore with qualifying races or sprints or whatever.
I know exactly what you mean. It's because qualifying, I love them. And yesterday I had so much fun commentating on the IndyCar qualifying. So much fun. And it was over in an hour. It had single car quali, and it reminded me a lot of when F1 did single car qualies in the early 2000s, and I really enjoyed them. I really enjoyed them. And I'm kind of missing them. I thought, if we want to change the format for qualifyings, do them single laps. You get one shot to do a best lap time. That, I think, is the pinnacle qualifying format. There's nothing wrong with the current F1 format, though, because that's very exciting and very dramatic. But to me, the best one was the single lap qualies. But if you want to do a qualifying just basic, I think touring cars work well. Stick them out on the unlimited laps for half an hour, stick them out on the track. Who's ever fastest at the end starts on pole. As Pagenaud pits 9.1 seconds, smokes at the tyres, puts a lot of fuel in as well, and has a good stop. But yeah, I think just keep oh, and hang on a minute, I'm going to interrupt myself because Dixon's been passed on the inside line by Palou. So Palou's got through, Dixon's gone down to 7th position, and he's now losing time as well. Sato's unlapped himself as well, actually, in this little mess, as we're seeing. But to go back to what I was talking about, yeah, I think qualifying is mightily important, and I'm annoyed that they keep on trying to change the systems with it, because we need it. We need it, as Ray Hall puts.
And I guess my kind of last thought, and I'd like to get Josh Plays in on this, get your thoughts on it too, but I think my last thought on this would be, we now have a qualifying race for the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Why do you need a qualifying race for a 24-hour race? And I think it just speaks to, again, we're thinking, we're in search of an answer when there hasn't been a question posed. We're in search for a solution when there's not a problem. Just qualify. Just qualify. That's all we need, as Scott Dixon pits. But, sorry, didn't mean to take us down on a tangent, but I think we've fallen out of love as a society with qualifying, and I think it's a shame.
Josh, you've got the sprints for Superbikes you talk about, as Dixon has a 7.7 second stop, a lot of smoke getting pulled up, but it was a good one. You watch British Superbikes a lot more. You understand this sprint format they're coming in as a qualifying. What's your opinion on it? Do you miss qualifyings, or do you like the sprints more?
Depends what series we're talking about. If it's like British Superbikes, they've worked really well around it. They've got a good system. But F1, IndyCar, NASCAR 24-hour races, it just does not work.
Yeah.
Let's just say we take normal F1 qualifying. You've got Q1, Q2, Q3, 20 in Q1, 15 in Q2, 10 in Q3. Let's say it's a wet qualifying. Q1, one of the big names, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, spins out and crashes. Then they start 15th to 20th, and that brings the excitement to the Grand Prix on Sunday.
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more, because on the NASCAR side of, Rossi has a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, Rossi on pit road, he's very slow.
Kevin Lee's going to use...
Car's not running for Rossi.
Car's not running. Car is not running at all. So it's gone into anti-stall. They're putting the fuel in. They're going to try and refire it, but can he get going? Has he run out of fuel? That's something I've just been told in my ear. Has he actually lost it? They're going to refire the car. And he's going to... No, he stalled it again. As soon as he lets go. This looks like a more permanent problem. Maybe the alternators failed on that IndyCar. I don't know why I called it an IndyCar. It's a car. But Power's pitting and McLaughlin, the top two in for the Penskes. So this is going to get very entertaining. They can't restart Rossi. This is horrible news. I can't believe it.
It basically lines up with his luck lately, too. I mean, he got the win at Indianapolis with all this bad luck, and then he got penalized afterwards. So this kind of fits with Rossi's luck. But like you said, the top two are in, and they are basically in nose to tail. So which Penske team will have the better pit stop? Penske has always been known for great pit stops. Here's Power coming to a stop. McLaughlin's a little bit further down towards turn one. Let's see which team has the better pit stop.
It's up to the mechanics now to do a really super stop. Power gets out ahead, but McLaughlin's got an opportunity to get out ahead. If the mechanics can do a super stop, but it was just so close off pit lane. They maintain that gap of less than 0.3 of a second. That was insanity. Great pit work from the pair of them.
And now it's all about getting the tires up to temps. Remember, no tire blankets, no tire warmers in IndyCar. So who can get the tires up to temps the quickest, especially around this oval racetrack that does not have many grooves? You've got Newgarden now on pit road. Palou is in. O'Ward is in. So a lot of the leaders, a lot of the championship contenders are in. But NBC, they really need to get a camera on McLaughlin and Power to see who gets the tires up to temps the quickest. All you have to do is step out of the groove half a foot, and you could be in real trouble around here. So let's see what happens.
Desperately trying to work out where Power is as well. Newgarden comes back out. O'Ward was the leader, but Rosenquist is going to drop down the order. Ericsson pits as well. On board with McLaughlin now. Ahead is Will Power. So I believe they don't have the lead of the race. I think they've actually lost out somehow. We'll wait for the timing screens to rejig themselves. Rosenquist is being told as the leader, but he's coming into the pits. It's all going a bit crazy now again with our second bout of green flag pit stops in this race, kicking it all off as well. And Josh, I know you had your hand up. Do you have something to say?
Yeah, it's a bit. I was just saying, Scott McLaughlin very, very nearly went whacked into the back of Will Power going into pit entry. Scott McLaughlin was using the pit, was flirting with the pit lane speed limit as much as he could. And Will Power was down to the pit lane speed limit as much as he could, as we see on board battles. And that is and here is Alexander Rossi.
Dylan's in the pits. Got to throw down.
The car did run out of fuel, and they still haven't been able to get it fired yet. So I think what they were trying to do was get the car completely turned off to power cycle it and get everything started back up. But because it shut off while it was running, they're struggling to just get everything reset to even get the car refired. So that's why they're sitting on pit road here, and it's obviously gone from bad to worse for Rossi.
So Rossi's car did run out of fuel. That's absolutely heartbreaking. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, lap 130. Half distance at this race has been completed as Power now starts to cycle again, as that was one of the Meyershank races getting through, and now that's Newgarden getting in the mix as well, trying to pass and lap Jimmy Johnson, and they touch wheels, my goodness me. Heart Attack City has Johnson and Newgarden nearly go flying into the barrier down at turn 3. There's it, Matthew.
Golly day, and Newgarden, the reason he's being so forceful here is he's right on the back of Ericsson, who's caught behind Ed Carpenter. That's the second time we've nearly had a championship contender run into Jimmy Johnson. Ericsson slides by Carpenter in turn 1. Newgarden follows as well. This is 5th and 6th on the road, but it'll be 4th and 5th once Takuma Sato pits. Sato leads because he hasn't pitted yet, but goodness gracious, it is. It's the second time that a leader and championship contender has nearly hip-checked Jimmy Johnson. Earlier, it was Will Power.
And into the pit lane comes Roman Grosjean as well from 14th position. He sets out as well. Brand new set of black primaries. It was a good stop, actually, from that. Didn't see the time. Maybe Josh did when he gets back in, because I know his camera's not on, but he might be on. I don't know he's in here, so it must be. Rejoins the track 28th. Well, that's number 28 as he comes back in. Don't know where he rejoins, though. Timing screen's not showing us. And that's Dixon causing problems in there as well, getting all bunched up. We've run caution-free. I can't believe it. Half the race done.
I can't either.
Rain's coming in 10 minutes. Rain coming 10 minutes away. So this could get interesting. We could go into a red flag procedure. So I'm trying to listen to NBC in my ear, and rain is 10 minutes away as at the inside, that's Dalton Kelly getting passed by the 10 on the inside as well of, name escapes me, Alex Palou. This is unbelievable.
There are a lot of these championship contenders who are taking dramatic moves to try to get around lapped cars. I've been very surprised to see so many championship contenders make such bold moves, especially in the first half of this race. Here's another one that's a Ward in turn 1. Ward puts McLaughlin up out of the groove. McLaughlin's going very slowly. Ward has moved up into second. Well, what will be second when Sato pits. Now McLaughlin swerving down the back straightaway to try to get any debris off his tires. I tell you what, Pato O'Ward, talk about a guy take no prisoners. What a move to get around McLaughlin, and McLaughlin's lost so much time because of it.
You said it earlier on in the broadcast, Matthew, as well. The fact that O'Ward takes no prisoners at these tracks. He's absolutely flying out there at the moment as well. Lap 136, rain is 10 minutes away as well, so we could be going into a red flag procedure as well, and just keep our fingers crossed that IndyCar don't lose the track, because then we're going to be hanging around for ages. So these guys now not only racing to try and get back into position, they're racing possibly for the final race result. Josh is back with us. Josh, we're in a very interesting situation at the moment. You've got so much going on in your ears right now. It must be more than Ted has in his.
Yes, and I can still hear RAF typhoons and stuff. From,
yeah, you've been having all day.
On. Well, they're not outside, but it feels like I can still hear them. 7.8 seconds was that Grosjean stop, as that is Pato O'Ward lapping Devlin Di Francesco. O'Ward up the inside and breezes past. So 7.8 second stop for Romain Grosjean.
Devlin's dropped down into 13th position as well. I saw Matthew was maybe wanting to say something there, if you wanted to jump in there.
No, you're all good. I was just actually checking the comments on YouTube. There's a bunch of comments now about food. People are talking about all the food they're eating. Don't do that. You're making me hungry.
Yeah, we can't eat. What is all the coming in? Josh has put in go bowling at the Glen. That's a fantastic sponsorship name as well, as it comes through. Bal GP says, why do IndyCars have the solid bar running down the middle of the windshield? Because it's actually the halo. On the inside of the aero screen is the halo device, and the windscreen is just added protection. And IndyCar moved to the combination of halo windscreen, whereas F1 just went halo as well. So that's the difference. Say again, Josh?
Does that mean instead of the aero screen, it could be the halo screen?
I think, what is the official name of it, Matthew? Is it windscreen or halo screen?
It is the aero screen. Yeah,
Aero.
It's the official. Right. And they've only been running it. They started it in 2020, I believe it was. Yeah. So, I mean, this would be only the third year of it. But the first year of it, we seen a terrible crash at Iowa, airborne crash for Colton Herta. The halo, aero screen, whatever. Thank God for it.
Yes.
We desperately need it in Formula One and needed it in Formula One and IndyCar. So glad we have it.
Oh, and that was O'Ward going through on the inside of McLaughlin. That was the onboard, Matthew, that we were talking about. That just proper sent McLaughlin up towards the wall, and it took him so long to get the grip back up as well. Surely the windscreen is strong enough to not need the bar in the way. Well, actually, the drivers don't actually see the bar. Their eyes sort of shift between it, but the aero screen is strong enough. It's just there because the FIA mandate the halo has to be fitted to all cars. So this is an FIA sort of sport. It's still officiated, but it's not officiated by them, but it's the cars are designed and homologated by the FIA, so the fire suits. So all single-seaters have to have the halo, but IndyCar wanted the added protection of the aero screen, ergo a combination of the two. As well. Upright Foster says, I will put some of my signature burgers on the grill and maple smoke them. That's fantastic. And Seth's watching in, having a grilled chicken with a baked potato, hush puppies, and Texas toast. What's Texas toast? I've never heard of that one.
Oh boy. It's basically bread with butter and garlic toasted. That's what it is. It's very good. It's very good.
Caution! Full course cautions come out. So what? Who's hit the wall? That's who's hit the wall. Jack Harvey touching the wall, breaking the rear suspension and getting a puncher coming out of turn 4. He brings out the first caution of the night as they come across the line, and that was a simple run up the hill, Matthew, into the wall.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if he's hit it or if they've just thrown it. No, I think he has hit it, hasn't
Yeah.
he? I'm not. Yeah. It looks like he's definitely hit it, and I think maybe a toe link is broken.
Oh.
He hasn't hit it hard. He is still rolling. It's not. Well, let me stop short of saying it's not terminal, because maybe it is, and I just don't know it. But I am absolutely flabbergasted it's taken us this long to hit a yellow. We only have, what is that? I'm no math major, but that's 115 laps to go. But oh my gracious, rain is coming, folks. That's an enormous rain shower just off in the distance by the looks of it.
And lightning is 10 miles away. If it gets in that 8, we go red. So that's not that far away that we could be seeing a stoppage to this race, and the red flag will come out for both. This accident will touch the wall for the 45 of Jack Harvey, but it could come out for this rain. Josh, I know you're always over the weather forecast. Are you seeing anything at all on your mega screens in the comms box? And so we just...
I am.
Okay.
Here's a replay. Let's go to this first.
Yeah, he just touched the wall, didn't he, Matthew?
I mean, he did such a great job from keeping it from being a harder impact than he was. He's only just scraped the wall, but again, only just a scrape in these things, it could break a lot. Suspension, toe link, whatever. But again, like I said earlier, all you have to do is step out of the groove by half a foot here in these Indy cars, and you'll sail up to the wall. He did a great job keeping that from being a really bad crash, but I do think this is going to be... I'm not sure if it's going to be terminal damage, but it's definitely going to be enough damage to keep him out of contention, which is a shame. He was having a pretty darn good run.
He was right up there as well, and there is a broken toe link, as you were saying, but I think they're going to try and replace it as well. It has bent in, and of course, this isn't 1994 Michael Schumacher, Damon Hill, which a broken toe link put him out of the race and ergo the championship. You can now replace separate toe links, i.e. Max Verstappen, Hungary 2019, putting it into or maybe 2020. Pits are open though as the work goes on, so we're not stopping the race just yet, which is great news. Let's hope we get a restart, but we don't want a 2011 situation on our hands where we restart and everyone starts spinning. Danica Patrick caused that crash at a racetrack I can't remember, but I'm sure Matthew Owens does.
That was in Loudon, New Hampshire. As a matter of fact, a track very similar to this, a flat oval, 1 mile in New Hampshire. But yeah, that was that was a day. You had Tony Kanaan crashing into porter potties, and you had Will Power double birding the officials. Oh yeah.
Could do it again, actually, because if the race stops, Sato's leading. So Power could be doing it again. If the red flag does come out and we can't complete the race, the rules do need to go back to the last complete lap, but McLaughlin's in, so's Newgarden, Kevin Lee's in the pit lane.
So McLaughlin is the only one of those, and there's Newgarden following him. So you're right, they are splitting. So the leader of the race, Will Power, stays out. Meanwhile, Joseph Newgarden is in, and further down pit road, it's Scott McLaughlin in the Odyssey battery colors, the red and white. He releases quickly. He easily will beat Joseph Newgarden off pit lane this time.
Great stop there as we take a quick look to the YouTube chat while we're under this yellow, where we got through as well. Thanks for the comprehensive reply. No worries at all about GP. As well, Seth has replied saying it's a giant loaf of bread toasted. It sounds delicious. As well, and now I really want garlic bread because I only had chicken, rice, and chicken. Into the pits comes Sato, race leader, goes back to Power.
There's discussion that it all got lost in the shuffle, and he missed coming in last time down. So thankfully, only 11 cars on the lead lap right now, so he won't fall all the way down the leaderboard. But they wanted him in a lap ago, and we're hoping that the weather was going to come sooner than it did, and unfortunately didn't for the 51.
And so many cars in, Matthew, as well. Sada, Kashneves, Pagano, Rossi, Lundgaard, and Kellett coming in. Shouldn't lose too many positions, but I think you were going to reply to what I was saying.
Yeah, I was just going to say... Well, there's another lag. That's great.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that with McLaughlin and Newgarden pitting... Those guys must think that if the rain comes, it's not going to stay long. Because if the forecast was telling them that when it rains, it's going to stay, they would have never have stopped. So, and now Sato was probably forced to pitting because he was almost out of fuel, I'm sure. But with McLaughlin and Newgarden pitting, my guess would be that the information they're getting is if it rains, it won't be here long and we would restart. Because if they didn't think it would restart, they would have never stopped and given up those positions and points. But to the point that I believe it was Dylan Welch just making, there are only a handful of cars on the lead lap, so they didn't give up many positions in the end.
Josh, news?
Lightning 20 miles away.
Ah, good. So it's blown away 10 miles. So it's 20 miles away now. Let's hope it doesn't change back winds quickly and we get it in. So Lightning 20 miles away. If it's within 8 miles, the race is automatically red flagged and the grandstand's evacuated. That's the rule in IndyCar. As well, the track is blocked down at turn 1 as we've got 2 jet dryers and 2 AMR safety crews. Whoa! Oh, don't like that. Car's going right on the inside line. Don't like that at all. Race control be doing their nut right now, Matthew. That's not nice.
Yeah, seen that too much at Nashville a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, we did, didn't we? Blimey. Coming off the bridge as well, wasn't it? Yeah. As they come back through.
As much fuel as you can right here. Also, make sure you know where all your adjustments are.
That's Will Power being told. Will Power just being told we'll keep you updated on this weather forecast because I think it is moving quite quickly, and they might begin to start feeling the tail effects of it as well. So this could all get interesting with 109 laps to go. We've been on for an hour and 13. We've done 152. A long way to go here at the St. Louis 500. As it comes through, wind's blowing, fans are in, they're all looking.
Oh, that wind is picking up.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And that would point to me, the way the flags are going, that it would be blowing out towards the St. Louis area. So, this is going to be... We're going to be sweating this out, I think, on weather.
This is tight. Yeah, this is going to be fun, isn't it? And let's say NBC, they've got some news.
It was in the sun, but the temperature still 84 degrees outside as the skies darken.
So the championship contenders kind of split strategies on that stop. This is how the points would shake out if it finished as they run right now. The top 3 did not pit, but Newgarden did, McLaughlin did.
Oh, yeah. Those 2 pitted as well. We heard the tail end of that conversation that Townsend Bell was saying as well, which says that it's still quite warm outside as well. So if the rain does hit, it might burn away just as quick as, wow, cars dive in. Rahal, Malukas, Johnson, Carpenter, Ilott, Harvey, Kevin Lee's in the pits.
Who was last on the lead lap. He wasn't going to lose anything other than now being in a much better position as far as fuel is concerned. We see several others that are going to make a stop here. So we've got 3 different strategies involved in this race.
We spent 1 hour and 8 minutes under green flag conditions. We've spent a total of 8 minutes already under caution. That's how long we've been spending as the cars leave the pit lane. I think Rahal ahead of Herter, Carpenter in there as well coming through. And that is not raindrops, I'm delighted to tell you. That is just the usual raindrops we see from the camera when they get the clear out. But, guys, that rain is... Look at the dark clouds at turn 4. We were talking about them at the start of the race. They've blown in massively, and it's not the night sky. This is rain cloud coming in as well. And Josh is looking at that screen. It's so hard to try and work out the forecast as well. Let's just have a quick look at the chat. Upright Foster says, F1 drama is of no interest to me. There have been at least 10 great races since the break, and this is the lightning map that Josh has been talking to us about.
Pato, Ericsson, Dixie, and Palu. We're going to run as hard as we can now to try to extend our window because we think it's going to rain in approximately 60 laps.
And that's 3 laps ago, so 57 laps time. So that is around about with 50 to go, guys. And there's the forecast you're seeing on the screen that Josh is showing us. And that weather forecast is coming in, isn't it, Josh?
And there it is on the NBC. It's 18 to 21 miles away on my screen.
Now, judging 60 laps, they're running 25 seconds per lap time, which is 2.5 laps. What is it? That's 2.5 laps per minute. 50 laps. judging that. That's 25 minutes away. As we're coming back to green, and I'm going to hand over to Matthew Owens to call this the restart, as is his honour, because I called the start, you get to call the restart.
Well, it's going to be a very crucial restart here because championship contenders are together. Pato O'Ward is right underneath the rear wing of Will Power, the leader for this restart. You got some lapped cars in there as well amongst the leaders. They've waved it off.
That's a shame.
And yeah, I wonder if that is for they haven't cleared the track or if it started to rain.
Out. That's why, probably.
Jack Harvey's come back out on the track. Okay, thanks, Josh. So they want them bunched up and they want Harvey back in position before we get to the restart as well. And Power and O'Ward's going to be close. Go on, Josh. Oh, was that you, Matthew, actually?
Yes, sorry. I just wanted to point out Rosenquist and DiFrancesco are 3rd and 4th in line off the lead lap. So you've got those two separating the top two from the rest of the pack. So let's see, looks like you've also got Grosjean in the middle of it, a lap down, so it's a bit of a jumbled up order here as far as where they fall in line, but it looks like we might be going green this time. And again, O'Ward is packed right up to the gearbox of Will Power, trying to stay with him. What kind of bold move are we going to see from O'Ward this time? Green flag is out. Power scissoring across the track. O'Ward staying in his tire tracks. No move for O'Ward in turn 1, but they're 4 wide further back. That's McLaughlin on fresh tires, getting by the lap car of Kyle Kirkwood. And for the lead, O'Ward's done it! Round the outside of Power, Pato O'Ward to the leading gateway. What a move! The magical Mexican has done it again!
And Rosenquist is making his way through the field as well. The two McLarens have had an absolute demon restart, and O'Ward does lead a lap. As further behind as well, it's getting more drama as Scott Dixon makes contact already. Coming up the inside as well, that was Sato, Rahal, Herta, Malukas, all throwing it in together, and all just trying to make it through. Kyle Kirkwood getting passed by Conor Daly on the inside line as well. They're all getting a bit too tight. Dixon's trying to get through. 3 wide as it comes through turn 3. This is a great restart indeed. Come on!
Takuma Sato was nearly into the pit entrance. He got blocked down there by Kirkwood. Power has been eaten up by McLaughlin on fresh tires. They're racing like it's the end of the race because it might just be. There's 101 laps left on the scoreboard, but any lap from here on out could be the last lap. That's why everyone's so desperate, and that's why O'Ward had to make that move on Power. He went for it, and he got it, and Newgarden around the outside of Palou in turn 3 makes up the 5th position. What an overtake by Newgarden.
Penske starting to find their feet as well. They were never good on the initial starts as well. That's why McLaughlin and Newgarden dropped pace early on. Now they're getting back into the swing of it, but the McLarens are trying to make through. Rosenquist, who is, I believe, still a lap down, trying to unlap himself as well. Trying to look where he's actually on the monitor. He's only 12th position. Got caught out by that caution as well. Didn't get the free pass, and this was how he did it. In towards turn 1, Josh. It was a great move.
Really, really was. Right round the outside. Very, very clean. No contact at all. And is that one of the cars there going low and
Can't tell you who it is.
Slow?
Yeah,
that would be Scott McLaughlin, maybe?
Matt, is it Scott McLaughlin going slow? He's dropping down a lot of places if it is him. It is him!
Yeah, is that... Yeah, it is. He's gotten caught in behind Romain Grosjean. Newgarden just passed all of them, and now Newgarden's going to go after Ericsson in turn 1 with DiFrancesco in the way. That's a roadblock, DiFrancesco's car. Ericsson caught in the wake. Newgarden's going to get around both of them. I'm telling you, Newgarden and McLaughlin on the fresh tires are making ground. Here's McLaughlin on the apron on the back straightaway trying to get around the Indy 500 winner.
I honestly had to turn away from the commentary box there. I was convinced it was going to be a massive accident, but here we go. Look, Rosenquist's going to have to defend if he wants O'Ward to get the win. Newgarden's going to breeze through this lap traffic. Now he's going to set after Will Power. We've got 1, 2, 3 running right together, and Power is so slow coming out of turn number 2, and he's so slow down the back straightaway. Joseph Newgarden's got the pace, pulls to the inside, and breezes past Power like he was standing still. What a move! And now it's the race lead that's going to change again. Coming down the start-finish straight, O'Ward versus Newgarden. This is the battle we wanted to see. Newgarden goes high and takes him into turn 1. Fabulous move from Joseph Newgarden as McLaughlin goes right round the outside and gets ahead of Marcus Ericsson.
The guys on the fresh tires, Newgarden and McLaughlin, they're flying around here. They're setting unbelievable lap times. Newgarden has just sliced his way through this field like a hot knife through butter. McLaughlin's doing the same. Won't be long until McLaughlin gets by Power, but what a shift in this race and the championship that Newgarden has powered to the lead with possibly rain coming. McLaughlin's making desperate moves too. He got caught in behind DeFrancesco, McLaughlin did. That's what's cost him the time. He would be up there with Newgarden if that hadn't happened. He's still in behind DeFrancesco.
Josh, put your phone on charge. It's come up with low battery power, just to let you know. Get your phone on charge ASAP. And I should remember, it's 12:30 here in the UK, and I'm shouting like it's 1 p.m. My neighbours are not going to be happy with me. I do apologise. But this is just such a dramatic restart. We got completely swept away with it as well. Let's take another look. This is Newgarden passing O'Ward like he was standing still into turn 1, Matthew and Josh. That was a great move.
Well, and that's really smart from O'Ward to not fight him. O'Ward backed out and let him go, and that was very smart from O'Ward because Newgarden on these fresh tires was always going to pass him, so no reason to fight him and hold yourself up and lose even more time. Now, O'Ward, Power, Ericsson, and Palou, those guys have to hope that the rain stays away and we get through another pit stop cycle because now they are on 2 totally different strategies. They're on a different strategy from Newgarden and McLaughlin, and it's just a shame that McLaughlin's been caught up in the traffic the way he is, or he would be right there with Newgarden, and they'd be going wheel to wheel for the lead.
Newgarden's got 3.036 seconds already to O'Ward. That is a massive gap, nearly 4 seconds as they cross the line for the 169th time as well. Power's dropped back a lot, so Newgarden has just absolutely taken off. Brilliant to see this as well. We needed this right back in. The race was getting a little bit stagnant. Now this second start has really rejigged everything. They've got the threat of rain coming. Josh, how far away is that rain? I know you're keeping an eye on it a lot as well. Are we nearly there? Is it within 10 miles yet? We were 16 last time we said.
For what I'm seeing, there is a massive storm developing out at the Carlisle Reservoir, which is 45 miles away, and there's a small storm at southeast at Eureka, which is no joke. Which is around 20 miles away, and then down south Waterloo around 20 miles away. But I am keeping a very, very close eye on it, and I will keep you updated.
Thanks, Josh. This is going to get tasty then as well. Just saying as well, Alright Foster says, hey, Green Nation, will you be following Kimmy at the NASCAR tomorrow? Yep, Green Network will be keeping it through. They'll be going as well. And the wrap-up show coming up tomorrow, as well as Grosjean goes side by side with Devlin DeFrancesco as well, as they go back through on the inside line with a nice little move. Devlin goes through, and yep, wrap-up show with the Grid Network tomorrow, and you can catch it all on USON with Matthew here in the comms box as well, as Rosenquist gets past there as well, gets lapped actually further back by McLaughlin as he comes back into this race. Matthew, the race is on, and they're all racing Mother Nature.
They are, and racing each other. I mean, DeFrancesco nearly squeezed Grosjean into the wall last time through turn 2. That is for position. It's off the lead lap, but it is for 13th. Those two teammates, by the way. And DeFrancesco nearly squeezed him up and into the wall. I don't think Devlin has been the most popular driver in the paddock this season, in his rookie season. But that would have been another mark against him. But again, the fresh tires of Newgarden and McLaughlin, specifically Newgarden once he was able to get up in clean air, it's a 6-second lead. And it's exactly what Newgarden needed, because we were talking about what an oval master he is, and he is. But he really wasn't in the running for the win of this race, was it? It was going to come down the way it was going between Power and O'Ward, but this has shifted everything into Newgarden's corner. Now he needs the rain to come sooner rather than later, while O'Ward, Power, Ericsson, and Palou need it to stay dry so they can get on pit road, get on fresh tires, and try to come back at him.
Yeah, McLaughlin's taken power. McLaughlin has taken power for third position, so the two Penske's have switched over position as well. Are we going to do through the field? Yeah, we are, through the field.
And Newgarden, we didn't think that new tires would make that much of a difference, but he rocketed the front. He's never won 5 races in a season before. He's got a chance to get that done today. He'll need to make his last stop somewhere around lap 215 or so, Dylan.
Message to Pato Award at the start as he's under.
And Award gets passed by McLaughlin for second position down towards turn 1. I'll interrupt through the field for that. Great move.
And now he moves back to third, but Pato's on a different strategy from these two Penske cars. They're monitoring the other Penske car, Will Power, for their own fuel number to try and make sure that they can make it to the end of their stint, Kevin.
And how about that? Scott McLaughlin just moves around Pato Award to get to second. So the strategy to come in and take tires and fuel works for Scott McLaughlin. Penske is 1-2. They're just hoping the rain comes before they have to make that final stop around lap 225 or so. Not the case for Will Power. He's going to have to stop sooner. He didn't come in. He thought he might be on his way to win number 42, which would tie Michael Andretti for 4th all-time. But he's still, as points run, leading the championship, but it's down to 7 in the moment on Joseph Newgarden, Dylan.
Solid day going for Marcus Ericsson, but not solid enough. They're down to 4th as they run in the championship right now. Good thing is their car has been pretty solid all weekend. It felt like their race car was better than the car they qualified second with. It's been really predictable, really strong on the long runs and at the end of the stint. So they like these stints going a little bit further and going the full distance. Feel like that comes into the wheelhouse of their race car. Ericsson runs in the 5th spot right now, Kevin.
Alex Palou is in it to win it, but I think all things considered, if he finished where he's at right now, 6th, he would have taken that coming into the weekend. He had big concerns, just wanted to kind of survive to give him still a chance to defend his championship coming into the final 2 races. Remember, nobody's won back-to-back championships since one of his coaches with Chip Ganassi Racing, Dario Franchitti, and that was more than a decade ago, Dylan.
The other Ganassi car, Scott Dixon, runs in the 7th spot right now. Said before the start of this race that it's been a good progression as far as working on setups of their race car. They took a whole different approach, a whole different mindset to their race car this year, made adjustments on it a lot throughout the weekend. They've got it to okay right now. They've made adjustments on it about every stop. Gonna have to try to keep working on it for Dixon, Kevin.
David Malukas continues to impress. The youngster from Chicago, who is just 20 years old, is so relaxed. We caught him under green flag racing a little while ago, singing the song, if you're curious, You Spin Me Right Round Round. David Malukas is showing that he is a superstar in the making, Dylan.
And his teammate right behind him, his veteran teammate Takuma Sato, looked like he was in a good spot. He pitted a lap later than Newgarden and McLaughlin, who run 1-2, but he has not moved forward. Another car that has been battling the handling throughout the weekend. He's mired in traffic again, and it's kind of the same story. Felt like if they could get him clean air, it'd be better, but he's still running in the 9th spot right now.
And you see Takuma Sato there about to...
Sato staying in P9 then as well as he comes back through. Rahul's dropped down to 10th position. Josh, you've got some news to us about this weather lightning forecast. You've been doing some measurements while we've been doing through the field.
Yeah, it's around 34 to 30 miles away, which is, oh, that's the timing screen. Oh, there's everything. Behind the scenes in Why Am I Open, what is happening?
Oh, no idea. I'll get them fixed out and we'll come back up here into the comms box.
It is.
Go on then, Josh. Hang on, let me put you in full map book screen. For those of
hello,
you...
Hello. Let me measure this one. That's close. That's very close.
Yeah, it's getting close now, isn't it, to the circuit? So if it's within the 8 miles, we go red. And right now it's closing in quite dramatically. So we're in for something going on here, aren't we? That's for sure.
Yeah,
Rain's coming. Rain is coming in a few minutes. So we're going to go for it. This could get fun. That rain's blown in massively.
20 miles.
So that's around the 20-mile mark.
Yep, I am going to get this off so we can see everyone. Hello.
Hello, everyone. We're back. So, Matthew, this rain's going to come in quite quickly, and it's going to come in very, very much to end the race. So this is effectively now the battle for the red flag.
Yeah, it seems that way. And again, the question is how long can Newgarden and McLaughlin go since they stopped under the caution? And then how soon does O'Ward and Power and Ericsson come into pit? Because they're going to have to pit much sooner than the 2 and 3 cars because they didn't pit under that caution. So that'll be the big question, is when do those guys come in first? Where do they fall in line? And does Newgarden and McLaughlin then have to pit again before the rain comes? This is what we say so many times in the NASCAR world where we don't race at the rain anywhere other than the road courses. When you have a threat of rain, everything changes. The whole spectrum of the race changes completely, and it certainly has here. And that threat of rain that brought Newgarden and McLaughlin to pit road to put on the fresh tires has changed this thing completely.
I don't know who just dove into the pit lane, but somebody did, coming down in towards...
That was Carl Kirkwood.
So Carl Kirkwood comes in then. Already a few laps down as the Jimmy Johnson getting a lap now by Graham Rahal. As Rahal still P10. Johnson's going to try and sting it around the outside, though, and nearly puts him in the wall. In fact, did Johnson actually touch the wall there? I'm about 90% convinced he rubbed the wall coming out of turn 1. It seemed like he had a little bit of a moment as the daylight begins to fade and the track light starts to take the illumination. Don't know whether that's because the sun is setting or because that rain cloud's coming over. But we've got 71 laps to go. Rain was predicted to come in with about 50 laps to go. So whatever it is, 20 laps until the rain comes. I think IndyCar would call it straight away. And that is NBC's cameras picking up Carl Kirkwood leaving the pit lane. I thought they were going to show us the rain that is coming in from the circuit, but sadly not. As NBC are now breaking the States here on Sky F1. They're still there, as this is a replay of Kirkwood, and a lot of fire there. I'd never seen that before. Oh, proper big fire. And that is what happens when the fuel meets the exhaust, everybody, and that's why we spray. That's a wild one, isn't it, Matthew? You ever seen that before?
Yeah, it happened to Indy a couple of years ago. There goes Dixon away. So he was the first of the guys that didn't pit under this last caution, the first of that group to come in. By the way, just want to update you guys. The points, as they run, it would be Power by just 7 over Newgarden, 17 on Ericsson, 24 on Dixon. So, well, now 26. Dixon is falling down the order because he just stopped.
Yeah.
It would be about 25-ish points between the top 4 as it runs. Oh my gosh, heading to Portland and Laguna Seca. What a setup for the final 2 races on the West Coast.
Yeah, this racing championship is definitely going to go down to Laguna Seca as well in the middle of September as Palou pits. Marcus Ericsson is coming in, guys. Marcus Ericsson pits. So that changes the championship contention again. The rain hasn't come in time, and Ericsson has to pay the price, has to come in. That's a big shocker then. How long do you reckon they'll fuel him for? Whoever wants to answer that one first.
As long as they can.
Oh, brave. Matthew?
Sorry, I have to repeat that. Apologise.
Sorry, I said, how long do you reckon they'll fuel Marcus Ericsson for? Long or short with that rain coming?
Well, here's the issue now. Pitting with, 66 to go. If the rain never comes, and that's a big if, but if the rain never comes, the guys pitting now, can they make it to the checkered flag on fuel? I don't know if they can, but Newgarden and McLaughlin are each going to have to pit again, and when they do pit, which will be further down the line, they will be able to make it to the checkered flag if we get that far. So I think everything is coming up aces right now for Newgarden and McLaughlin as Will Power comes into the pits. By the way, just want to add, McLaughlin is catching Newgarden like crazy. It was 6 seconds about, 20 laps ago.
Yeah.
It's been cut in half. It's now 3 seconds.
So Newgarden's gone early. Now he's starting to regret it. Will Power changes over. Lot of fuel going in there as well, actually. They're taking their time. It's a 6.9 second stop, round about normal then. So he's fueled to the finish. Devlin DiFrancesco's 8.9 seconds. So unless there's a problem, he's fueled really long to the stop. Pagenaud moves up to 10th, a lap down. Cashton Neves goes 11th. But you're right, Newgarden versus McLaughlin as we enter what should be our last pit stop phase, which means that we might just see this race end under normal conditions without the rain interfering, but we know it's coming. As, what is this? Post-race monetary fine for car 29, Devlin DiFrancesco, equipment out of box. So that's a penalty that's been given. And O'Ward pits. O'Ward comes in. So the top 2 stay out, but O'Ward dives in. Matthew, is that the right call or is it too early?
No, I think that's absolutely what they had to do. They had to pit much sooner because they didn't pit under the last caution. So this is all going to schedule for guys like O'Ward and Dixon and Ericsson. But again, the question that nobody has an answer to is, when does the rain come, and when does it come in correlation to when Newgarden and McLaughlin have to pit? we just have to sit here and find out. We're not going to know until it happens. As the award, they held it a little bit longer for award to fuel it. It's going to be tight for some of these guys like Award, Dixon, and Erickson who just stopped. It's going to be tight on whether they can make it to the end, and I'm talking lap 260 or not.
Rosenquist in 2, I think. Rosenquist in 2. So he's dropped down again. Josh?
Yep, Ward into the pit lane as we just saw. That was a 7.6 second stop. And Rosenquist, the other Arrow McLaren, 7.7 second stop.
That's symmetry. Look at that rain cloud just blowing in. That's about to damp the circuit. Lap 200, 60 to go. We're 10 laps away from when the rain was predicted. That's around about 5 minutes. So we might all be in bed soon. I'll tell you what, that might be something. I know. Actually, Matthew, you've still got a couple of hours to go. What's your plans the rest of the day?
Well, getting ready for Watkins Glen tomorrow, along with Newcastle and Manchester City. That's what I get ready for when we get done.
It's going to be a good one.
Kevin, you can do with no fuel save at all. So I think ideally, unless they think it's going to rain immediately, you want to keep out. Either way, you want to stay out for a little bit and make sure you got no fuel save involved.
Ambient temperature has cooled some 7 degrees since this race started.
Ambient temperature cooling. That's what we like to hear. This is it then, everybody. It's going to start changing. And Josh, coming to you quickly as well, as Matthew resinks. That is Conor Daly out of the race. Daly's out of the race. He's stopped in the pit lane. Oh, no. And Grosjean pits. Go on, Josh, over to you.
There is thunder in St. Louis. I am just going to measure it, but that looks under 8 miles.
Down and refocus.
Yeah, Tim, I'm just trying to ask for help here. I can't ship. It feels like, honestly, something is broken.
That's Daly's car. They feel like something is broken. So Josh literally just went like that to me as well. There's the weather forecast. Let's get it over as well to the full screen as Romain Grosjean comes into the pit lane as well. If that race gets red flagged, though, it's going to be outside of it. So in St. Louis as well, it is starting to rain. Let's just take a look and hope it's going to be okay. Josh is doing the calculations for us. Grosjean changes over. Brand new primaries as well.
12 miles.
12 miles, that's close to the 8. That's only a couple more, 4 more. 7.2 seconds for Grosjean. We've got 6 laps left on that clock before it comes back out. We could be in for a red flag situation. Battle GP says is Pato Award Irish? No, he's Mexican, I think, as well. And, yeah, Matthew, that rain's coming in. Well, Josh just told us, lightning 12 miles away.
Yeah, and again, I know I sound like a broken record, and I do apologize for those listening, but will it rain before or after Newgarden and McLaughlin have to pit? Remember, they have to pit here a handful of... We don't know what the window might be, but they've got to pit here sometime soon.
Look how dark it is.
Yeah, it is dark. It is much darker. So will the rain come before or after they pit? What was that? Was McLaughlin pitting?
Yeah, McLaughlin pits. McLaughlin comes into the pit lane, so he's given up. Newgarden's going to stay out.
Here comes Scott McLaughlin.
Yeah,
but that means Newgarden has to be in sometime soon, because remember, they pitted under caution together on the same lap.
Oh.
So Newgarden can't go much further, and that...
Malukas.
Now the question is, how long can Malukas and Sato go, and Rahal and Herta? How much longer can they go? And could they steal this win away?
Malukas might just take a win, and they're all coming in. The race leader's in. Joseph Newgarden is coming down pit road. I think just ahead of him is Christian Lundgaard. McLaughlin gets a clean stop as well. Only short on fuel, 6.7 seconds. They're fueling him light. They think the rain's going to come. How long are they going to pit Newgarden? Malukas takes the lead. He's got a 1.2-second lead to Sato, as here is Newgarden coming in now. This is going to be a super stop, hasn't it, guys? This is going to be really quick as they dive in now. How much is that fuel going to be? Rahal goes through to third. It's 6.7, and just ahead of Lundgaard. Harvey pits as well. Wow, that was close, guys.
Here comes McLaughlin. Is that McLaughlin?
Yes, McLaughlin jumps on the full lap. Does he take the lead? He's going to get the lead. Is McLaughlin going to take the lead? He's done it. He's done it side by side. He's done it. McLaughlin leads. McLaughlin has the net lead. Wow. It's Texas all over again. If that...
Wow.
Oh, So
that is amazing. Oh my goodness gracious. Now, when does the rain come, guys? I remind you, David Malukas won both races at Gateway last year in Indy Lights. Could he stretch the fuel long enough until it rains and steal the win away? Wouldn't that be a story? Sato, Rahal, and Herta also in the mix to maybe steal it away here if they can stretch the fuel until it starts raining. But Chicago's David Malukas leads this race.
Josh is right, it's getting awfully dark out there as well, and he told us that it's 12 miles away. That's Sato being dealt with by McLaughlin into turn 1. Say again, Josh?
It's getting closer.
Oh, 12 miles. So, if it's close, Malukas and Sato pit. Malukas and Sato pit. They didn't have enough. Rahal takes the lead, I believe, unless the timing screens haven't updated. So now Malukas and Sato pit. This rain is changing the complexion of the championship. Never mind the race. As Malukas pits, Sato in behind him. Rahal, I think, stays out. Herta's fourth. So, yeah, Rahal takes the lead. Graham Rahal could be on for his first win in, I think, 3 years, maybe 4. Wow. No changes on tyres, I believe. Oh, and Rossi got held up by Malukas coming in. Sato got held up. What's the weather forecast, Josh? What's it like?
Nothing changed. That was the latest lightning strike, which was
It's spitting! It's spitting! It's spitting! I've just heard NBC have told us I think it's spitting out there. So...
But is that Rahal pitting?
Yes, it is! Rahal pits! Rahal! So he can't manage it either. McLaughlin takes the lead. So McLaughlin leads with Newgarden second. The gap 0.8 of a second between them. O'Ward goes to third, but it's starting to spit out there. So, well, this is just lunacy. I can't believe it. This race is just turning into a complete nightmare to try. I feel sorry for the strategists out there.
And Newgarden is closing on McLaughlin. It's only about 6 car lengths. We could have a real fight for the win, and McLaughlin's closing in on slower traffic as well. He's going to have to maneuver around. Who is that? That's Rossi. He's going to have to get by. And here comes Newgarden in turn 1. He's carved it from 5 car lengths down to 2.
And Rossi dives down low, down the back straightaway as well. Here comes Newgarden, like a fish, reeling in his prey, and in comes McLaughlin, down low. Newgarden, we know how much faster he is on quick tyres, and the caution's out for the rain. The caution is out for the rain. The race is over. It's lightning within 8 miles. It's the red flag to stop the race, and it's Scott McLaughlin surely with the race win with 46 laps to go. Wow. Caution out for the rain, lightning in 8 miles, and the red flag is out. Wow.
Unbelievable. Newgarden was closing. It brings you back to a 2007 NASCAR race at Pocono when it started to rain that Jeff Gordon won. When it started raining, when Ryan Newman was about to pass him, it's exactly what comes to mind for me with Newgarden. I mean, Newgarden was in striking distance. He was in striking position. Wow.
Josh, what you got for us?
Still no lightning in the area, so I believe it is just for the rain. So, depending if this rain passes and it's only some drizzle, which I don't think it will, I think we could get back on the way, but I think the rain will get heavier and there is a thunderstorm on the way.
Yeah,
Massive.
a lot of movement in the stands from the fans. They're all filing down somewhere to take cover, so that would tell me that it's probably raining harder. Woo!
I'm checking.
Mercy.
I am checking the tweets from the circuit, because I believe they are being told to evacuate. So I need to see Worldwide Technology Raceway on Twitter. Here it is. Have they put a media thing out? No, they haven't. I've switched on my notifications for all tweets, if we hear it. But the fans are leaving. We're under caution for the conditions. Rain's getting much heavier now. Look at the side window. It's raining really heavy now. So they will go to a red flag procedure, as we knew they would have to.
For this race that has...
Red flag! Race stopped! Red flag!
Yeah.
That's it! Day over! Red flag! So, the St. Louis 500, the Bommarito Automotive Group 500, has been red flagged and stopped due to the wet weather conditions. The cars have come down pit lane. We have 44 laps to go. Whether or not we see this 44 laps, I'm not entirely sure. But the red flag is out, and this was how close it got, Matthew. Newgarden was right there with him.
He was, and let me just break it down for you guys how McLaughlin overtook Newgarden on the pit stop cycle. The time in the pit lane, Newgarden had a slight edge, 76 one-thousandths of a second, so that's basically nothing. But the in and out laps is where it all made the difference. McLaughlin's in lap was 1 full second faster than Newgarden's. McLaughlin's out lap was a 1/10.5 faster. So in the pit stop cycle, McLaughlin made up 1.14 seconds.
Wow.
That's how he got by Newgarden to take the lead and perhaps the win. I want to remind everyone, it is 4 minutes to 7 o'clock local. So if they have lights, and if they really want, if they're confident in the radar, they can wait this out, because again, it's just 7 o'clock local, so they can wait this out if they want to, and if they feel confident in the radar. So we'll see. But, man, if you're Scott McLaughlin, you're probably feeling really, really good. And remember, take you back a couple of weeks ago, when we were on the air for Nashville, remember how close he came to passing Dixon on the line coming out of the final corner. Wow, wow, wow. This is why IndyCar is so amazing. You can never predict these IndyCar races. And by the way, points as they run, if it were to finish this way, it would be power by 17 on Newgarden, 18 on Dixon, 21 on Ericsson, and McLaughlin would move up to 5th, just 43 back. So it would be 43 points separating 1st to 5th.
Red flag is now official at 18:56:49 local time. So the red flag is now out. The race is stopped. As Matthew said, 43 laps to go to see if we go into this possible restart procedure. Not many people think we will. I don't know. I'm sort of in the mix. Personally, we've got an hour to wait either way, because it's an hour lightning window as well, which I think is now in effect thanks to that rain. Is the lightning anywhere near the circuit, Josh? I know you're looking on the maps.
Still 12 miles away, most recent.
Right, so we're not waiting for lightning then. So this is just the track conditions that's caused the red flag. That's good. And they've got the jet dryers out there. I don't know. The problem is, Matthew, as well, when it rains at night, it gets incredibly difficult to dry the track because, of course, we lose the sun.
Yeah, exactly. So this could go all manners of ways here. Listen, if it only comes shower, they will wait and try to restart this race. But if it comes a downpour, there's not much banking around this track. So with that being said, you wouldn't have, water rolling down, high banks or anything. So if it comes a big downpour, I think it would be tough to restart this race. We'll see.
Josh has some news for us as well. He's looking on the map as well as if we go full screen. Is that the weather forecast coming in as well? As now it looks like it is actually coming in massively now. And fans have been told to leave the grandstands due to lightning as well. So they've now been told to leave. And they're leaving pit lane as well. So, Matthew, it is now downpouring very heavily out there as well. Josh, what have you got for us as we go to Social Corner?
Yeah, this is the current weather radar, and look, it's downpouring it, and all of the evacuate, and there we are on the big screens. Weather advisory, inclement weather, shake, shelter, and just having a look at all of the Twitters. Let's have a look at the World Technology Raceway. Oh, there's the stream, but
there we are. Hello.
There's the that is Thunder, and lightning over there, and then you've got another storm.
It's right near the circuit, yeah.
Here, but,
oh, 2 seconds. We're going to go down pit road. Kevin Lee.
Lost the track, so even if it stopped right now,
we've lost the track.
A half hour or so before it's ready to go, and Team Penske's radar says we're going to get significant rain sometime soon. So can't say it's official yet, but it seems very likely that Scott McLaughlin is going to have won his first oval race in IndyCar. Going to be, talking to Joseph Newgarden, it was just the sequence of the last pit stop, and how much was he held up getting down to pit lane? Was that the difference in this race?
Good call there from Kevin Lee. If he got held up in the pit lane as well. But yeah, IndyCar now officially said they've lost the track. So we go into this procedure where it's at least going to take half an hour. Go on, Josh.
Look at that. There is lightning literally right above the circuit.
And there it is, just above us now. So it's real bad now, guys. So who wants to take the bet? Race over? I think race over. Matthew?
I would lean that way, yes.
Josh?
Yep, that was 5.54 miles, so in the 8 miles, and as you can see, all of the fans are being told to evacuate. All of the cars are being covered over with the suitable covers for thunder, and yeah, race over, I think.
We go into the same procedure we saw 2 weeks ago at Nashville when it started raining before the race even started. We had a 2-hour delay to proceedings, and then as well, we had a red flag in the last 5 minutes of the race, and we had to have a quick restart. 8 lightning miles. Yeah, there we go.
4.8 miles.
4.8 miles.
Under
wow.
5 miles. And look at that.
3 big bouts of it now flying up around the circuit area, yeah. Right in the centre of St. Louis, yeah.
That is... I thought that was lightning there, but it's just a replay. Yeah. That was...
a couple of miles away, less than
3 miles away.
Yeah, so we're going to be entering the eye of the storm shortly as well, and that's now within the circuit lightning as well. It's still light here, though, as well, as you hear Matthew talking about as well, that... it's still light. Sunset isn't for another... How long, guys, is it until sunset? About another 20 minutes or so? Yeah, around about another 20 minutes.
Let me see. I can find that out for you, actually, here. If it would cooperate. Sunset is 45 minutes away.
Right. So half an hour to get the track when it stops raining, and IndyCar have lost the track officially. So this is feeling a bit familiar.
By the way,
go on.
I would just like to add, and I'm not being paid by Roger Penske or IndyCar bids, but wow, I've turned the camera off. That's nice. I'm still a rookie at this. I'm still a rookie at doing this with you guys, but kudos to everyone at IndyCar for moving the start of this race forward, getting the fans in earlier so they could see basically the entire race. I know it looks like we might be about 43 laps short, but we've seen a big majority of this race. Good on IndyCar for thinking of the fans at the track and the fans watching here. Really good job by all of them. Moving the start time and getting it done. What is that? 83% of the race we've seen.
Yeah.
And I did not do that math in my head. If you knew me, I can't do that kind of math in my head. But we've seen over 80% of this race. Kudos to IndyCar.
And I know Josh has now just done this as well, so I've put my little camera on the top screen there as well, so we can all three of us be in the same
that
picture.
Was the closest lightning strike, as you can see in the bottom, was 2.4 miles. There's the track when it loaded. There's the track. There's the lightning strike. So I can literally
look at you guys. You guys are something else. You guys are the hardest working people in motorsports, I think. This is amazing. I'm looking on YouTube here just to see what everyone else is looking at. This is amazing. You acting like Elaney Pope at WXI, which you guys know nothing about, but it's a local station here in North Carolina. This is amazing. You got the radar pulled up. You got all I don't know how you guys do it. Lord have mercy.
I don't know how we do it, actually. It just sort of happens, doesn't it? That's pretty much how it goes at the moment. But
Hey, there's a rainbow.
Hey, has it stopped raining?
Hey.
No. You can clearly tell by the screens here as well. Well, we're under a red flag. And a long one at that as well, as we're all three of us on the screen at the moment, as Josh becomes weatherman out here as well to show us everything and get all the data.
Meteorologist Josh Plays at your service.
Tell you what, though, what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to change my... Well, we may as well stay on this screen for a while to keep an eye on everything, because we can easily switch between that and the battle computer. I'm going to take my headset off. I'm going to change it for earpieces, because wearing these headsets for 2 hours does get very, very annoying. As I'm sure you're aware, Matthew, as well, how headsets can be.
Gives me a headache after so long. Especially with this one. I've got this one in a lighter pair, but this pair will give me a headache after a certain amount of time. It's more pressure both on top and, oh boy, that's still raining quite a bit from that camera shot that we're getting on our monitor over in turn 2. Well, like I said, we saw about 83% of the scheduled distance of this race. I just give enormous credit to IndyCar for moving the start time up basically a full half hour, getting the fans through the gates earlier, and I give full credit to IndyCar for making this happen to where we just about seen a full race. And, you know, earlier this year, guys, on an oval in Fort Worth, Texas, we seen Joseph Newgarden steal a win away from Scott McLaughlin, and I think we've just seen Scotty Mack return the favor here, because I think he's stolen this win away from Joseph Newgarden.
Sweet revenge and sweet justice, I think, definitely in operation there. And it would also, of course, caused by the fact that Newgarden got sort of held up in the pit lane, didn't he? And McLaughlin had a much easier run of it, so... McLaughlin had a quick pit time.
The in-lap was the major difference maker, really. I don't know if Newgarden got held up on his in-lap. I don't know what the deal with that was, but McLaughlin's in-lap was a second faster, and that was the difference maker. Yeah,
we're still under the red flag as well. I'm just going to titivate the YouTube stream for a little bit as we switch back.
You're going to do what?
Titivate. It is adjust. It's a fancy British word for adjust.
It's fancy.
Please do not take that out of context. It is currently 7 minutes past 1 in the morning.
Yeah, it's very, very early as well. As there we go. So I'm just adjusting it so that it removes the little thing from the top of the screen that shows QuickTime, file, edit, view, window, and that lot. So it makes it look a bit more professional than it does. The pits are open, as we know, but the red flag is out. But I'm just looking up at the screen at the moment, guys, and that rain coming down on the screen is beyond heavy. The track on turn 1 just looks like a complete ice rink. So we are 100% not going to restart this, I think. I think we're really now into another filler.
Look at that rain cloud.
Oof. It's all gone. All gone.
And the circuit is down here. So if I keep my cursor there and zoom out.
Yeah.
It's going that way. So in a 20 minutes to half an hour, we will it will stop raining, but the IndyCar have lost the track officially, which means a lot of drying, and I just can't see it restarting.
This
I really can't.
Yeah, this officially now looks like, to me, we're just going to wait. There is a bit of sunshine, but that's the sun. That's the setting sun. The track is washed out. Like, it's absolutely washed out as well. So the sun is telling us a different story to what our actual eyes are telling us. Ambulance is going out the circuit now as well, down there, turn 1. Well, this is typical. Let's take a look at the YouTube chat. Josh might want to get some sleep. There are no telling when the race will restart. Which Josh? I think both of us could. Well, let's see. What time is this start?
I've been up 6 a.m. I've travelled...
Yeah, you need some sleep.
Hundreds of miles today. I've spent 6 hours in a car today. I've spent many of hours on a beach watching typhoons, red arrows, tons of jets, And now I'm in a lovely rain hold, and also I'm having to wake up at 7 a.m. ready to go down to Poole in Dorset for a day out. So in 6 hours, I need to be up.
6 hours 50 I need to be up for Moto 3 warm-up, so that's a little bit of a nap. I'm really hoping we get a call quite quickly saying, no, that's it. With the weather coming in, we're not going to do anything, because it's just, I can see the spray coming off all the recovery trucks, and the cars are covered up on pit lane. This is... I don't want to be waiting around. I mean, this is feeling very familiar to me because early on in the year, myself and Joe Samaniego covered a race at... Was it in Nashville? For NASCAR.
Nashville.
Yeah, Nashville NASCAR. And that got red flagged for about 5 hours. Say again, Josh?
Belgium Grand Prix 2021 flashbacks.
That too. That was a nightmare.
That was bad.
I am so glad that I was not part of the team when it was that Grand Prix.
Myself and Megan. The team started off as myself, Ian Birch, and Megan Birch. Then we had an hour delay. Then the red flag came out. Then Ian Birch left because he couldn't stay in the common box for that long. So then it was just me and Megan for like 3 hours. Then Edward Hunter joined us for an hour, and then the race restarted. So Ed went away. Me and Megan came in, and then at the end of it, we just that was it, end off. And so we wasted 4.5 hours. Go on, Josh.
Look how close that is.
That's really close to second. Lightning within 2 miles, I reckon.
The measurement out, so move that, and I think we just saw the flash out on the camera. That would be... And look at all the spray coming off the...
Actually, Matthew, I don't think they're trying to dry the track. I think they're... Are they going round out there? What are they doing? It's still raining pretty heavy.
No, yeah, that's not track drying equipment, and it is still raining. So I don't know what the goal for these vehicles are. I think they're wasting gasoline.
Yeah.
Because no, they can't be trying to dry the track. Well, first off, those aren't even track drying vehicles. Those are not the Air Titans. So I don't quite know what these vehicles are doing.
Well, we've got
except again wasting gasoline, and gas prices are far too high to be doing that.
We've got AMR safety crew, 4 miles. So that was 3. Yeah, it was 4.5, wasn't it before? 4.8. So it's getting closer.
The closest one that we've had was 2.4 miles.
Oh, so it is starting to blow away a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's just random. It's just that general. If I zoom out here, that general area. Anywhere in that general area could see lightning. And here we are going round, I believe that is turn 4, the ambulance in P2, and then the smaller ambulance in P3 with the 2 tow trucks P4 and P5 behind.
I've just been informed in my ears. The teams have been told seek shelter. We have lost the racetrack. Next update will be in 30 minutes, and that was 10 minutes ago. So 20 minutes time, we are expecting an announcement from race control about whether or not this race is go or not.
Do you think it might be a good idea to get my dartboard out again?
Well, I think anything's good at the moment. We may as well. I wish we had some... We've got a bit of filler content. We haven't got a lot of filler content because, to be fair, the filler content we prepared was in anticipation of the race being delayed at the start, not delayed in the middle half of the race. So it's a preview instead of a race that's still going on. It's a Top Gear race, says Pal GP as well out there. Just Jeremy Clarkson out there saying power and all that lot. James May's at the top corner up though, being Captain Slow. That's track drying equipment though, because look, you can see they've got the brushes out. So there is some...
And power. Meanwhile, James May in the track drying equipment.
just me saying buffeting a lot as well. Josh and Josh need sleep. Yeah, we do, Adam. Absolutely. Matthew, we might leave you to commentate at the end of this if it gets too much.
Oh, Lord, don't put me in control of all of this. I can barely keep my camera on.
Who would control the YouTube stream, though?
I've got TeamViewer. I can do it remotely. Megan's going to get a rude awakening in a minute and just say, come to the commentary boxes as well. Problem is, though, the pre-show for MotoGP hasn't even been edited yet. So that's
no.
yeah, that's an alarming thing because all the time was taken up for prepping for this one. The MotoGP pre-show hasn't been done, so I've got to go through all 4 practice sessions in qualifying and get that down to about 25 minutes as well. I think NBC have gone off
I know
here.
you're hold. And you need some
yeah.
filler content.
Yeah, what have you got? We do need a bit of filler. Go on, what have you got?
Pictures from today of the Eastbourne International Air Show. What
Do
about
it.
that?
Throw it on. Do it. Let's have a look at some nice airplanes. Let's play Top Gun.
Oh.
May as well. Bal GP says, I remember watching a BMW M1 pace car spinning out during an endurance race years ago. I remember that. Outright Foster says, Le Mans is one of the bucket list, planning for the whole family to do a European, to go to Europe for a month. Do it. Le Mans is a one and only experience. As we get ready.
But I want to bring up, who was that who's coming to Europe for a month?
Upright Fossil.
Okay. So, I'm going to be planning a trip to Europe here.
Are you?
Hopefully planning to do it in 2024, maybe 25, depending on how the money situation is and flights and all of that. So when I get to England, I say planning a trip. I say planning a trip to Europe. I'm coming to England. I'm planning a trip to England. So when I get to England, I want to be in that box that you're in. I want to be in this commentary box.
You're more than welcome for as many races as you like. You can, by all means, come to the commentary box and we'll commentate on a F1 or whatever's on that weekend. IndyCar, whatever. You'll have, I'll tell you what, Matthew, come for the whole day and we'll give you the whole day experience of what it's like covering loads of different series. And you'll see how panicked it really is. Well, come for a day. That sounds brilliant. I look forward to that in a couple of years.
I'm super excited for it, and I really hope it works out to do it, because I just that would be a dream. Now what are we looking at here?
Red Arrows,
So,
I believe.
I believe in the US you've got the Blue Angels. Yep. These are the UK's version of the Blue Angels.
The Red Arrows.
They're called the Red Arrows. They normally fly as a 9, but 2 of them, they say they've been gone into different parts of the Air Force, but if you dig deep enough, there's other reasonings and stuff with that.
A little bit, yeah.
But that is the rollbacks, and if we zoom in, it's going to get really blurry. These were all taken on a phone, by the way, and they're pretty good for an iPhone
really
6S Plus.
Yeah, really good for an iPhone.
You can see these 2 reds upside down, and they are rolling around these 2. And then if we go on here, that is the that's not the Jubilee percent. That's the
normal formation, isn't it?
That is Python. That's the end of Python.
The Python, yeah. See,
that would be a big no for me.
Well, being
big
there.
No for me.
Wouldn't you like to have a go in one in the passenger seat? Because they do take passengers.
I don't even want to be there to witness it. I know I just got done saying that I'm planning a trip to England, and obviously to get there I would have to fly. Flying is not my thing. No. Flying is just does not appeal to me one bit, and certainly that gives me anxiety.
You don't know how close they actually get to each other. At one point, they're flying towards each other, and they pull off at the last minute. 6 feet, they get close to each other, and they pull off just at the last minute.
If you have anxiety about that, do not search up Ritz Goodwin jet pits, as he cannot fly in a straight line for more than 15 seconds.
Yeah, that is true, actually. That is bang on.
Now, see, those people have to be just insane to do that.
That is the Jubilee percent, the one for the 2022 season.
Look how close they are to each other.
I think that's the best one.
Gosh.
This is fast.
That is probably one of my best ones, but later on there's a couple of really good ones.
This is very quick. I'm sorry for everyone on the radio, by the way, who can't see these, but They are very close together. Like, they are literally, that's how close, Matthew, they get. Literally 6 feet between each other. They get between, and it's so close. And they're going at speeds close to
800, sometimes 400 miles per hour, but then...
Yeah, hang on. I'm going to have to interrupt because we're hearing from our possible race winner, Scott McLaughlin. He's with Kevin Lee.
I might be on a rain dance, might not be, but no, look, at the end of the day, I'm very proud of the Odyssey Battery Chevy today, man. Like, it's been unreal. And, anytime you get to race Joseph on a short oval, it's a good feat. And, I lost a few spots. He went around the outside. He was a bit braver than me, but we managed to catch him back up, and then the exchange, we got him back there. So, really proud of our day so far, proud of the crew, great pit stops, and, hopefully we can finish it off. If not, we're in a good spot if it doesn't get going again.
So you and Joseph went off strategy from Will at one point in the race, and you came in under a yellow, and everybody said there's no tire degradation. It doesn't matter that much with new Firestones, and then you and Joseph rocketed to the front of the field. What was that like with the new tires, racing people on 25-lap older tires?
It was really fun, but I'd hate to be in their shoes, to be honest, but it was a lot of fun. That second lane is working a lot more than I thought. I know I said to you before the start of the race, I didn't know if it was going to work, but it's certainly working a lot more. Once you get up there and you get a feel for it, it certainly works. So that helped, but... yeah, we're in the lead now. We've just got to make sure that I just lock in, execute, and do whatever we need to do to win this race, at least get the most points we can, because we're in a really good point situation right now.
Last pit stop, you come in behind Joseph. I think he got caught behind someone a little bit and it slowed his in-lap a little bit. Were you surprised at all to find yourself out in front of him after that sequence ended?
No, I felt like we have been really good on the exchanges, especially all year. My crew has been unreal. The 33s, they're doing unreal stops all year, but, it's Penske against Penske there. So between the guys and girls on the team, it's pretty personal, right? But it's, I knew that we were going to be close. I looked at the big screen coming down the straight and I saw that he was coming out. I'm like, oh, come on. And we just managed to get past him here. So I didn't think I was going to get him here, and then I got him there. And I was like, oh, you beauty. So, pretty happy with that. But, there's still a lot more racing to go if we get going.
This is your 9th oval race, so in the 8 that have completed, you've been in the top 4 times. We talked about that this week. Let's talk about it some more. How have you taken to ovals so much? Not only had you not driven Formula cars before last year, no oval racing.
Yeah, I said to you, it's a blank sheet of paper for me. I've got great teammates, I've got a great team. They say do this, I do it, and I trust my ability to get up to speed as quick as I can. But, having good machinery and good cars and good people around you is massive. And, that's a testament to them, why I'm up to speed so quickly. But, there's things that I'm still learning, getting confidence to run the high line, be one of the first up there. That's where Joseph and Will are really strong with that, and experiment probably a little bit more. But, I'm proud of my development, but, I've got a long way to go, and I'll just keep working as hard as I can to make sure we're one of the best, hopefully, in the near future.
And you told me the iRacing, the sim racing, really did play a part.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe it, but I did a lot of iRacing, and I put a lot of that down. I did a lot of ovals on the IndyCar side, and just get an idea of timing and working the dirty air and a few things. Yeah, it may not have exactly the same tire deg and a few things, but for the fundamentals, it gave me a good idea before I came IndyCar racing. And it wasn't just the IndyCar challenge we did in the pandemic. It was, a countless amount of other laps I did with a lot of my friends down under. So, it's a great system.
If we go racing again, what is the track going to be like? Not only a green track, but it's going to be totally dark, something that we haven't really seen this time around.
Yeah, just bolt the clear visor on, mate, and just send it. I don't know. I'll just go feel it. What can you do? It's the same for everyone. I'll be the first one going in turn 1. I'll just lay it on the cush and hope it gets through.
I like that. Let's just send it. That's the plan if we go racing again. If not, Scott McLaughlin will be quite content. We may talk to him again here in just a little bit, officially with a victory interview, but not so fast.
Yeah.
Who knows? It could be happening anytime soon that we get this red flag. Now, what have you got for us lined up in the corner then, Josh, as well? Is it a video we've got coming? Is this... what is it on?
This is, and... the Chinook and the cars
oh, hello.
over covers have been taken off.
We might be going.
So,
this could be good. Lightning must have passed.
It should be interesting. Very, indeed, very, very interesting. So, if you like the noise of helicopters, then this is for you. If you like the noise of acrobatic planes, then this is for you. This is the Blades and Chinook split.
Oh, let's take a
Hopefully you
look.
can hear it.
Just about can. Whoa.
No.
That's insane. Absolutely insane. It pulled up massively, that helicopter. And just had complete and utter racket. That was brilliant.
Let me see if I can try and find a nosedive.
Oh my. I feel sorry for everyone on USON. I do apologise. We'll try and describe it. But the good news is, if you're still listening with us as well, the covers of the car have been taken off. So we look like we might be going back to some form of green flag running soon, which is good. Update is coming in 10 minutes from the stewards about everything in race control. So we should be getting an announcement shortly about this race. What have you got for us, Josh?
This is 2 of the reds, I believe, the synchro pair of red 6 and 7 chasing each other, going in towards a manoeuvre. And here is probably my favourite photo of them all. You can see the distinctive shape of the Hawk T1 and the paint job of the red arrows on the underneath. That was probably one of my best, and then that is
they're really close there.
Yeah, and then that is past and present, and we are going down to Graham Rahal, I
Absolutely,
believe.
yeah. So
Hoping that the sunshine continues to peek through and we dry things out. You might have a bit of an advantage over some.
Yeah, I mean, I feel good. I think the iPacket car has been really solid tonight. I think it's honestly one of the best I felt, on an oval in a long, long time, and feel really good. And and the boys done a great job in the pits. So, I think we missed that rain by about 25 seconds. Otherwise, we'd be doing the rain dance right now. But ultimately, if it does go backward, fresh tires, and hopefully we can make a run at it.
So how much of an advantage will that be? There are 3 or 4 that their tires are already 25 laps old and are going to have to save fuel.
Yeah, I feel good. As I was just saying to the peanut gallery, Mr. Power sitting over here, they're probably too far ahead. There's a lot of lap cars between them and us. But I do have Dixie right with me. Pelot's right behind me. I think Ericsson's right ahead of Dixie. So there are some cars there that are, within, striking distance of us. So that'll be good. I will say Takuma and David have been very strong. I remember with Takuma for a while there. He's got good pace, so that'll be a battle to get by him. But I feel good. As I said, the iPacket guys have done a great job. Our cars have been really solid this weekend, and unfortunately, our qualifying is going to hurt us again, I think, ultimately. But we found some good stuff in final practice, and it's working today.
All right, thank you, Graham. We'll see if we can get back on track here just a little bit, and we'll have more drivers coming up in a moment.
Well, they say positive, but the track looks greasy, and as I said, it looks dark, and it doesn't look that great. There's a lot of puddles, so I think there's about an hour's worth of work, and whether everybody wants to stay around for another hour when there's only 43 laps to go, there's another 20 minutes of racing, possibly. I would call it, personally. And Matthew, what would you say? Call it or let him go?
Yeah, it's such a tough conundrum, isn't it? Because you want the fans that paid money for the tickets and came out and did everything that they did to get here. You want to give them a full race. You want to give all the fans that are watching on TV a full race. You want to give the drivers a full race, because we are getting down to it in the championship. You don't want a possible big shift in the championship to happen because a race got cut 43 laps short due to rain. But they're going to try their absolute best to get this track dry and ready to go. And listen, if it stays dry from here on out, I think we're going to get restarted.
I think the same. And I don't know, somebody knowing, let's see what Will Powers to say.
Remember, you said specifically yesterday morning, top 4s can win a championship. You would still be the championship leader.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Yep. If we can maintain that position and have a good restart, we'll see what we got. We'll see what we got. Got some quick guys behind us. We also got I think Dixon and Ericsson have to save quite a bit of fuel. Malukas and Sato can go. So we'll see how this all plays out.
I know your focus after yesterday was on the race and the championship, but you're not racing for the moment, so we'll ask you again because there's a very significant number still on the horizon. The next race will give you an opportunity for pole number 68. Yeah. What did number 67 mean to you yesterday to tie Mario Andretti?
Amazing. Yeah, it's something that something I never thought I would get to in my career. It wasn't even something that was on my mind until I think I reached about 60. I thought that it was possible, but to be up there with Mario Andretti, an absolute legend of the sport and someone that I look up to massively, is just surreal.
If this can go back green again, you came in on lap 194, so we've got a couple of caution laps. Is there any concern of being able to get home? Did that caution make it a little bit easier to not have to save too much to get to 260?
Yeah, the caution did make it easier. So I'm hoping that they spend a lot, we get a few warm-up laps. I'm going to go, race control needs to give us 4 warm-up laps.
But you're going to have people with fresher tires right behind you, like Graham Rahal we just saw, like Sato, like Malukas. Yeah. Were you a little bit surprised what fresh Firestones did for McLaughlin and Newgarden?
Not when I saw the number that I had to get. Like, you're lifting at the start-finish line.
So it was fuel save as well as...
Otherwise, they wouldn't have come past. Okay. If you didn't have to save fuel, which I thought was the case, yeah, you would just take off. But when you're lifting at start-finish line to get that number, yes, they're just going to drive by you. And, yep, that was... It just... You don't get the fuel that you get on a road course over a lap. Like, I really thought that we'd whittle it down to a pretty easy number, but that's not the case. I think we can we're at a pretty good number now. I think from here we can run at a reasonable pace and hopefully maintain that position.
All right, I'll let you go back to weather watching. Thanks, Will.
Thank you.
So fourth in this race as things stand, and they are blowing an awful lot of water off the pit straight right now, to which there isn't a try line appearing. So I don't know. I think it's too much work for so little. That's what I'm thinking.
I was listening to that interview, and for the folks that are watching or listening along, they didn't get to see him, but we were looking at him. That looks like a guy that wants to see this race end, because I think he would be happy with fourth. Obviously, he would lose some points to McLaughlin, Newgarden, O'Ward, not a ton. But I think what Kevin Lee said there was important. If we do go back green, he would have Malukas and Sato in particular, and Rahal, lined up right behind him on fresher tires. And I think Power... I think that's a guy who wants to see this race end, because if it goes back green, he's probably not going to go up the order. He's probably going to drop a couple of spots and lose even more points to his title rivals.
So I think we should be now looking, honestly, at a race being abandoned and called off, because there's an awful lot of track misery out there, an awful lot of water standing around. We were under a red flag for around about half an hour now as well. The red flag came out at 1 o'clock UK time, and now it's 1:33. So, yeah, red flag came out at 56 minutes past 12. It's now 33, so I'm trying to work that out, mental math quickly. Around about 39 minutes, coming close as well. So, we are really in a position where everybody's just sort of watching on. Yeah, it's really dark now. I mean, we do have lights. We finished under here at lights before, as Matthew has been pointing out. It used to be a night race before they moved the time forward again. But the night has fallen, and now that IndyCar have lost the sun, drying this track is going to be purely on the jet dryers, and it's still showing the take shelter to the weather advisory on the board there. So we're getting up close to that update from the IndyCar officials to see whether or not this race will continue or wrap up as well. Josh, what have you got for us?
So, for protecting our British skies, the Eurofighter Typhoon and the Spitfire, past and present. Past being the World War II, present being the Eurofighter Typhoon, and what a beautiful sound and sight to hear the Eurofighter ensigns and the Merlin ensign of the World War. And that Spitfire there is the only Spitfire which is able to fly, which served in the Battle of Britain.
Wow. That is
Like,
brilliant.
So you were like properly an aeroplane expert.
Yes. And if
See,
we go...
the stuff you learn.
So handy. This is what I love about red flag periods.
Do you like jet noise?
Oh, yeah. Hearing it, hearing it if it goes over my house gives me anxiety. But you can go on.
Do you like Merlin ensigns? Yes.
I love Merlin ensigns. Go on.
If you are wearing headphones, I suggest you turn the noise down.
Does that include me?
Yeah, I've unplugged my ears. Oh, we can't hear it.
You will do in a minute.
Right.
There we go. Oh, heavens.
Just about here in the background. My goodness me. That is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
That is terrifying.
Bal GP says, I wish they'd had a World War II Typhoon flying alongside the Eurofighter Typhoon instead of a Spitfire. Everyone's getting involved in this. Red flag plane chat. That's what we like here. We mentioned planes right at the start of the show, didn't we, actually, about St. Louis as well with the arch. And we mentioned, because the helicopter went right between it, and we mentioned about that Family Guy joke. That was ridiculous that we were allowed to joke about it. Not that nobody giggled. I think everybody that saw it giggled a little bit. But honestly, the stuff they can get away with is sometimes bizarre. They're doing a race rerun.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is, yeah. They're doing a race rerun now. That start from Venus VK was a little bit unbelievable. The fact that he nearly went right into the back of Jimmy Johnson.
The start from Felix Rosenquist was unbelievable. He went from 26th to 13th in basically a lap.
Yeah.
We have seen a really fascinating race. Stunned that we've seen as few cautions. In fact, there were 7 cautions in this race a year ago.
Just 2 today. One of them for contact. Well, actually,
that was actually that was a stage point question in our stage points game. How many cautions will there be? And I don't know who went with what, but if you went with a low number, I think this is your day to get some stage points for us.
That's going to be a lot of fun, as that was the restart. That kicked everything up into 11. And then the move for the lead with Newgarden swinging around the outside of Pato O'Ward. And I'm getting news that we're about to find out whether or not this race is going to go or not. They are deciding now, I'm being informed via my messaging group. So whether or not this race is go or not, we are about to find out in a couple of moments' time. Whether the Bommarito Automotive Group 500 is stopped or it will be go.
Say about that.
Yeah.
If they've had us sit around waiting, then they better get it started back.
Yeah.
If they've just had us sitting around waiting for it to stop raining and then only then say, no, we're done, I'm going to be rather upset about that.
Josh,
I mean, we've sat waiting and then it stopped raining. Give us a race.
Josh, what's the weather like on the forecast that we've got up here in the comms box? What's it looking like? Well,
quick look. That is the Avro Lancaster. Ooh. Please note this is not my photo, and all copyright goes to the rightful owner.
Could have got away with it there because it looks identical.
That is currently the only Avro Lancaster in the world that is currently operating.
Wow. I've actually seen that. I think I've seen that at Duxford.
Yeah, there's a 2 that is currently operating, but the Canadian Air Force Lancaster has been grounded.
Do you know, I've actually been... I've actually been underneath that plane at Duxford in the workshop. I saw them rebuilding it. I saw them rebuilding it, about 10 years ago. Go on then, say again, Josh.
No lightning in the area.
Fab.
And
it's that moisture though. It's really deeped into the track. That's the problem.
It really, really is. And
yeah, and I honestly am starting to think that this could be end of. There's that massive oh no, that's Pocono. That's Pocono 2018, I think. Maybe 2017, but that was definitely Pocono's big crash. That Sato caused.
Yeah, and
that would have been the 2019 race.
19, there we go. Of course, because 18 was Robert Wickens' big accident.
That's correct.
Yes.
I was at Silverstone that day, and you always knew something had happened because those in the World Endurance who had raced in IndyCar knew Robert Wickens as well. They all went running up and down the paddock as well, and even Mike Conway was very kind enough to give me some words, but he looked very worried. I was often wondering, it was his birthday, he just finished second, why was he looking so worried? And he very kindly gave me some words, and now we know why, because Robert Wickens had a big accident as it came through.
Was a terrible, terrible accident. And I think we've actually just hit the anniversary of that race and crash. Can't remember if the anniversary was yesterday or today, but we have just hit it.
I think it was yesterday. It was 4 years ago yesterday. I didn't know that because a Facebook memory came up saying I was at Silverstone 4 years ago. So it was 4 years ago yesterday. That was the anniversary, and that is just insane to think. Absolutely insane. Sorry, I've just got some information coming in my ears. I'm going to have to take one of my earpieces out because I'm hearing multiple different things that I'm trying to filter through to you. The rain has stopped, but the track is just not drying. They can't get it dry. There's too much moisture on it. So it could be a factor that we could be in. Look, here it is, look. This is the track. It looks like they've done a fantastic job, but that low line, they just can't get it dry. So this could be...
It's very humid, which isn't helping.
Yes. Well, I don't know what to do now. 43 laps, whether we go green or... I don't know.
So, hashtag JB Social Club.
Yeah. Hashtag Josh's don't sleep, something like that as well, because we just can't sleep. Clown will eat me.
And we will bring you all of the updates, so stay with us on the YouTube and USRN.
I would also say that the front stretch looks just about fully dry.
It does.
Shot we got on the front stretch not too long ago. Plus, it looks like the wind is still blowing, which would help. But it does look like the front stretch is just about done. They're working in turns 1 and 2 in the back stretch. Oh, yeah, the wind is really whipping.
Oof. And that's the podium as well for later on. Well...
IndyCar drag races, if they can't get all of the other track dry.
I'll be up for that. We do it'd be like Carb Day, wouldn't it, with the pit stop challenge. Let's do that instead to decide the race winner. I'm being told the thunder clock has expired. So we've passed 30 minutes of the last thunder strike, which is good. So we just need the track dry, which could take an hour. And
you brought up Carb Day, so I would be remiss if I didn't say we are only 281 days from the Indianapolis 500.
Is that all? Blimey.
That's it. That's it. 281. Boy, the countdown begins once the race ends. At least here on this side of the camera.
Yes, yeah.
Cannot wait. You know the sad part about this, though?
Yeah.
The sad part about it, for some people, myself included, especially coming from a person that the Indy 500, precedes all. But because of the World Cup being in November and December and the changes in the schedule, the Premier League final day is the same day as the 500.
No.
Which could actually affect when the 500 actually starts, because over here in America,
of course,
NBC is the
Premier League
rights
host,
holder for the Premier League. So those games always start at 11 a.m. Eastern over here. Well, that's when 500 pre-race always has started, is at 11. So it could create a huge chaotic schmozzle because of the final day landing on 500 day.
That's going to be interesting, because IndyCar get dictated the start times by the TV networks. Is why we started. We couldn't start any earlier than 6 as well, because NBC started on air at 6, so the green flag was at 6:01. But yeah, that sun is still setting. It's been remarkable as coming through. 50 days to the Bathurst 1000, Adam says. Oh dear. Sorry.
Oh,
very right there.
The Bathurst 1000 for the first ever time live on USRN this year.
That's gonna be fun.
Which Matt White is just you want to talk about countdowns? He's acting like me with the 500. He is just counting it down until Bathurst. I've never called a supercar Australian supercar race. Matt reached out. He wants to do Bathurst. He wants to do it so badly. That is his Indianapolis 500. He reached out, asked if I wanted to do it. I checked if I would logistically be able to do it myself with my schedule and the USRN schedule. It looks like all systems are go, and we're going to do Bathurst in October. Oh, pray for me, because I will probably be going into that knowing I won't even know what I'm doing. I really won't.
I'm sure your notes is going to be fantastic. So I'm sure you'll be right there, ready, and you'll be up there. And Simon Pagenaud is sort of saying like, "Oh, come on, let's go then." But it's the track needing to dry. So it looks like whatever we're going to do, we are going to get an end to this very bizarre, very unusual race. And what are you up to, Josh? What are you? Are you going to give us some driving?
Look at Elio. Elio wants to race. Elio just wants to drive.
He does, yeah. He does want to get in. Josh, what are you? Are you giving us some racing? What are you up to? This looks fun.
This is what I use all of my. This is what I've been recording my Spa things on. So
I see.
We could go up roads. We could do a lap round, a very bad lap around Laguna Seca.
I've got something to fill the time with. We may as well. Oh, hang on. Kevin Lee's in the pit lane. What's he up to? Kevin.
20-30 minutes away from thinking about it. Probably more on the 30-plus side. But drivers are out here, so that's a good sign. There's a nice breeze.
A duck. Or is that a pigeon?
And some friends on the track as well, checking out to see whether they're ready to go or not. Well, he's better at telling you whether the track is dry than I am. But it looks like we see some gray, and hopefully we see more racing in a little bit.
So 20 or 30 plus minutes for a race that has a TV end time of 2 a.m. You can't write this stuff. You really can't. Right, where are we? Is this Bathurst, Josh? Have you given us Bathurst? Let's take a look at Bathurst. Yes.
Please note that my driving is really bad, so we might go into barriers a couple of times.
Is this Bathurst?
This is Bathurst.
For safety reasons, let's turn the medical car lights on.
Okay, so it's time to drop the hammer at Bathurst, and here they come into Hell Corner.
That's a nice corner there, actually.
It is. I love it.
This is my favourite bit. Up the hill.
Oh. Is this being shown live on YouTube as well?
It is indeed.
Oh, terrific. Oh, where's Matt? He needs to be joining me because I don't have the whole track memorized yet. I know Hell Corner, obviously.
This jump here, braking, moves uphill, banked part of the track as well. Very much a big accident zone. Then it tightens up quite narrowly at the top of the hills where it can only go single file. Think Azerbaijan, Baku.
Hang on a minute, let me put my headset on.
Yeah, that might be good. So you have to get 2 controls there as well. Instead of one. BALGB says, I ain't complaining about the World Cup because they started the Premier League a month earlier and Sky Sports cheap deal that allows me to watch this race. Oh, fantastic. I don't know how anyone can drive these cars from a third-person view. Josh, I think it's going to try it. Let's have a go. Yeah.
That's my F-122. It's all third-person view. I can never do the T-cam. I always run into something in T-cam.
And yeah, this is where the track now is the top of the hill up, Matthew, as well. And this is the Baku moment as well, top of the hill. It's so narrow and it's banked, so it's very tricky to get a good position here. Is it working? What's happening, Josh? Oh no! Even the game has got a red flag. Oh dear. As we wait as well. This is a great idea. Actually, have we got Nashville?
Virtual lap around Bathurst. This is fantastic. I need to be going. I'm going to school here.
Giving all the information while we got it. It's just
Here
as.
we go.
Have you got it?
It's just in the middle, then you can see what speed I'm going.
Oh, great.
Hello.
Let's take a look then.
Good
Okay.
Lord.
Well, this is fun.
Even though, please no, I am not. Oh, I did not save it.
Oh,
there we go.
Oh, we got it. There we go. Right, go on. Off you go.
No, it's gone.
No.
Try it now. Go.
This is fantastic.
This is what the red flag leads us to, everybody. We're doing a virtual lap of Bathurst. Away we go.
There we go. It's time to drop the hammer part 2 at Bathurst.
Are you going to like this
Please
bit?
no, I am not a good driver.
You say you're scared of heights. This bit, you literally can take off and jump over the mountain as well. It's got to be incredibly tight. Oh,
he's in the wall. He's in the wall. He put him in the wall.
This bit's good. Watch this. Ready? Find your braking zone. How late are you going to go, Josh? How late are you going to hit the brakes? Oh, he's hit the wall again.
What is happening?
There's a downhill section in the corkscrew.
I have wrecked the steering.
You've broken the safety car, the medical car as well.
Hang on a minute. Let's This is always fun. Let's get a NASCAR.
Oh my.
Oh.
Let's put a stock car on it. Yeah, all right then. This could get fun.
And let's put it in Chase Elliott's livery.
Let's do it.
And we don't have to reset. Okay, cool. Let's go.
Right, here it is.
Yeah.
Everyone on USRN's like, what on earth's going on?
Oh yeah. well, that's normal.
Basically, we're at Bathurst. Right, here we go.
Okay.
Into number 9.
Oh, are we in a sand trap?
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Oh,
here we go. And it's time to drop the hammer again. Part 3 at Bathurst.
This is it, downhill. Look at the braking spot.
Downhill. Whoa.
And now we're in the corkscrew section. It's just going to go down, down, down. There's literally zero acceleration. You just flat out down the mountain.
Zero room to run.
Oh, yeah, we have big accidents here.
Are you ready for NASCAR to go really fast?
Oh, yeah. The longest straight in the world is about to come up.
Oh, yes. Is this going down to the chase?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Okay, so yes.
Now. It's in the wall.
Oh, he's in. Elliot's in the wall. Heavens to Betsy. Oh, here we go. Through the chase. The chase for the Bathurst Cup.
Already 180 miles an hour. Wow.
190. 200. 210.
Oh, he's fishtailing it. Here we go.
Oh, he's almost going to jump. Oh, he's taking off.
Heavens to Betsy.
Yeah,
and he's gonna.
Oh, he's in the wall. Oh. Well, that happens a lot.
Slam, Chase Elliott.
Well, to be fair, Chase Elliott in the wall, no change there. But that happens a lot, Matthew, as well. That downhill braking spot, you often see quite a lot of accidents and just cars going straight onto the wall. I've seen cars jump over the wall as well, here as well.
Should we have a bit of fun? Shall we get a truck racing at Bathurst?
Sure.
What type of truck do you want?
Oh, you mean like a proper truck?
Oh, I thought you meant NASCAR truck. I was wondering what you're on about.
Yeah.
Then.
Oh, here we go again.
Richie says, what is the red flag for? We've got rain and lightning, but the lightning is gone, the rain is gone, but the track's very wet. So we are literally just doing Bathurst while we're in a red flag period for the IndyCar. So
and look at that Patriot car.
Oh, look at that livery.
That's cool.
That's America right there. My goodness. Okay, here we go. It's time to drop the Jake brake at Bathurst.
Really? This is. So how long do you know how long it lasts for? At least another half an hour we've got to cover, as well under the red flag.
Can also go at Brands Hatch. I've got Baku. I've got Canada. I've got Monza. I've got Jeddah. Which
we haven't even gotten a full lap through Bathurst yet.
Yeah, we haven't even got to the last corner yet. We can't get to the last corner. This is scary in a truck. Imagine that. Oh my god, I'd be terrified I was going to fly off the end of it. That's how much I'm going to be worried about.
Oh, look at this. Oh,
whoa.
The cockpit view. My goodness. Oh, here comes a left hand. That's a blind corner.
Oh, it's bad there. By the way, guys, the wind's coming back and the rain's coming back.
Woohoo.
Yeah, the wind is from the truck going down this hill.
All right, Foster says, weather delay first line. Yeah, go. We just made the bridge.
Yeah, my God. Gonna knock out the Bentley Bridge. They paid good money for sponsorship there.
Only 100 miles an hour in the truck.
Now where is this at now? Is this...
The
we're
chase
past
again.
the chase, or are we?
We're just down the straightaway now, coming to breaks. Oh, hang on. At IndyCar's announcement at approx 8 p.m., no more than 3 crew members may approach the car and start the engine for engine warm-up for a maximum of 5 minutes. So, no more than 3 crew members may approach the car and start the engine for a warm-up of 5 minutes, and that is after 8 p.m., which is in 5 minutes' time. So in 5 minutes, 3 crew members can approach the car and warm up the engines, which means that we might be going green for the last 20 minutes of this race. To be fair, frankly, just get on with it at this point so we can all go to bed at this point.
Oh, what is this? Oh, it's an... That's...
Classical.
Looks like an old school IndyCar, doesn't it?
Please note that if you crash this car, it goes into a million pieces.
And here we go into the final corner, and he's sideways, and he saved it. And that is a lap around Mount Panorama.
In 4 different cars. Here we go.
And the brakes have failed into turn 1.
Oh my word! That's
Evans to Betsy.
The car's exploded into a million pieces on the game.
Oh my goodness gracious! That is total travesty. That is
Colton Herta.
Oh yeah, Colton Herta. Let's remember he's down with Kevin Lee.
Yeah.
Sure, there's a race going on.
If you're able to come back down and make some changes on it.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be enough. You know, we only really have front wing to work with, so we're going to try to find a balance of what we can do with the tools in the car and maybe some tire pressure adjustment and front wing. Obviously, it's less than ideal, but they put me on a really good strategy before that caution came out. I'm not sure how it's going to play out now. I'm not sure if Ericsson, Dixon, and Pillow are going to stop again or what's going to happen, but either way, you know, if we can work our way into the top 10, hopefully get our lap back. But yeah, excited right now to hopefully get this thing back on the road shortly and get back in the car.
I asked Marcus Ericsson the same question. When it rains like this, you guys have 217 laps of rubber laid down here. You had all the practice yesterday. What's it like going down there into turn number 1 and just having to trust that even on the bottom groove maybe that there's not as much grip as there was when you were last out there?
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit like a reset, which is kind of gonna be good because a lot of guys are getting used to the high line. So maybe some guys will just jump up there immediately and use it, but we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, so far, you know, we need a little bit more speed in the car, but it's not been awful. I don't know what I hit there. Hit something, but yeah, I'm enjoying the race. Short oval race in IndyCar is a lot of fun.
Thank you, Colton.
Colton Herta there, as well as Josh has taken us to Laguna Seca. Is that where we are,
That's
Josh?
what I was thinking. Oh, and he's missed the corner. Ah!
Not good. Not good. Turn 1 at Adam.
Do you know why I brought it to Laguna Seca?
Why? Oh, Pringles, anyone?
Yeah, Pringles, anyone?
Snack tracks
As
going
soon
on.
as I get to the top of the hill, I'm going to bring it into the truck so we get first camera view down into the corkscrew from the truck.
Down to the corkscrew. Oh, heavens. Oh, here we go.
I think we're going to restart as well, guys. The race is going to restart. We're going to have
this
an end.
point, but at this point, who cares about that? We've got the best entertainment right here.
Yeah, this is better. This is the better racing. Right, we're going to be in a truck at Laguna Seca.
Oh.
This is where the season ends for IndyCar. Let's see what we got to see. As all right.
Paint design. Got to go with the American. There we go. And I am going to... Where is it?
I hope they're restarting the race anyway. This announcement at 8 p.m. in 2 minutes' time isn't that they're going to... Well, in 60 seconds, actually. It isn't that they're going to cancel the race and that's it. Go on, Josh. Take us through Bathurst.
Fire it up. Fire it up. It's time to drop the Jake brake.
Oh, this is going to be terrifying. Heights
oh,
and
gosh.
heights
Look
are
how
scary.
blind it is.
Oh. This is going to be...
you're losing it.
Just about. This is going to be terrifying. Whoa, that's too high. Too high
That
for
was
me.
a nice corner, actually.
It was nice cornering out of you, Josh. Very well done. Look at you. Look at him fighting the wheel. Oh, the wheel. Just being gnawed on by this invisible driver. Fishtailing it.
That wheel looks like literally just bamboo being torn around. It's just a big bit of bamboo. Right. It is 8 o'clock over in St. Louis. What is this IndyCar announcement we've been waiting for?
He's gone wide.
Keep
he's thrown it off the track out of the final corner.
Do you know what I did yesterday?
What?
Oh.
I did a NASCAR start at Laguna Seca.
Oh my.
Into turn 1. It was insane. I can't do it. It takes a while to set up, so I don't think we'll have time for it today. But I can tell you what we will have time for. I think we shall have time for.
I could do with a packet of cheese and onion crisps. Anyone? Oh, everyone's asleep. Oh my god, I've not got a key to the house. If they've locked the door, I'm in trouble.
Oh, heavens.
I've just realised that. I've come out and I've got the wrong keys with me. I've got the garage keys only. I have not got my normal set of keys. Right, let's hear from Joseph Newgarden quickly.
I felt like I was in position to win, frustration, but now you get to go again with a really good race car. What's your mindset here coming back and getting another go at it?
It's just been good to be here. Obviously, with the PPG car, it's been fast, and I think Team Chevy has done a really great job for us, as you've seen all night. Our fuel mileage has been absolutely excellent, so I'm really happy that we've got Chevy behind us, as always. Good power and reliability as well. So, we got a lot of racing left for tonight. We'll see where we're at.
So when you had those fresh tires and just rocketed by everybody, what are you thinking at that point? And what was your confidence level in the race?
Yeah, it was a great call, I think, by everybody here in the 2-car. Obviously the right call. So I was surprised more people didn't come with us. But, the car's been really good to drive. That helps always. It makes my job easier. And, when they make good calls like that, it also helps too. So, yeah, just excited to get going here again. But it's a long way to go. Let's see.
Did you get held up on the in-lap for your last stop?
Oh, yeah.
All right. He wants to go after it again, but that's a good race car. We could be in for an awesome finish here in a few minutes, Dylan.
At the other end of pit road's been having a great day and a great weekend for this rookie contender for Andretti Autosport. So let's talk about the weekend. Best qualifying effort. You've been racing really well. What's it been like for you? Do you feel like the racecraft and everything that it takes time to learn in the IndyCar series is kind of starting to all make sense for you now?
For sure. I think if you look at our pattern the last few races, the speed has been getting much better. Qualifying in Nashville, we had a bit of a braking issue, but I think our speed there was strong until, we had that incident in the race. And this weekend here, we've been strong in qualifying, very on nip and tuck with Grosjean, second quickest Andretti in qualifying. We were very strong in our first stint. We were running P8 for a lot of the first stint. I don't think the yellows fell our way, which is very, very frustrating, but, try and get a good, strong position, do the best I can, and we'll review it internally after and see what we can do better for next time, because, going backwards it's not fun, but, the boys have done a good job, so we just got to keep working on it.
You were able to test here just last week. How valuable was that for you, just from a comfort level standpoint, to be able to unload here yesterday and be good right out of the box?
Extremely important. It was very helpful. I think, me and all the 29 crew are really starting to gel together now, and my relationship with my engineer, Andy Listis, has constantly been improving, and I think him and I are really clicking now, and our progress seems to keep going. We don't seem to really regress anymore, so I think from the very first lap that we turned here, when we tested here, and now we've just been improving and improving, so hopefully we'll keep carrying that on for the last, after today, the last 2 races of the season.
You run 15th right now, so if we get back going, it looks like there's 4 other cars in front of you that are on the same lap as you. So what's the goal for these next 43 laps or 40 laps, whatever it is, when we go back green?
We're on the 3 stop. I think this does help with the number we'll probably have to hit, but go fast, pass cars, and hit a fuel number.
All right, simple as that. Thank you, Devlin.
I'm going to say it now. I'm beginning to hate ovals. Unless it's just so much work.
Are you beginning?
Meanwhile, we have Kyle Larson running around Monaco in a NASCAR stock car. This is tremendous. This is tremendous. I was wondering how he was going to get through Mirabeau, and he did it brilliantly. Oh, look at him through the tunnel. Oh, carrying way too much speed through the tunnel. Oh, and now how are you going to get through the Novell?
Just go straight through.
He didn't even try to get through the Novell chicane. And oh, look at the front end of that car. Oh, heavens.
Is Martin Brundled it into the wall? Well, the race is going to restart. That's the good news.
What has this dream come to?
I don't know. I'll tell you what,
well, who knows?
The editors are going to have a great time at the end of the season wrap-up segments as well, just with this race alone, getting through it. The red flag has
now
been
who
out.
are the editors? Is that not you?
No, actually.
Really?
Editor is well, one editor's me, obviously, but the editor who does all the season reviews isn't me.
What?
Ex-uni friends. They take up the edit. So, yeah, not all of them are me. I do the edits on the weekend, but the big projects that require going through all our footage and all that lot, they're not done by me.
Oh,
My
your friends will love just watching me mess around on Beam Engine.
I know. As well. Same as the producers in my ear, actually, that aren't here tonight, obviously, but were here a couple of weeks ago, are the ones from other forms of motor racing that we cover.
My face is for some reason frozen.
Heart attacks if they were watching this right now.
Say again, Josh.
Your producers would have had heart attacks right now if they were watching this.
I know. I'd be getting messages on my ears saying, "What on earth is it? Are you doing? We're supposed to be watching IndyCar, when instead we got this on. Well, nothing's happening on the circuit, so this is a great idea to get some action in."
Boy, is it ever! Oh my heavens!
And he's straight in the. Oh my word!
Oh my goodness!
Danger car,
firewall deep. Are you kidding me?
NASCAR, right? NASCAR at Spa? Yes, please.
Oh, go on.
Oh, a stock car through up to the top of Radion. Oh my lord! Now, why is my face frozen? Am I coming through to everyone?
We can hear you, but we can't. Oh, is it Josh?
Oh, there I am. There I am.
That was my end.
I was
also
wondering what was
Nürburgring,
happening.
Northern Slifer.
Upright Fossil says 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Central would be the perfect for an afternoon of racing and food and jumping in the swimming pool. Sounds good to me. Bal GP says Di Francesco is either really short or the interview is really tall. It's both. It's not the greatest interviewing lineup they could have chosen there. So it's called the St. Louis 500 because it takes 500 minutes to finish it. We've been going about 3 hours nearly on the race clock. Humperdinck says a gaming/race watch along sounds like a great idea. And Joe says, hello, what's your broadcast schedule tomorrow? We've got MotoGP. That's live on the YouTube channel as well. A half-hour build-up followed then by the race. And then on USRN, it's the Watkins Glen coverage as well from the Go Bowling at the Glen race with Kimi Räikkönen on there. And the cars are being pulled away. I don't know if they've called it or not, but the cars are now being pulled away from the fast lane. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but the cars are being pulled out the fast lane. Whether that's to reorder the field or not, I'm not too sure. I really hope so. But we're going the wrong way down. Go on.
That's very interesting. I don't know why they would do that.
I'm going to try
here we go.
a NASCAR standing start, which go horribly wrong because they stall it.
Oh boy.
It's only half the grid slot.
I will not be controlling the cars, it will be AI controlling the cars.
Let's take a look then.
We need to get it all set up. So there's one car. Here's
we can duplicate them.
Wow, he just cloned a car.
I need this software. This is amazing. Oh my god! Imagine you could do custom grids. You could you could do custom grids about how they line up on race day. ITV used to do that.
Who is Matt Montoya?
It's basically all of these are
Kyle Johnson.
Kyle Johnson. They're fake. They're
very good
deliveries. But then if you scroll up, you've got Kurt Busch's old livery. You've got Austin Dillon. You've got Bubba Wallace's 43 livery. You've got Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Of course you have Dale Earnhardt Jr. Why wouldn't you have Dale Earnhardt Jr.?
And then you've got Jimmy Johnson's. So who will be on pole? Jimmy Johnson, I think, will be on pole at Spa.
To be fair, he hasn't really had a chance to be on pole for a while.
He could never run on road courses, that's for sure.
Yeah, so it's going to be fun. And then
still can't, to be fair, in Indy.
No, he can't.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.
I'd like to see that guy. I just about said another word. I'd like to see Dale Earnhardt Jr. roaring around Spa. Oh.
Adam says, Josh, you need some coffee. I've got some for you. Yes, I do. And I've just realised that I don't have that much drink left from half a bottle of lemonade that we had. There's like a mouthful.
Yeah, I have no drink left. I ran out about 20 minutes ago.
We need breaks. Well, I keep hearing we're going to go green, and yet nothing's happening. Although I have been told I'm locked out, so that's going to be mean having to bang on the door. Yeah, not great.
Wow. No, that's not. No.
Right, so it's going to be a 4-car grid.
Right, I'll have to get used to just sleeping in the commentary box chair, to be fair. That's probably the only thing I can do. Oh, I need to stand up eventually.
I mean, it is GT Omega. It's nice.
Oh, yeah, it's good. It's just that my kidney's starting to play a little bit of chip. It's a very comfy chair, and it's very, very sweet. Although, I think mine needs a bit of WD-40, because, of course, it's kept in a cold garage, so it needs a little bit more maintenance than everything else.
Oh, Chase Elliott on the grid at Spa as well. We have 2 Dale Earnhardt Juniors.
No.
Because the world only needs 2 of them.
There you go, Kyle Larson. It's because when I duplicate them, it duplicates the liveries as well.
Oh, very good.
But,
so we're putting Larson. So it's an all Hendrick Motorsports grid at Spa.
Yes. And if I do that, here we go. Look,
IndyCar are waiting for it to be completely dark, by the way. That's what we're seeing.
Contingent on progress of track line, we are aiming for an 8:45 p.m. restart.
God!
Holy cow! Oh, Jesus! Half hour away.
When I'm not
half an hour more of NASCAR around Spa.
Yeah, but hang on, just stop a second. Just take a think. So that is 2:45 in the morning. We are going to go green for another at least half an hour of racing.
That's going to be great.
So we get to bed at 4 a.m.
And I need to be up at 7 a.m.
Sunrise is 5:50. I just...
Dear.
They should have just called it off an hour ago. We've been under red flag now for... It will be close to nearly 2 hours when this race eventually restarts. So an 8:45 p.m. restart is in 30 minutes' time.
See, the grid ranking has put up a red flag poll. Which oval should be added to the IndyCar schedule? I have cast my vote, and I have been saying this for years upon years. Michigan. I want the Michigan 500 back. I want it to be safe. Put that caveat in there. I want it to be safe.
Yeah.
But I want to see the Michigan 500 back. I would love to see the Michigan 500. Oh,
I've put Fontana.
Yes. I would love to get back to the time where we're running 3 500-mile races a year. Indy, Fontana, Michigan.
Yeah.
And, if you can win all 3, give them $1 million or something.
Right, while Josh gets ready to that, we're going to hand over to NBC for a little bit, as we're all going to go get some drink and get back to the box if we're here for half an hour, and I need a key to get in. So we're going to hand over to NBC for a second. We'll be back shortly.
Momentum going for 2 laps, and we were able to pass cars, and but from there on it was kind of like stagnant. Nothing really happened. Couldn't really do anything. We were actually going for 1 stop less than the others, which looked like it was going to work. We saved a lot of fuel, and then in the end everything just kind of made everyone go to the same strategy. So yeah, hard to make it work, but at least we got that start to kind of get back into the mix. And I think best case scenario, we can get a Grosjean here in the restart because we're one lap down. So yeah, P12 is probably going to be the maximum today.
Well, all things considered, though, is that acceptable given how it started and how the weekend started on Friday?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, on Gateway to start all the way back, I think any position you can get, you're happy because it's so hard to pass. But obviously, it's not where we want to be. I think we have pace for way better than that. But obviously, the mistake in qualifying put us back there. But yeah, I think at this point we're pretty happy with having moved at least half the field forward. But yeah, there's still 40 laps left to race.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Felix Rosenqvist is 13th right now, Kevin.
Alex Palou is on the lead lap in 10th, so I remember checking in before the last stops. You're running 6th, and my thought was, hey, that'll be all good. You're going to survive and advance with a chance to win the championship in the last 2 races. So now what kind of challenges are you dealing with when you pitted a little bit earlier than some others?
Yeah, no great, man, no great. We didn't start on the best way possible today. I didn't took the best decision on the first laps, but then we recovered and we fought back again. So not ideal, but we got a second chance today with that rain, with that yellow, and starting again a 43 lap sprint race. We give everything we have. We have to fight for it. We won this championship and we'll do everything we can.
So you've got to go 69 laps on the last tank of fuel. Now, we've already had a few yellow laps. Do you need another yellow to be able to make it home after we restart?
No, not really. We are 10th. I'm the last car on the lead lap, so I believe we can pit.
Makes sense. Yeah, you'll just pit and top off and you won't lose anything. So then what does that open up for you? Because there are several in front of you that if they don't pit, they're going to have to do fuel save, and they've got older Firestones.
Yeah, I think we'll see more pits than what we expect. There's still 43 laps to go. It's going to be 40 laps to go with those yellows and stuff. So I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll hopefully plays out well for us, and hopefully we can take that number 10 American Legion up.
So the big question would be if you're like Pato Award or Will Power, would you pit from 3rd or 4th? Maybe not, but Marcus Ericsson, Scott Dixon, those are the ones that it should be a pretty easy decision.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, at least we know what the 10 car is going to do, so that's good.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Also depends on what the others do, right? But yeah, we are last on that lead lap, so we're not losing much.
Big picture question. It's I know you can't get into things, but it has been unique circumstances this year with 2 teams claiming your rights to drive for them next season. How are you dealing with this? How are you still in a fight for a championship right now?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit chaotic at the beginning, lots of talks and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, I just try and do my job, which is just to drive, steer, hit the throttle, hit the brake, and that's it. So yeah, everything will sort itself out. I don't know if in 1 week, 1 month, or whatever, but everything will be all right at the end.
Thanks, Alex, and thanks for keeping a smile on your face.
He's not going to stop fighting, that's for sure. We know that. We showed you in a highlight reel before his resilience at Portland International Raceway, which, by the way, is the next event on this NTT IndyCar Series schedule, where he had a first turn incident and went right to the back of the field and came all the way through the field to win that race, and it was a huge part of his 2021 NTT IndyCar Series Championship. So this day started with a huge pyro and display over on the back straight. We're going to get fireworks under the lights when we resume at about 8:45 local time, 9:45 East Coast time, for 43 laps to get going. This is what I was talking about. Look to the left. Watch to the left. Boom.
Not even sure what the fireworks menu says. Like, what box is that they tick? It's just a raw fuel burn on the back straightaway, Hinch.
I think it's just some leftover nitro from the drag race that was here, last time it was here.
Gotta love it.
It looked great.
Good.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. I don't know about the guys, if you're there.
Yes.
Hello. Hello. Sorry. I thought I'd just finished eating a biscuit. Come through. Right, Josh is back as well, as everyone gets through. Hello, just eating a biscuit. I've got a drink. I got 2 drinks, actually. I poured one, then realised there was something in it, because I'm not locked out, which is great news. They've left it unlocked. But the one weird thing was, you open up the door, and thousands of moths just fly into the kitchen. So I poured myself a glass of water, only to discover there was something floating in it. Not fly or anything, just some sort of thing, I don't know. So I remembered I left a drink upstairs before this broadcast started 4 hours ago. So I went up, and because it's a Vimto with water, I've just put some more in it, and it should be all good. So we are waiting for an 8:45 p.m. restart here for this one. Let's take a look. Biscuits and gravy never sound good. Oh, just biscuit, just a nice. It was a penguin. A penguin biscuit.
Now, let me tell you now, biscuits and gravy are phenomenal here stateside.
Oh, really?
But, you think we have a different biscuit.
Oh, yes, your biscuit is different, isn't it? Yeah, that's popper meat.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, what I want to give for a bit of that right now, to be fair. I can imagine it on the taste buds as well. Another long one here, then, as the drivers start talking. This is up there, I think, with the Daytona 500 Red Flag of 2012, with all the drivers just hanging out, chatting with each other.
By the way, I see Joe is in the comments.
Hi, Joe.
Have absolutely loved when Joe has been on USR, and he's done a couple of races for us. He did Nashville with you, and then a couple weeks ago he did Michigan with Seth Eves and Pierre Moss. So hope to have him back for a couple of times in the playoffs if he's able to. It's very much enjoyed listening to him, but I've yet to work with him, so I hope to work with him at some point in the playoffs. I am actively looking for people to be with me for the Southern 500 at Darlington, which is the first race of the playoffs, and the night race at Bristol, which is also a playoff race. I am actively looking for partners for both of those races. Let's see. Darlington is the first race of the playoffs. Bristol is the last race of the first round. So, those are night races. That's why Matt can't be with us. And then Seth has prior engagements for both. So, yes, actively looking for people to join for Darlington and Bristol.
Joe's giving a thumbs up. Adam says I'm game to be on USRN as well. Oh, and Joe says I'll be in Portland during the 7th 500 for IndyCar. Of course, that's a thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, of course, Portland.
It'll be a good one. As well, look, I think, guys, the track has dried now, hasn't it? We're now in that restart procedure. I don't think why it needs to be 8:45. I think we could restart it at 15 minutes before that, save everybody some trouble, and just go racing. Although we're having some fantastic onboard shots right now of a NASCAR at Spa-Francorchamps, which looks fantastic. Unfortunately, Matt has frozen, not by his own design. That's because...
No.
It's not you. That's Josh who's changed the cameras. Oh, we've got a penalty and a warning and a post-race monetary fine for car 15 for failure to follow the direction of IndyCar. Article 9.3.17. Very interesting. Bal GP says they said they were waiting for it to be dark before they restarted. It's dark now. Sunset officially an hour before that.
Why would that even matter to IndyCar? Like,
I have no clue.
I'm not saying that was an incorrect statement. I'm saying that why would that even come into play?
I know.
They're waiting until it's dark. That doesn't make any sense.
It's so bizarre. All right, let's take a listen then to Jimmy Johnson.
Learning and really good finishes.
Yeah, I think the test session that I had there obviously kind of set the stage for me. Then the practice sessions, 2 races, and it just gave me time to adapt, to get used to that track. And then oddly enough, Iowa drove a lot like one of the NASCAR tracks that I'm used to running on, which is Bristol. I know they look nothing alike, but the line, the off-throttle time, the way you use the on-throttle portion of the corner was all very similar. So very, very proud of the effort that we had there. Still trying to learn this track. I wish that we could have tested here. I think that would have helped me a bunch. But as the race has gone on, I've really kind of found myself in a competitive spot, and we're sitting here in a decent spot. have to pit again, but excited to get back racing and hopefully can finish up there in the teens somewhere nice.
What have you been working on in race just to try to have a better understanding of what's been the challenges for you?
By myself, I've really struggled with the entry to turn 3 and the commitment level needed over there. I've been able to work into that with some adjustments that we made to the car. And then in the race itself, it's really just been about how you work traffic. And it's just amazing the wash that you have and the understeer that you pick up. And unlike Iowa, I haven't been able to push the lane out far enough. I have a few friends out there helping me push it out some, but if we could push it out further and get a second lane going, that would be really nice.
Well, and I thought that was interesting, too. You said that earlier this weekend, that the tracks where there are second lanes where you can move around, that kind of lends itself more to what you're used to and what you're accustomed to, kind of being able to self-medicate your race car and go where it wants to go to make it work, right?
Yeah, Cup cars, the tracks we could always dust them off and always had multiple lanes to run on. These cars have aero implications following, and it's kind of the opposite of a NASCAR vehicle. In a Cup car, you'd lose the back of the car. In an IndyCar, you lose the front. So just my instincts and how I approach things, it just takes me a while to get in that rhythm. And I'm finally getting there now, but unfortunately, there's only 40-something laps left, and I'm a lap down. But I think we're going to have a good finish. I'm looking forward to going back to green. I want to thank everyone at Carvana, American Legion, for their support, and a quick hello to my family back at home.
Thanks, Jimmy. Kevin, let's see if we can get some more guys to work this high lane in for Jimmy later.
So Jimmy wants to see the high line. Jimmy's your buddy. You knew him before he got here to IndyCar. Is he going to have some friends go up and take the high line? We'll restart things here in a few minutes.
Well, the restart was pretty exciting. The one restart we had, it worked. You know, they swept, and I think the practice where we ran the high line, all 9 cars ran, it worked, it developed, it opened up. So, you know, I'm back there, so I need to make something happen. So I might have a friend.
Well, 16th a lap down. Normally you'd say, oh, we're just trying to finish the race. I'm not sure that's the case here tonight. I think a lot of things are going to happen. How much farther forward can you move considering people pitted at different times and so forth?
I mean, you're right. There's 43 laps to go. There could be another pit stops, you know, another pit stop to be on fresh tires at the end and make things happen on the high lane, like you said. So I've seen this in Iowa in the past where someone pits and comes back from 12 to finish in the top 5. So who knows what we could do, but I'm hoping for a lot of action.
Josh, bring us back on cams.
A big picture assessment of where things are at since we have a little extra time. We've talked about this off camera. The process of joining a new team, this team expanding. Where are things at, and what's your level of optimism as you build this year towards next season?
The potential is huge, and that's what makes me smile so much. There's great people. I really enjoy everybody on the team, and it's about executing. And honestly, it's so competitive right now that you have to execute every single details of the races, of the race weekends, and that's 3 days, right? So we've just not been able to do it so far. That's what we're going to focus on this winter. Come back next year and hopefully give it a good run for the championship.
Thanks, Simon. Right behind you, we're going to talk to your bosses here for just a moment as well. Jim Meyer.
Well, we're going to mute that because we've got news, and I don't know if Matthew, are you still in here? I don't know if Matthew's left the comm box or not for a second. I know Josh is still here. I'll double check because you never know who's in or not. Oh no, Matthew is here. He's got muted, so he's probably here in a second. But Josh, you're here for the time being, and we'll come back up to the comm cams because it's just been announced we have been updating. We have updated timing based on track drying process. We are now targeting a 9 p.m. restart with drivers to cars at 8:50 p.m. So another half an hour before the race gets restarted. Officially, 2 hours and 4 minutes under red flag. Oh, it's longer than the race was.
Yeah, it is. And, well, half an hour more filler content we'll have to find.
I know, it's getting mad. Let's head back, though, to NBC, who can maybe just help us with a bit of it.
Because we don't do this for fun. We do this not to lose money and to try to win races. We don't always win, obviously, but we're still building the team. These guys believe in that vision that he and I have worked on for so long, and we just keep working on it.
And it's been a relationship with Jim Meyer that started, about 5 or 6 years ago and has led to bigger and better things. And, Jim, I want you to explain how you got into IndyCar racing. I know you moved to Indianapolis a while back, and I'm not sure that you were a race fan, but you've fallen in love with it, and here you are. You've won an Indianapolis 500 now as a co-owner.
Yeah, it's great. The first IndyCar race I actually went to
was in 1980 with my father-in-law because he convinced me to get tickets for it. I thought this is going to be the biggest waste of a day. And, I got close to it and then really, really just fell in love with it as a sport. And winning the 500 really, for Mike and I, for me, it's changed. I've had the opportunity to do a lot of neat things in my life. Winning the Indianapolis 500 is right at the top, right?
Well, and you can speak from both sides of it. You came in with SiriusXM satellite radio, what it does for partners, what motorsports can allow beyond just a sticker on a race car.
Yeah, and it's great. It's great when the partners engage and figure out how to use it. We can do a lot of entertaining and things like that, but where it really works is when the partners build either their brands into the sport and use it to market to people, who Clopay Doors is a great example of, garage doors, and they have kiosks at most of the races, and SiriusXM. I can tell you where I got the idea, to be honest with you, to start this is sitting up in Stand E, watching a race about 8 or 9 years ago and talking to people, and I realized how many of them were SiriusXM subscribers, and hey, wait a minute, this really makes sense for us. And so AutoNation's just been terrific for us. Now we have Arctic Wolf. Arctic Wolf's a great example of a sponsor who engages at every race and uses the whole spectrum of tools that we have. So, yeah, it needs both sides to work.
Thanks, Jim. It's great to have you guys here. Jim Meyer and Michael Shank, winners of the Indianapolis 500, and so much more and bigger and better things coming.
They come from two totally different backgrounds, but they make a tremendous couple as far as a power business couple, so to speak. Come from different backgrounds, different approaches with the same goal, which has been very good. These two have the same goal as well, these very good friends from within Team Penske. You've seen their series on YouTube, Bus Bros. They both want to win equally as bad as each other. And as they sit right now, McLaughlin is first over Newgarden. But there's 43 laps left to arm wrestle over that. And we understand that at the top of the hour is the goal to go.
Yes, it is. Top of the hour is the call, and we're just getting ready and everything back sorted up here in the comms box in order to bring you back up to date with it all here at Worldwide Technology Raceway, because everybody is starting to feel this now and starting to feel that maybe it's gone on a little bit too long for the acceptable parts of things as well. And I'll tell you what, guys, I'm certainly feeling that we should have caught this off maybe over an hour ago now. What's your opinion on this? Because the track could take another hour to dry. If they can't do it now, they're never going to do it, surely.
I'm just interested on why they've moved it now to the top of the hour. It was initially 8:45. Now it's 9 o'clock.
Makes zero sense. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know why they keep pushing it back. Because I haven't seen. I mean, the front stretch in turns 1 and 2 are completely dry. Yes.
Yes.
So
completely.
What are we waiting on? They moved the cars to dry the fast lane of pit road after they dried the pit boxes themselves. So pit road is dry. So what are we waiting on? Seems a bit confusing, but again, last week I thought the delay before the start of the race, 2 weeks ago I should say, the delay before the start of the race in Nashville took entirely too long. I thought, and I still think some of that was NBC's doing.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it would be an NBC thing now because they're not on big NBC tonight. They're on USA, so they have no reason to try to be stretching this out into a primetime finish. So I'm a little bit confused why it's taken so long.
Just an update.
And now have apparently moved it back even further. Apparently, what Lee Diffie said was right, saying that it's going to be top of the hour now.
Top of the hour. Yeah, we have updated. We have updated timing based on track drying process. We are now targeting 9 p.m. restart with drivers to cars at 8:50. So that is in 20... Oh, trying to work that out without mental math.
5 minutes.
50, yeah.
Yeah, 25 to the start. I guess 15 to drivers to cars. And I guess the real sad part about it is that we've gone through all of this, and then when we drop the green flag, the race will be done in, 20 minutes, right? Because only 43 laps to go. We'll probably be going green with about 37, 38 to go. That'll go by like that if it goes green the whole way. So we've been doing all of this waiting around and all this work to get, 20 minutes of racing.
It doesn't seem right. They should have just called it. It doesn't...
I would be willing to say that if this was earlier in the season, it would be called. I just don't think they want to call a race this crucial and late in the season to the championship. I don't think they want to end it short.
Yeah.
Because it means so much to the championship. That would be my guess, but I don't know. Could be wrong on that.
Let's have from Scott Dixon, 53rd win in Nashville. He got it, Nashville. He's talking with Kevin Lee.
Every year when the time comes to shine, and here you guys are. So the last 5 races for you guys have been a really good stretch. Couple wins in there, made up a lot of points on Will. What's been the difference? Has things just clicked, or what do you attribute to the success you guys have had lately?
I think it's always hard to put, a finger on it. I think it's always hundreds of details, right, getting it right, and, sometimes you need a little bit of luck to fly your way and then, be in the position to, make the most of it. But, things have flowed a little bit better. Tonight, I would say it's kind of been the opposite of that. It's just been a bit frustrating. Anything we kind of tried to do, we'd kind of get stuck out of sequence, and then, one of the stops there, which was a freebie, we didn't take, and, I think there was a bit of confusion on that as well. So, bit of a blah night. It's been a bit strange.
I don't think you're the only one who's had one of those nights. So you run 8th right now on this restart when we go back green. What is your mentality given where you're at in the points? How do you approach this? How aggressive are you tonight and these next 2 weeks or these next 2 races?
We still got to be aggressive. I think it's different if you're leading a championship or even in that point. I think even looking at Will's situation, you got to be careful not to give up too much too quickly. But we got to make the most of it. Kind of where we are right now, we're kind of at the back of the pack, unfortunately. So we have probably 10 or 15 cars that are a lap down in between us. So we're in a bit of a weird situation where, even if we come in, we take tires, we're going to be super aggressive, it's going to be, 10 cars to pass before we even get to ones that, we're racing against. So, it's frustrating for the team. I think we had 3 great shots here tonight, with the 8, 9, and the 10, and we kind of all did the same thing, and we're kind of right in the middle of the pack. So, hopefully we can gain a little bit tonight, and, still a lot of laps to go. It's going to be pretty exciting, I think, for everybody, and hopefully it's a smooth one for the PNC Bank number 9.
Yeah, it should be fun for sure. Thanks, Scott.
Well done, Scott McLaughlin, to come through there as well. I don't know the energy to call the end of this race, to be fair. We spent about 2 hours under red flag. It will be just over 2 hours. Red flag was called at 12:56:58 UK time. So we would just be over the 2 hour distance, 2 hours, 4 minutes, 2 seconds will be the official red flag time if we go green at 9. This is ridiculous. I mean, I don't like the idea. This is pointless. And if we have more yellows and, God forbid, another red flag, it just doesn't work. I mean, I think IndyCar need to introduce a system where we call a race at 75% distance, whatever, because we've hit that as well. So why we are restarting, I do not know. We've done 217 laps of 260 advertised. We've got 43 left, and we're hanging around for a restart. We're setting the precedent that every time something happens in the last 15 minutes of the race, we're going to have a red flag, and then we're going to restart. It's happened 3 times now this season. Indy 500, last time out at Nashville, and now here as well. It's not right. It's not fair. And it's spoiling everyone else's sleep patterns, mine included. 5 hours I think I'm going to get and counting. So I'm definitely going to go for a nap after the MotoGP race.
Yeah, I bet. I just want to circle back to Scott Dixon for just a moment. He is in the thick of this championship fight. It is very plausible he could win his 7th championship. And just think about where that would put him at. I used the term earlier, I'll use it again. In the big 3 of motorsports, NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One. He would join Michael Schumacher, Lewis Hamilton, Richard Petty, Dale Earnhardt, and Jimmy Johnson as 7-time series champions. We love to debate, don't we, as a society these days? We love to debate who's the greatest of all time and whatever. And you can't compare the genres of motorsports. You can't compare NASCAR to IndyCar to Formula One to sports cars, whatever. But just to think about that group that I just listed, that only have 5 drivers that have won 7 championships in the Big Three, and Scott Dixon could be the 6th on that list if he were to leave Laguna Seca with the championship. That's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And I know this is a conversation we have plenty on USRN, guys, because we're so focused all the time on Indianapolis. But to think that a guy could have 7 IndyCar championships and only 1 Indianapolis 500 win is
it's insane.
How do you even make sense of that?
The only way you could is the fact that the Indy 500 is so crazy year on year, and it just constantly delivers different running. I can't think of another way.
They need to get started.
To explain it. Why? What's up, Josh? Oh, don't tell me.
Oh, boy. Oh dear.
Let me measure it.
More rain incoming. For those of you listening on USON, there is more rain incoming.
Now, if you really want to get me ticked off, have us do all this waiting only for it to rain again. Lord have mercy.
I really hope they'll call it then, because we can't go on until... What's the cutoff?
Yeah, you can't do it again. You can't
Hang on.
do it again.
The next engine warm-up window will occur at 8:45 p.m. IC will announce when crew are permitted to approach the cars. Window will last for 5 minutes. That's what's just come up on the race control messages. So how far away is it, Josh?
19 miles.
Oh.
Is it blowing inwards or out to the circuit?
I don't know. It's just a single one, so don't expect anything. But that storm over there is coming the circuit's way.
So is that little one to the left?
Storm
Yeah.
down there is also coming up. That one, I believe, is moving away. But they need to act quickly, as that is that is 50 miles away, and that's around 40 miles away, I think.
And we've got 43 laps to go when we get going, and that's going to blow in quite quickly. As we've been seeing the whole day, the wind has been blowing quite quickly.
Of rain coming up.
If we've been waiting around for 2 hours for nothing, I'm honestly going to have a go. I'm going to personally have a go at IndyCar and say, why? Why did you waste everybody's time for that? This race has now been going on, I think, for 3 hours, 33 minutes and 28 seconds. We've been on air for 4 hours and 10 minutes in total.
Now it would be... Now, this would be a real disaster if we waited this long and didn't get to see even a single lap. And remember, 43 laps, that's going to go by really quick once it gets started. But they're also probably going to give them about 4 to 8 pace laps to make sure the track is fully dry and all of that. So that'll take a while. And we're still, as we sit, about 20 minutes away from the scheduled restart time. So, Lord, this could turn into an enormous disaster if they don't get it going and it were to start raining again. Then you're going to have everyone just beyond upset.
I honestly think we should have gone now. The scheduled restart, the original restart was 8:45. We should have gone then.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand is why it then got pushed back to the top of the hour. That doesn't make any sense because this track, from the pictures we've gotten, and, obviously people with boots on the ground probably know better than us, but track has looked dry for up to 30, 45 minutes.
Unfortunately, we're going to lose Bal GB. He says, sorry guys, going to have to ditch you in 20 minutes when the Chargers game starts, which should have started 2 hours after this fast should have ended. These short tracks are boring, says Up by Fossil. Well, there's nothing going on, that's why. We were having a pretty good race beforehand.
So we got a Chargers fan, of course, Now, this goes out to everyone, but it's specifically the Chargers fan, I guess. If you don't have Amazon Prime, Thursday Night Football will be on USRN as ever. Every Thursday and Monday night game on USRN this season, including Chargers Chiefs, week 2 of the season. That was on a Thursday night last year. What a wild, crazy game that was. And we'll have that game for you week 2. Just to let everyone know on the NFL side, every Thursday night game on USRN, every Monday night game on USRN, and every Sunday night game. There are 18 Sunday night games, and they will be split evenly. 6 on USRN, 6 on Wellington Sports Radio, and 6 on IE Sports Radio. So do join us. The NFL season starts in just a few weeks with Rams and Bills, again, live on USRN.
And I think it's going to be a really fantastic season. I think it's going to be a great one to watch and keep an eye on. All culminating. College football starts next Saturday with Nebraska Northwestern on USR. And that game is being played in Dublin. Ireland, Dublin. Yes. Oh, wow. Should have played it in the UK. That would have been good. Wembley. Play it at Wembley. Actually, no, we're not Wembley. Where's our good basketball stadium located? I can't remember, actually. Anyway, the engines are going to be fired up. So they're starting to heat them up. They've got 5 minutes to heat them up. And then the drivers are getting the cars. So we're 15 minutes away from the scheduled start of the restart procedure. So this is going to be quite entertaining. Kobe's just tagged me in something on the Grid Network chat. I'm just going to have a look, see what it is. Did Joshua Birch go to sleep yet? No, I'm still awake and still on air.
Has Joss Plays finished messing around with NASCAR's going around Spa? Yes, I have.
By the way, we have a chance for rain tomorrow at Watkins Glen.
Oh my!
And they would race in the rain. If we were to get rain, they have rain tires, so could be a rain race tomorrow at Watkins Glen.
Does that mean we could actually have bowling at the Glen?
Entirely possible, you know.
So okay, the driver that has the Go Bowling sponsorship is Eric Almirola. They did this last year, and they did it again earlier today. So if you know Watkins Glen at the top of the S's, so at turn 4, you go uphill from turn 1 to 4. But if you're looking down from the top of turn 4 down the S's, it's a downhill run. So what they did is they set up 10 bowling pins and they rolled a bowling ball down the hill, down the S's, and apparently he knocked down all 10. He got a strike. I'm already coming up with my bowling terms for tomorrow. Tyler Reddick has won the last 2 road course races in the Cup Series. So if he wins 3 in a row, I'm going to call him to the flag. What a turkey. I'm getting it already.
That's brilliant. That is brilliant, to be fair. I'll give you that one.
I believe. Oh, here we go. Please note, once engines have been restarted, car 45 will remain in pit lane to enable the field to exit past them.
Johnson.
Car 45 will exit pit lane, exit last.
Harvey.
Does that mean
that's Jack Harvey can restart the race?
Yeah, we've got NASCARs in beam, and I believe we've got bowling pins in beam, and we've got bowling balls in beam. NASCAR bowling at Watkins Glen, anyone?
Yep. I'll tell you what though. My original plan was, okay, I'll join the broadcast. I might not be able to.
Yeah, not anymore, no. So what does everyone think? Kimi Räikkönen and Daniel Kvyat, where do you think they finish tomorrow?
I think Räikkönen will finish inside the top 10 after today.
Really? You think so?
Yeah. After today's performance, I think he will. I think Kvyat will probably take somebody else out and be a torpedo again. Go on, Josh.
Where did Kimi qualify today? I haven't been caught.
27th is where he'll start.
Oh, he was 12th earlier on in the day. I think he'll finish in the top 10. I still think it rains, stock car, Kimi, finish. Oh, yeah. Sounds good to me. Top 10.
And we've also got Mike Rockenfeller in the field.
Oh yeah, the project as well, yeah.
So yeah, he's in the field for Spire Motorsports.
That's the one. This one.
Kimmy is in the Project 91, and then you've got Kvyat in the Heseberg car. Loris Heseberg is running tomorrow as well. So yeah, we got. Let's see. Upright Fossil says Kimmy will be in the top 10. Absolutely.
Yay.
Okay, so a lot of confidence around here with Kimmy in the top 10.
We're just hoping. Kimmy in the top 10 sounds really good.
They're saying that they're going to run that Project 91 car between 6 and 8 races next year, and there is an enormous contingency of people that want Elio Castroneves in the Daytona 500.
And they've Daytona 5. That sounds like a good bet to me.
I love it myself. You know me.
Oh, hang on 2 seconds. Once engines have been restarted, car 27 will also remain in the pit lane to enable the field to exit past them. Car 27 will exit the pit lane behind car 45. Both will restart at the back of the field. So that is Alexander Rossi, who is 19 laps down, getting a restart. We thought he was done.
There's one other thing with this race tomorrow, too, is that Rockefeller is a big sports car veteran.
Yes.
And they say that the next-gen cars race more like sports cars. So maybe he has an advantage there. He's in one of the very lower-tier cars with Spire. But, we'll see. There used to be a time in NASCAR where we would go to just 2 road courses a year, and you would have a lot of what we called the road ringers. We had Ron Fellows, Scott Pruitt, Boris Said, Brian Semo, and a few others that would come over and dip their toes in the NASCAR water. Then we kind of got away from that for a long time. A lot of that had to do with the playoffs and charter and so on. So it's nice to see Raikkonen and Rockefeller and Kvyat. It's nice to see that in play for tomorrow's race, and Rockefeller is going to run at Charlotte in the playoffs as well.
I like the look of Charlotte. Is that the Roval course, or is it?
It is.
Yes. Yeah. The Charlotte Roval, I always think is quite good. I actually followed.
You're going to be with us for the Roval.
Hopefully. When is the Roval?
There's a seat available because that race, Seth will be at that race, so he will not be with us. So
I'll join you.
Hey, we'd love to have you for Charlotte.
I'll come in. If it's nothing else on, I'll come in and I'll join you. Yeah, I'll be in for Charlotte. I love the Roval.
It's day, and I could be wrong. I think it's the day of the Japanese Grand Prix.
I definitely can join you then. Don't think I'm doing anything after that. I think Japan is the only thing. Let's take a look. That's in October, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
If I could... hang on. Got to find out where everything is now. Japan. IndyCar will permit teams to remove an aero screen tail-off if desired. So we're 8 minutes away from the start. Japan, 7th to 9th of October, 47 days' time. I think that's the same day as the touring cars, which means I'm over by 5, which means, yeah, I can join you.
You put the glasses on just every now and again. You look quite proper when you do that. I have to wear mine all the time.
I should be. I've taken them off during the red flag period, but I will have to wear them for when the race restarts. But I'm so tired now as well. I have to put them on to read, otherwise I get very tired. As well, it's I don't know how Josh is going to cope tomorrow as well. That's going to be quite fun to see actually. You have to let us know, Josh, how you actually get along.
Are you gonna live tweet that whole? Yeah, you should live tweet it all.
I had 6 hours sleep last night. Then I woke up at 7, 2.5 hour drive, spent all day, 2.5 hour drive back. No, spent the day there, spent 1 hour on a packed bus trying to get back to our car.
Oof.
In the traffic, and then had a 2.5 hour drive. Then got back here with 12 minutes to spare before we went on air for IndyCar.
God.
And now we're on here, and I'm going to go to sleep, and I'll have to be up at 7:30 a.m. So that's in
quite a few hours.
4.5 hours.
What time is it? 3 o'clock just about?
About 3 o'clock, yeah about 3 a.m. I'm honestly thinking we're going to get to bed. We're on a quick off, by the way, because of all this. We'll
I bet.
Yeah.
I bet.
What we're going to do, we're literally going to run through the results, and that's it. Bye. I'll be out that commentary
Bye.
box door quicker than anything you've ever seen. But yeah, so... Yeah, for those of you, that's it. We're on a quick off. But as soon as this race is over, I reckon we'll be out of here in around about 3:40, which means if I'm really tired, so I'm hoping as soon as I get to bed, head hits pillow, that's it, I'm out from about 3:45, 3:50ish, and then I don't have to wake up until I think now 9. So I'm going to miss the warm-up session of MotoGP because nothing ever happens in it, and if it does, I'll just report it. And then I've wasted my entire weekend doing the practice sessions for MotoGP because I've now worked out I don't think I've got enough time to show them in the pre-show tomorrow. So instead, the pre-show segment will now be morphed with the Grid Network sprint race rant me, Joe and Julia did, and then highlights from qualifying. So I think that's the pre-show for MotoGP tomorrow. So I've wasted time doing practice 1, 2... 3 and 4. So yeah, although I don't really mind that much. It's at least I've seen them and all that lot. But it's just like I hate it when that happens. I hate it when you work through the entire weekend and then something changes. Caution is out for the race. Caution is out for the race. The red flag has been. Hang on, red flag is out. The race has been stopped. Never mind. Literally, we've got a red flag again. So, well, that was fun. It was 2 hours under red flag, and we go green, and then the red flag is out. The race is stopped again.
That was, if I have a look,
10 seconds worth of green. That was the shortest restart in history. 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So, I will be back in 2 minutes. I'm just gonna pop off and do some pre-restart preps.
No worries. No worries.
There's Elio Castroneves running just out of. Can't find him on here.
17th, I think.
17th, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's not bad.
He's on the lead lap.
You could probably just oversee my right shoulder. One of the milk bottles is of his win.
Oh, really?
From 2021. I've got those are milk bottles from Indy. I've got two legends actually, AJ Foyt and Al Unser, and then I have Takuma Sato from 2020. And Elio from 21. I need to get a Marcus Ericsson, actually.
I'm still on the lookout for that Husky chocolate, by the way, if Adam's still watching.
Yes, that's right.
Still on the lookout, though it's disappeared from shelves in the UK. But I'm hunting around local shops because sometimes there's international markets that do have it. So as soon as I find some, I'm going to send them over to the Americas lot, and you get some as well. Matt can buy his own because he lives in the UK. No, as soon as I find them as well, we'll ship them off to everybody so everyone gets to try this Husky chocolate as well. Maybe do a taste test as well as I come through. Go on, John. Go on.
As we're closing in on the restart of this race, real quick, how do you feel about the upcoming, in 3 months' time, the upcoming U.S.-England World Cup match? What do you think?
I'm very interested, to be fair. It's the first time we've actually been paired together for a long time, isn't it, in this? Because now England have finally done a good quali.
Yep, 2010 it happened. That was the opening game of the group stage.
Yes, it was,
1-1 draw.
I'm looking forward to it, and to be fair, I'm hoping both sides do extremely well, because I know America in the USA side don't usually do that well at World Cup soccer. But I'm hoping we have a great show, and I'm hoping it's a close one. But of course I'm hoping England get through, because we got so close. We got cheated out of the Euros. If people were angry with Hamilton and Verstappen, oh, for God's sake. Did you just see that tweet come through the same as me? The update targeting a 10:05 p.m. Eastern restart, so that is a 5-minute delay. So that's a 5-minute delay. So another 5 minutes delayed restart procedure. But yeah, if people are angry with the Verstappen Hamilton blatant things last year in Abu Dhabi, the England Euro match was definitely a cheat. We got cheated out of that by the Italians and the referees and all that, so we should have won that one. Jay Hanno, second chance, says, off topic, but will you be commentating on ERC Formula E again this season, Josh? I hope you are. I really enjoy watching the races with your comms. Yeah, I am, actually. I think Ed sent me a message, but I haven't actually replied just yet because we've been working. You want to do a pre-show? Going through everything, so I think, yeah, me and Ed are going to get together and do that, and I think, yeah, we are on... I am definitely going to be on the team for ERC Formula E this season because it's on Wednesdays, which is good, and I don't do anything on Wednesdays, so fingers crossed there. Awesome, I look forward to it. Great to hear as we come through. Battle GP says it'll be 10 p.m. Pacific time at this rate as well, yeah, and my Amazon order apparently is arriving today. Go on, Matthew.
Don't give them any ideas. They might just... I can't wait, by the way, to hear you call some World Cup matches on USRN. That should be fun.
I can wait.
Oh, goodness. I've been trying my best to get into a groove. I say, in what we do, soccer, I know you guys cringe when I say that, soccer is the hardest sport to call just because of how camera angles can be so wonky. We're, of course, calling it off a monitor. So so I've been trying to get into a flow, get into a rhythm doing these Premier League matches. And hopefully by the time we get to October and then ultimately into December, I'm into a groove. That's the hope.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
Newcastle
exactly...
and Manchester City tomorrow.
That's exactly why on where am I? I've changed my headset, by the way, now.
Yes, I see.
yes. I think it's Monday, the Manchester United-Liverpool game. I'm going to attempt it. I'm not going to do it live. I'm going to change it. Go on, say it again, Josh.
Manchester United.
Yes, of all the games I've picked theirs to have a go at. I never realised how actually bad my headset sounds at the moment. I don't know what's happening. Hang on, I need to change this.
Manchester United bring it down the right half and... they shoot and they miss by a mile.
Sounds pretty much standard, doesn't it, as well, as they come through. Okay, time for me to go if you're talking about soccer.
And get their 100th goal of the game.
That'll be about 5 or 6-0, 7, 8. Do we hear 9?
I hear 9. I think perfect 10 could be a thing. Right, the restart is in 3 minutes' time, and we are going to go racing. So we've had a long red flag, 2 hours and 10 minutes in total. Well done to every single person who has stuck with us, both on USRN and on the YouTube channel.
Oh, it's the reverse button there.
Hey, we've got radio, finally. Team radio, that's from Will
First
Power.
we've heard of that in hours.
Should we tune into Scott McLaughlin, see what he's saying? Where is he? Here he is. Here's Scott McLaughlin's radio. We've opened that up.
Man on the hot seat.
He's always got an open line. He's always buzzing whenever I hear it as well. It's really annoying. As we come back through. Driver tracker's starting to activate again. Cars coming through. We're getting ready for a start. Boy, oh boy, have we missed race cars. Boy, oh boy, are we getting ready. This has been up there. Again, another long delay. At least it wasn't 5 hours worth of delays like we had in Nashville for NASCAR a couple of months ago. Kevin Lee's in the pits.
The general theme and consensus is buckle up. It's going to be really wild here with extra downforce, with cooler conditions, the darkness, a clean track, some people really antsy to get a win, and a lot of people on different tire life. You look at the leaders up front, their tires are pretty fresh, so Scott McLaughlin and Joseph Newgarden are going to be able to get after it, but then after that you have some maybe even coming in to make a stop here because they're going to have to save a little bit of fuel if it somehow went green all the way. And let's go a little further back, and they've got some lap traffic to get to, but back here is David Malukas, the rookie, who is 5th in this race right now. He had just pitted before the caution, so those Firestones are very fresh. He and Takuma Sato might be moving forward, Dylan.
And Kevin, somebody else who might be moving forward is Pato Award, who runs 3rd right now. Remember what he told us during the red flag. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, doesn't really matter. It's all about wins at this point. That's what team strategist Taylor Kyle told me too before the race. He said, hey, we're here to win. Podiums, that's really what we need. 4th, 5th, 6th in the race, that doesn't do anything for us. So Pato's a guy, we've seen it already in this race. He's going to be aggressive. He has nothing to lose. That's been their mantra. So they're going to go for it here now. They've got 4 lap cars in between he and the top 2, the 2 Penske cars up front. So he'll have to get around those 2 or those 4 lap cars first before we can get to the top 2. But if he's able to do that quickly and efficiently, then it's game on from there for Pato running 3rd.
We can't wait to see this one then. Predictions then, Matthew. Who do you think's gonna win? I'm not gonna say anything else because I want this race to be over quickly. Who do you think's gonna win?
Well, I'm glad Kevin Lee mentioned what he mentioned because everything changes again. We've seen so many changes as this race has gone on, and we're about to see a massive one, the biggest one we've seen yet now. This is going to be a totally different track. It's going to be completely green, washed of rubber. It's now nighttime, which they haven't practiced or qualified in all weekend. The track is going to be different. The cars are going to be different. The tires are going to be different. So everything changes massively here. Now, the other thing that Dylan Welch mentioned is quite important. There will be 4 lap cars lined up behind McLaughlin and Newgarden, separating the top 2 from Award Power Malukas. That is a rather huge barrier for Award Power Malukas, Sato, Ericsson to get through. So that should allow McLaughlin and Newgarden to stretch their legs, get out to a large lead, and then fight amongst each other. Now again, before the caution for rain, Newgarden looked like he was setting up a pass on McLaughlin that was probably going to be done within a lap or 2. But again, everything is now changed. We don't know if it's going to stay that way. One other thing to mention, we're not 100% sure if Award or Power can go the distance on fuel.
Yeah.
We're not even 100% sure on McLaughlin and Newgarden, but one thing we can tell you, Malukas and Sato, along with Rahal, they can go the distance on fuel. They have nothing to worry about. So Malukas, Sato, and Rahal, they can go flat out on this restart where maybe everyone else can't.
Drivers, restart your engines. After 2 hours and 15 minutes, it's time to restart this race, the Bommarito Automotive Group 500. And let's see what happens. This is early on in the year when Newgarden, right at the line, passing McLaughlin. Myself and Josh were commentating on that one. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. And again, Josh, could it be happening again as we leave pit road and restart this race? 43 laps to go. The race is on.
It really, really could. And drivers, for the first time in 2 hours, actually get out of pit road, thank you. And that is a staller. Joseph Newgarden.
Oh, no! Newgarden stopped. Newgarden has not got going. Joseph Newgarden has stopped. There's a few on there. So Joseph Newgarden has stopped in the pit lane. Oh, and the McLaren's going to run into the back of Ericsson. What's going on there? That's Rosenquist nearly dropping into the back of Ericsson. Johnson goes through. Kellett stopped. Rossi stopped. And we've got several cars stopped in the pit lane, actually.
Dixon.
Yeah.
Dixon stopped. Now, are they going to allow Newgarden to reclaim his position? Remember, he was second. There he goes.
There we go. Well, they've restarted, and then cars are moving, and then cars suddenly stop. We've got half the field circulating and half the field still in the pit lane. What are they going to do here? They'll have to red flag again. They'll have to stop it and get them all in the right order because we've got cars everywhere. Wow.
Carpenter car. Oh, there we go.
It can't get going. Harvey just does. Boy, Carpenter was going very quickly for them there to be humans out on the end of pit road. That was a bit unnecessary. But are they going to allow Newgarden? Watch out!
Oh, my word!
What are we all doing? Oh.
And Rossi's got out just before the field goes through, but now the field is completely misorganized. And they're going to...
Newgarden's come back up behind McLaughlin, so are they going to allow that to... I guess they are.
Well, yeah. I guess they just want to get out of here, don't they? It's that type of day. And everyone's saying, yeah, what a load of rubbish. SHT said, now race resuming. What a messy situation there. Yep, it really is. Half the field stalling in the pit lane. As they get through, and the field is in completely the wrong order. And they are completely in the wrong order. And look, they're all trying to figure it out. There's Will Power.
Third.
Power's about 7 cars back, and he's only supposed to be 3. So he's really out of position.
Well, now remember, you do have those 4-lap cars that are going to be between the top 2 and then the rest of the pack. Herta is one of them. I think Daly is one.
Lundgaard.
Hello, is that Michael Mazzi? Yeah, we need your help. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Oh, apparently he's too busy in Australia. Apparently he's got a new job there
Probably
in Supercars.
messing around Australian supercars.
Yeah, he resigned.
Is that what he's doing now?
Yeah, he's just been announced he's taken over as the race director there, I think, or something along the lines. Down, so that's going to be what he's up to.
God bless him.
He used to be race director in Australian supercars. Then he went to FIA. Now he's gone back to Australian supercars.
Well, God bless him. I wish him nothing but the best, because I felt so bad for that man last year when you have just everybody yelling in your ear, wanting penalties for breathing on the other. I mean, good Lord, you couldn't lay a finger on someone, and everybody was crying, penalty, penalty. Oh, I felt so bad for that man. Bless his heart. He could have made better decisions, but under that pressure and everybody screaming at me, I would have just said, "Stop! You're all losers." I'm giving the world championship to Carlos Sainz.
That looks like one of the cars, possibly Will Power or Jack Harvey, getting ready for a pit stop because the pits are open.
So who's going to dive in? Well, that is Conor Daly coming in to pit lane. So we know he's definitely going to take an option on this restart. Well, Power's going round. Several cars, they are going to dive down pit road, and they are. Ericsson, Dixon, Palou, Rosenquist, Johnson, Kirkwood, all diving in as well. So they're all taking a yellow flag pit stop. They need to get to the end, and this is going to ensure that they do.
Now, did you say Dixon? There's Ericsson for sure.
Dixon's in.
Remember earlier how important the fresh tires were for Newgarden and McLaughlin. They stormed through the field, and that's how they got the lead. So can Ericsson and Dixon do the same on their fresh Firestones?
Good stop there from Dixon. Go on, Josh.
Yeah, Johnson 8.7, a long fuel stop, and that is Alex Palou, and that will be a 6.8, so a quick stop there, 6.1. And 6.2 for Carl Kirkwood. So quick stops and very, very slow stops.
There's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot to watch on this restart. Then you're going to watch the top 2 battle it out. You're also going to be watching Malukas, Sato, and Rahal because they know they can go the distance on fuel, so they're not going to be saving anything. And now we're going to be watching Ericsson, Dixon, and Palou, all 3 teammates, by the way, and championship contenders, on fresh Firestones trying to carve their way through. But this is you're not going to know where to look on this restart. And my God, Rosenquist just about ran into Ericsson.
Again, he did that at exit. Yeah, he did it at exit, didn't he, on the restart? Oh, my word. What is going on today with the McLarens? Everyone's just having a bit of
What is he doing?
That's the second time on pit entry that Rosenquist's nearly gone into the back of Ericsson today. Second time on pit entry.
1 to go at the line, and they are reorganising the field just quite quickly. So it's 1 to go before we go green again. Well, this is going to be fun. How many cautions do you reckon we'll have? It's going to be a 30... Oh. I'm actually really happy because it means I get to go to bed before 4 a.m. Come on, let's get this over with. I'll tell you what, I jokingly said earlier on about sprint races. I didn't mean this. I didn't want this. This is me being punished for saying about the Indy 250 instead of the Indy 500. Here we go then, single file.
Does Newgarden get on his teammate here? How aggressive does Newgarden get on his teammate for the lead?
Watch out for those on new tyres, as we talked about. 2 hours, 15 minutes under red flag. We're under the lights. It's time. Green flag. Racing resumes at the Bommarito Speedway. And cars go left and right down towards turn number 1. But it is McLaughlin leading. Newgarden second. The McLarens are making some drama as well. And Will Power right round the outside of Malukas. And now Malukas is in trouble. As coming through is Ray Hall. Sato going through. Ericsson going through. And the lead changes. The lead changes as Newgarden takes the lead away from Scott McLaughlin. Matthew, a great job there again. And the two Penskes once again do battle.
It was a great restart by McLaughlin, but Newgarden got the toe out of turn 2. He got him going into 3. Further back, O'Ward has gotten by most of the lap traffic in front of him. He's got to pass Colton Herta, and then he'll be in touch with the 2 leaders, trying to watch the guys on fresh tires. Ericsson and Dixon, they've already gotten by Ray Hall. Palou has not. Newgarden holding on to the lead, rolls out of turn 4. He leads by 3 car lengths, 34 laps to go.
Fast up of the race so far are 174.396 miles an hour, and this is how we did it coming through turn 1 and 2, Josh. It was a sweet move, but we're going to cut away from that because now McLaughlin's going to have it. Here it is again, look. Newgarden has got a perfect run.
Yeah, perfect run, and I was having a look on the restart. Turn 1, it looked like the number 4 of Dalton Kellett, who stalled in the pit lane, and that was very, very close, but Dalton Kellett looking up into turn 1 on the restart.
Johnson's in trouble here because one of the McLarens are trying to go on the outside. Matthew is 4 abreast coming into turn 4.
And that's Alex Palou trying to get around Graham Ray Hall. Remember, Palou is on fresh tires, so he's carving his way through the pack here. Ericsson and Dixon have not yet gotten by Takuma Sato. I don't think they're going to have enough time to make up track position on the fresh tires. O'Ward has still not got by Herta. I think this is going to be between Newgarden and McLaughlin, just as it was in Texas.
Yeah, Rosenquist desperately trying to get ahead, though, of Jimmy Johnson and causing a little bit of contact. Here is Will Power. He is being caught up. Is that Malukas just behind him in the 18?
It is.
Yeah, it is good. And back on the start-finish straight we go again. There's your cut to the leaders as well. There's coming out of the pit lane is Simon Pagino, who's just dove in as well a few seconds ago. New personal best again for Dixon. Sato as well. And
watch
Herta.
Malukas. Watch Malukas. He got a great run through 1 and 2. These are points that Will Power cannot afford to lose. The championship leader, but I think he is going to lose it, or is he? Malukas stuffs it in around the outside of turn 3. A bold move by the rookie. They're wheel to wheel out of turn 4. Malukas still trying to get by Power. He still can't do it.
And into turn 1 as well. Power's going to have to go really late. Malukas going to have to really shut the door through turn 2, and he's done it. Brilliant move right round the outside for Malukas. That's a sign of a champion in the future.
Sato was able to get a run on Power. Power had to check up. Sato gets by. 2 positions lost in 1 lap for the championship leader, Will Power. And now Ericsson's starting to put some pressure on him. But David Malukas is going somewhere, guys. He's going to try to get around Pagino, the lap car, in turn 1. He is. Malukas is in touch with 3rd place Pato O'Ward.
Points as they run, put Will Power only 3 points clear now of Joseph Newgarden, who leads the race. The top 4 will be separated by just 17 points. It's closing down with 2 to go. Exactly what we hoped this over would do. And there is Sato getting through, as I explained hours and hours ago as well. And there was a little contact between them, wasn't there? I swear Sato hit Power.
Yeah, they hit.
Wow.
I'm telling you guys, though, David Malukas has fresher tires than the top 3. David Malukas could be a player here. He has run down Pato O'Ward already. He's only, 4/10 back of O'Ward. So Malukas, as crazy as it sounds, he could be in the mix for the win here.
Keep an eye on that number 18 as well. He qualified as the highest rookie on this starting grid as well. Sorry, that was Devlin DiFrancesco. Weird. David Malukas started 12th as well. The second highest rookie, as Devlin DiFrancesco started 9th in the field, but still 12th to 1st in the space of a long period of the race is amazing as they come through. Look at that. Points as they run. Power 482. Newgarden 479. Only 3 points back. This is getting good. If Power falls behind Ericsson, it's over. Go on.
Malukas has caught O'Ward, so this could be Malukas. If he could get by O'Ward, he's going to have to do it quickly. But I can't believe I'm saying these words, but if Malukas can get by O'Ward here in the next couple of laps, I think he's got the car and the tires to run down the top two.
I'm looking forward to this.
How sensational is this?
This is great. This is exactly what we waited 2 hours for. Josh, how's that weather looking, though? Because we know that weather forecast is coming in, and there's rain in the air still, and it was only, 12 miles away?
Yeah, there was a couple of minutes ago, according to my radar, there was a lightning strike very, very close to the circuit, so I'm going to measure it right now.
Okay, let's hope they don't have to red flag it again. If there is that lightning strike within 8 miles, it looks okay.
Big run from Malukas.
Yeah, here we go, down towards turn 3. O'Ward's going to go low, cuts back up high again. Malukas can't find a way through there, but look how much speed, Matthew, he's got through turn 3 and 4. He's reeling him in, and he might make a move through turn 1 and 2.
Telling you what, this guy is something else, and I think you're right when you said earlier it's a star in the making. I think he is. Remember what I said earlier? He won both of the Indy Lights races here at Gateway last year. He's in the slipstream of O'Ward. Can he make a move going down into turn 3, Josh? It's going to be so close.
Yeah, tried on the high side. He nearly loses it as well. The car was wiggling. He nearly touched the wall coming into the top of the hill as well. So he's losing time, but he's gaining aero time. And now he's going to try. He needs to clear O'Ward. The time's ticking away as that is the gap. That's the front. Yeah, we're looking at different angles. So that at the bottom is O'Ward versus Malukas. At the top is Newgarden versus McLaughlin. Battle for first and second. Battle for third and fourth. Still amazingly good. Josh, what have we got?
7.5 miles. They might just let it slip.
7.5 miles lightning. They might just let it slip. I hope they do. They don't want to red flag it. But that
they would have red flagged it by now.
Yeah, okay, so they might let it slide, but Matthew, that's awfully close if they do.
It is, and meanwhile, Pato had to go around the outside of Jack Harvey in turn 1, but he didn't lose any time because Malukas had to as well. So O'Ward got awfully lucky right there. Remember, we're talking about Malukas. Can he get up and battle for the win? But these are points that O'Ward cannot afford to lose, so he's got to really hold on to this position and fight as hard as he can because he's still in this championship scrap too.
Down we go once again. Towards turn 3 and 4, O'Ward shuts the door. Malukas seems happy just to stay behind him. Yep, there's only 20 laps to go. That's to 10 minutes, maybe less? It's 2.5 laps per minute here at this circuit. So there's not that long left. Maybe we were right, actually, about 3:40 being in bedtime as they come back through. But who's going to win this race? Because it's getting awfully close again at the front. It is now turning into a 3-way battle, maybe 4-way battle as well. Newgarden versus McLaughlin. Penske 2-3 numbers leading the way. 5 is there as well. I think actually that's 4. Dalton Kellett's down the order. Okay, can't have 2, 3, 4 then. 5 on the board. But Malukas can't get close enough. He seems to have stalled now, Matthew, doesn't he? To get behind.
He's caught in the wake of that McLaren. A couple of laps ago, he went a little bit too hard into turn 1, had to check up on the exit. That really hurt him down the back stretch. He's already regained that time. Boy, what Malukas would give if these straightaways were 500 yards longer, if that, he would be able to pull up. But they're running into some traffic now, so maybe this is where Malukas can get by him. But O'Ward slow out of turn 2. Malukas, a big run. Surely he'll have to pass him down the back straightaway as they get around Conor Daly. Malukas to the inside in turn 3. He's got it. Malukas is third.
Fantastic maneuver on the inside. That got caught out as well by Jimmy Johnson, being the car that was being lapped at the top of the hill as well. So now we've got through. Malukas is third. He's got a 3.1 second gap to try and catch up to McLaughlin and Newgarden. Dylan Watch in the pits.
And knows pretty well. He swept both Indy Lights races last year, remember, and only the rookies have tested here this year. Malukas was here last week. He told me it was fantastic. It gave him all kinds of confidence coming into this weekend. He felt like he was going to have a chance to be a factor. We'll find out whether he really thought he had a chance to be on the podium, but Malukas is still charging. We just saw
and there's more action going through as well. I think it's coming back into the start-finish straight. There's some more action coming. That's Colton Herta getting lapped as well. Rahaal's in there too. Malukas has already brought that gap down to 2.8 seconds. So now he actually stands a chance. Dale Coyne Racing with HMD stand a chance of winning, and David Malukas stands a chance of winning his first ever IndyCar victory after, you said, Matthew, 2 races here last year at Bommarito.
And again, he's showing how much pace he has over O'Ward. O'Ward was doing nothing but holding Malukas up because ever since he got by him, he stretched it away by nearly 2 seconds. He quickly got by the lap car of Colton Herta, which O'Ward could not do. Now you've got O'Ward who has fallen into the clutches of Sato. What a run for Sato, best for him this season. He's in 5th, could be going for 4th, but Malukas... is he going to have enough time? 2.5 seconds behind the leader, 13 laps to go. And again, McLaughlin, does he have a run at his teammate Newgarden? Is he showing his full hand here, or is this all he's got? This is phenomenal right at the end here from David Malukas, rookie driver from Chicago. He has American and Lithuanian descent. This could be the biggest night of his life. 12 laps to go.
We were all falling asleep over the last 2.5 hours as well. IndyCar certainly knew what they were doing. It's all woken us up, full of adrenaline once again. As we come down the back straightaway now, O'Ward is under pressure from Takuma Sato for 4th position coming into the braking zone. And tell you what, Josh, as well, everyone's just keeping an eye everywhere on just trying to keep up on what is happening. This race is exploding once again.
It really is. Alexander Rossi is in the pit and it looks like he has retired, and I'm looking, and look at that gap there.
The 18 car is flying.
Oh, wow. 1.4 seconds. He's there. He's with them. This is it. He's going to do it, isn't he?
He's going to have to get around McLaughlin very quick. He cannot spend much time behind McLaughlin. It's going to be tough to get by him because, like we've seen with O'Ward, once he got close, he got caught in the wake of O'Ward. Yeah. He's going to have to get around Scotty Mack here, I would say, at least with 5 laps to go to have a go at Newgarden. But I think he's only just going to run out of time here. But if we were going 280 laps, I think David Malukas would be the winner of this race.
Yeah.
9 laps to go.
And Josh is right. Alexander Rossi is officially out of the race. He's retired, so he becomes our second marker of doom in this race.
I'm having a look at,
go on, Josh.
I'm having a look at Ed Carpenter and performance over the last couple of years. In the second race of 2020, he started 22nd and finished 21st. 2021... started 22nd, finished 22nd, and where is Ed Carpenter now?
22nd.
Currently 22nd. I think Ed Carpenter likes number 22nd.
Started 25th in this race, so he's actually gained positions for the first time in a couple of years on your basis there. Look at this. Malukas is in it. McLaughlin's under pressure. The top 3 are now separated by 1 second exactly. This is it with 8 to go here. This is the big money shot. Can Malukas get through though, Matthew? This is it. Scotty Mack needs to jump out the way. 7 to go.
But he can't do that. He can't afford to give away those points.
Oh, he's slow.
They're
He's
approaching
slow.
Jack Harvey. Can they get around Harvey without a problem? Yes, he yields. So Harvey, but oh gosh, is he good? Yeah, everyone's clear of Harvey. Very good. Very good. There's one more car up ahead. I can't tell who. Actually, wow, there's
14.
More like 4 cars just ahead. That's Rahal, Rosenquist, Kirkwood, and Malukas continues to gain on McLaughlin. He really needs to get this pass done here in a couple of laps to have any kind of shot at Newgarden.
I think we're on for another Texas. I think we are, where it's going to be another one across the line as well. Down the back straightaway. It's such a short track here as well. I think Malukas are going to get stuck behind the Penske here of McLaughlin. He can't go after Newgarden. I think the Penskes are sort of guarding themselves to go off in the title fight as we start with 5 laps to go. Malukas once again, he's stuck behind the car. New tyres make no difference, Matthew. It's just constant drama.
He's caught in the wake of that 3 car, and again, same thing as it was when he was trying to pass Pato. He needs that straightaway to be about 500 yards longer than it is. But again, Newgarden's about to get into a little bit of traffic. How can he maneuver his way through?
Malukas is so close now. Can he go for a move through turn 2? How much speed can he take? Traffic coming in with Carl Kirkwood. Look at how much time Newgarden's lost. Newgarden's lost a hell of a lot of time now as we come down the back straightaway. We're into the last minute of the race, effectively. It's 2.5 laps per minute. So 2 minutes to go. Only 4 laps. They really need to get the speed up now as well. 3 to go here. And I think we're going to see the running order, Matthew. I can't see Malukas making the move.
And Newgarden is not really being held up by Kirkwood either, so I think Newgarden might be able to just ride in this position. McLaughlin is not faster than him. Newgarden won't have to force his way by Kirkwood. And Malukas continues to gain. This is phenomenal from this rookie, but it's going to come up just short. 2 laps to go.
Josh!
Yeah, and that's because Carl Kirkwood got a command blue flag for Newgarden, McLaughlin, and Malukas. 1 second between Newgarden and Malukas.
Matthew, can you do it?
I don't think so. I think he's run just out of time. He just doesn't have the downforce to get by McLaughlin. And, boy, what an amazing effort from Malukas, but he's just going to run out of time. White flag, Joseph Newgarden.
One more lap then. Malukas is right there. He's going to go to the high side through turn 1. McLaughlin's going to try and do everything about it. Malukas is going to take second position. He's done it. Right round the outside. What a manoeuvre from David Malukas. Can he catch Newgarden before the end? Has he saved everything until this last corner? Down towards the line. Newgarden has got on McLaren in front of him, but it's too late. Joseph Newgarden wins his 5th win of the year, and in second position is a fantastic upcoming David Malukas with Scott McLaughlin 3rd, and that is the race of the season, hands down. What a race, Matthew.
Oh, David Malukas, what he would have given for 5 more laps. That is the performance of a career for David Malukas, and he has a bright career ahead of him. But Joseph Newgarden, we've talked about him all week long in the build-up to this race. He is the best oval driver in IndyCar today, and he's proved it once again. Strategy got him into the lead, but his skill kept the lead, and he's won this race by overtaking his teammate on a late restart, held him off, held Malukas off, and he just has to be thrilled that there weren't 5 more laps to go. because Malukas, I don't know where that run came from Malukas. I mean, he just whipped around the outside of McLaughlin. Oh. Unbelievable finish to this race.
Josh, your thoughts on it? This has been a long, long race. 5 hours coming up on the stream. What an insane race. What's your take on it?
I do not know what to say, but I think we are all kind of glad that we waited the 2 hours to see that incredible finish from David Malukas, and from 4th to 2nd in 20-30 laps.
Oh.
And a rookie as well, and this is the start of a very, very bright career for David Malukas. I think Team Penske, Chip Ganassi, Arrow McLaren will scoop him up.
Oh, yeah. There we go. They scoop up everybody else. Seth says in the YouTube chat at 3:10 a.m., what the hell is happening here? Bal GB says, nobody knows. SHT says, just curious about your opinion. Would you guys have a wet qualifying session in Zandvoort? I would take that. That would liven things up at Zandvoort. Yeah. My plan is to switch to IndyCar to NASCAR next year. Isn't such a good idea after all. Yes, stay with IndyCar as well. Where do we get up to? Drew Blank says, thanks for hanging with it all night as well. Pleasure. 2 hours wait just to watch Scotty lose second on the last lap. Adam says, Josh, and Matthew, A+ for effort tonight. Thank you, that means a lot, Adam. Upright also says, say what you want. American racing is about having a race to the finish. And Bal GB says, and the Cowboys just took the lead too. And Seth ends it with his usual, Matthew, sensational. What a race.
Just a phenomenal race. And I know Seth's happy because Joseph Newgarden won. But man, oh man, I would have liked to have seen another 5 or 10 laps to see if Malukas could get it done. But, down to the final 2 races. This championship fight is unbelievable. It's probably a 4-horse race, Power, Newgarden, Dixon, Ericsson. I don't think Palou, McLaughlin, and O'Ward at this point has anything for those 4. But wow, 4 guys to the final 2 races. Portland coming up next. Whew, can't hardly wait.
Matthew, I'm going to ask you, because you're brilliant at it. Do you want to run through the results for us?
Oh, let's see. Do I have them pulled up?
That's a question.
There we go. Yes, I do have it pulled up. Thank you. All right, so Joseph Newgarden, of course, is the winner of this Bommarito 500. David Malukas has finished second with a career run from him. Scott McLaughlin third, Pato Award fourth, Takuma Sato, that's the best run of the season for him.
We've got an interview. They've actually done one.
A chance to get to victory lane. Well, all I can say is I think this two-car crew has been very patient with me. You know, I've lost my cool probably a couple times and closed doors just out of frustration for us. You know, I feel like we've had small miscues timing-wise. That's not really anybody's fault. You know, just sometimes you're wrong time, wrong place, and I feel like it's been happening a lot this year. And it kind of happened again tonight. You know, I felt like we put ourselves in position. It's time to close, and there was just a barrier that got in front of us again. But fortunately, we were able to get back out. I was so happy we could finish this race. You know, Scott McLaughlin, he wanted to win too, and I love that about us. We have a good relationship. Obviously, each of us want to win, but he drove me super fair there at the end, and we had a good fight. And I can't thank PPG, Team Chevy enough. Team Chevy absolutely crushed it with fuel mileage, reliability, power, everything that you want from an engine. So it's a big night for everybody at Team Penske.
So how were you able to get to the front against a teammate having a strong night in an equally strong car on that final restart?
We just had to have a good start. You know, I knew Scott was going to be good at the end there, and he had a great restart. I just tried to work the high lane. You know, the high lane worked earlier for me, and I tried to do it again at the finish there, and, you know, we just had enough to get by him. But he was no slouch this weekend. He was very, very good. You know, Scott's done an amazing job. He's could have easily won this race himself. So you got to give him credit, but I'm glad we were able to come back out on top. But we're going to have a lot more races together, that guy and I.
That's great to hear as well. Go on, Matthew, finish what you were through the list.
Yeah, and just to point out, Joseph Newgarden winning by just 0.4 of a second.
Yeah.
That's how close Malukas was. Again, McLaughlin third, Award fourth, Sato fifth. Will Power holds onto the championship lead, but only just with a sixth place finish. Indy 500 winner Marcus Ericsson 7th, Scott Dixon 8th, Alex Palou 9th, Graham Rahal 10th, 11th was Colton Herta. He finished off the lead lap, only 10 on the lead lap. Herta 11th, Devlin DeFrancesco was 12th, Romain Grosjean 13th, Jimmy Johnson rebounded to finish 14th, 15th to Elio Castroneves, Felix Rosenquist started last, finished 16th. Kyle Kirkwood 17th, Dalton Kellett 18th. Christian Lundgaard was 19th. 20th was Simon Pagenaud. The final six finishers were Callum Ilott, Ed Carpenter, Conor Daly, Jack Harvey, Alexander Rossi, and Renus VK.
As ever, you did that with such style, my friend. It's absolutely fantastic. Right, quickly, we're off on YouTube, but USRN are going to have a little extra 2 minutes or so wrap up because that's how we end the broadcast. So quickly, final thoughts, first of all from you, Josh, final thoughts on this race.
Yeah, well, I think it might be a good idea for Ed Carpenter to run the number 22.
Yes.
As a 22nd for the fourth 22nd.
Yes, fourth year running.
And it is... What an amazing end to the race. David Malukas, second. We've seen him get a podium with third earlier in the year, but second, and who knows, you could see David Malukas winning at Portland or at the season finale at Laguna Seca. But I will see you next weekend, I believe it is, for
F1 and touring cars. Yeah.
F1, yeah. Belgian Grand Prix, hopefully not 2021.
Yeah, should actually get a race this time. Matthew, your final thoughts on the YouTube part of things?
Oh, just thanks so much for having me.
Oh, thanks for being here. It's been fun.
I greatly enjoyed it, just like I did at Nashville. Hope I didn't step on too many toes.
Nonsense.
And,
that was perfect.
And it was just a load of fun. And David Malukas is going to win a race next year.
Oh, yeah.
I just want everyone to be ready for the arrival of this guy. And Chicago's hosting a street course race in NASCAR next year. They might need to be getting into the IndyCar game because this guy is representing Chicago amazingly well. Wow. 5 laps, 10 more laps. He would have won this race. And to Portland we go, 2 races left, and a phenomenal championship fight coming up. But thanks so much for having me. It was a ton of fun. You guys are amazing. I don't know how you guys do this with all that's going on. But you guys are great, and get some sleep.
Absolutely. We're going to now. Thank you, Matthew. Pleasure to have you as always, my friend. And honestly, compliments is enough. You do an awful lot more work than we do during the week. You're non-stop. Thank you, Matthew Owens. Thank you, Josh Players, as well. Me and Josh are going to go get some sleep. Matthew's going to have some food as well. And to everybody who's been watching us on the YouTube channel, thanks very much for joining us. I know on USRM we're going to continue and sign off there in a second, but thanks to everyone for listening in as well. Thanks to everyone on the YouTube channel. MotoGP is on the YouTube channel tomorrow as well, with the coverage of the Austrian Grand Prix. And then next week on USRN and here on the YouTube, we've got Formula One's Belgium Grand Prix from Spa as well. 2 races left then in IndyCar, and it's down to 4 drivers as well. 3-point gap at the front. Power leads, but does he have the willpower to take it to the end of the season? Only time will tell. We'll see him in Portland in 2 weeks' time. For us on YouTube, it's bye for now.